What? Are we on? Are we on? Hello, and welcome to your channel, Clear Waters. Microphone is on. Tonight's topic. Give yourself a round of applause. God does not exist. Finally, proof. Yes. Check. Okay, now I can hear myself. So, yes, sirree. Finally, we have proof. I'm going to share it with you in this live stream. So let me check my audio. That sounds good. And that sounds good. I'm live streaming both in horizontal and vertical. Mikey Nicholas, welcome to the live stream. In your mental illness, mine, God doesn't. He left you long ago, fool. All right, Mikey. All right. Smart one. Thank you for stopping by, Mikey, on this live stream. Whatever you said there, I don't know what you meant exactly, but welcome to the live stream. Let's make sure that our Discord is up and running for those of you that want to call in and verify that this proof is legitimate. Get everybody in your house. Call your friends debaters. We're gonna provide proof that God does not exist. Yes, a YouTuber is gonna prove to you that God does not exist. Maybe you already know, but let's prove it. So that Discord is up and running in case you want to call in. There's a link at the bottom of the screen, and there's the link also on the chat. You can copy paste it and you're gonna talk to me. You can ask me any questions that you want. You wanna really find out about this proof, you can call. We can have a very live open conversation, because I know there's going to be people that are going to go depressed by this information, people that dependent on the God, you know. If you're one of those people that are really totally 100 dependent on a belief on a God or of a God, I will recommend to you to pass, continue your scrolling. Don't watch this live stream, because this could ruin, and it will ruin your faith. So I'm giving you a chance, keep going. But if you can take it, I'll give you this information, and probably the same thing that happened to me is going to happen to you. When I find out that this whole thing was made up and it was not really a God, I got a little bit depressed. I'm like, man, I cannot believe it. I have been living in this God all my life. Now I have no God. How is that possible? Oh. John 3:16, God loves you. Wait a few minutes and probably let's see if you continue saying that when I provide you proof that God does not exist. Glorious Maximus, you cannot prove an undetectable God doesn't exist. You can only argue that he isn't logical or is misinterpreted. Hang in there, Glorious Maximus. Thank you for your comment. I appreciate it. And welcome to the live stream. Goody Trat Mama, why would you want to do that? Genuinely curious. What if he doesn't? What if he doesn't? What is life? Where does life come from? Where do we go when we die? And what is the purpose of life? Wow. Wow, goody. Oh man, I get goosebumps. Oh man. Oh. Oh. When you no longer have a God in your life, suddenly you start asking questions. Wow. You're no longer stuck in life with this horrible God in your life. Wow. Goody Trat Mama. Beautiful questions. Beautiful questions. Wow. Welcome to the live stream. Yes, I get excited, man. Ugh. Gurius Maximus. Why does life have to have a purpose? Or do we need to go anywhere when we die? I like the questions, man. I like the questions. I gotta clean my glasses. Suddenly, when you have no God in your life, suddenly you wake up from this nightmare and you start asking questions. Where are we? What are we doing? Man, wow. This is gonna be a really good live stream. I can tell, I can feel it. Again, this is a warning for everybody, anybody that depends emotionally, your stability, emotional stability depend on the belief on a God. Probably you want to press on, continue to, I don't know, watch cat videos or dog videos. Because probably this is not gonna be good for you. All right, glasses, yes. So we're just waiting a few more minutes, like 3 minutes. And then I'm gonna give you the information. And then if you want, if you go into depression, you know, you can call me, we can talk. Been there, happened to me, I was a believer. But now we have the proof. That's different. Gurius Maximus said that is not possible. Yes, it is possible. I'm gonna show you here in a few minutes. Man, there's something going on here. Oh, I think it's this. I can barely hear myself. How about now? Check. Yes. Waiting 1.5 more minutes and then we go into this proof that God does not exist. Finally proven. You know, all those people debating about which God is the real one, all that is going to be history. People are no longer going to be interested in this boring debates that go nowhere. Two guys trying to show the other which one is more smarter than the other one. No God ever presented. Criso, I am confused about your purpose here because of the writing on your stream channel description and video titles. My question is simple. Are you preaching the gospel or not? Are you serious? Are you serious? You're going to see this live stream title and you're going to ask me that question? Let's have a little bit fun. Find out by yourself. How about that answer for you? Doubler Kelly. I don't believe you exist. I don't. I'm in your imagination right now. We're just waiting 1 more minute. Ana Vargas, welcome to the live stream. Who told you to use that word boring? Who instructed you? I instructed myself. Very simple. I'm live streaming on both vertical and horizontal live streams. In case you want to watch me on your TV, hey, horizontal. Phones or whatever else on the vertical. All right, less than 1 minute, and we get on with this proof. Oh man, this is gonna be good. Hopefully, Glorious Maximus, you stay right there. Don't go anywhere, my friend. Don't go anywhere. For anybody that is gonna go into depression, suddenly understanding that the God does not exist, you can call me and we can have a conversation. I'll be nice to you. We can talk. I'm always open to have live, open, respectful conversations. Sedona Water, Eve is for evolution, Adam is for atoms. Interesting. Mr. Tekken fan, he's living rent-free in there. Glorious Maximus, I check. AI says it does exist. Oh man, I don't know why would you trust what AI is telling you. I always talk to AI very carefully and filtering the information. So we have someone on the horizontal hook. Here we go. No waiting anymore. So this is gonna be extremely simple. Here we go. Let me show you the proof. Are you listening? Are you paying attention? Please stop whatever you're doing. If you're driving, please try to be careful, you know, put the phone aside. Maybe you can just hear, listen, pay attention to the road. If you're in your house, sit down, have a seat, because, you know, this could shake you a little bit, and it will. So, very simple. God does not exist. Finally proven. I'm going to give you the proof. All right, let's lower the volume totally. No music. Here we go. The proof. Very simple. Everything that exists was created, but God was not created, right? Therefore, God does not exist. My evil laugh. Take that to your preacher, take that to your priest, take that to your favorite God influencer and see what they do with that. Okay? Take that to your favorite debater, what he's going to do with that. Now, we're not going to stop there. Garius Maximus says something about AI. How about I present this information to one of two AIs and see what they respond with in an image? Are you ready? Are you ready? Here we go. This is ChatGPT. Pow! Oh, man. I can feel the power right now. Ooh. Now, let's see what Gemini represented this information of God not exist. Let's show the image. Right there. This is what Gemini is representing. Are you guys familiar with that image? I think I like the image from ChatGPT better. There's nothing on one side and everything on the other side. So whenever you say that you have a personal relationship with God, you have a personal relationship with nothing. That makes sense because God does not exist. Everything that exists was created. Therefore, God does not exist. No, Javier, you don't understand. God is able to transform himself to the power of the Holy Spirit when in communion. He turned himself into the Word that transforms into Jesus. Then he, through the power of his infiniteness and his transformation, he communicates with me to transform me into a new human being, and then he go back to nothingness. See, Javier, you know nothing. God does not exist. Proven. What are you going to say now to anybody that is going to listen to this and you're going to tell them that God is your Lord and Savior? How? How? That explains why you can never, ever being able to demonstrate anything that you say about the God. Never. And you will never, ever will be able to demonstrate that to anybody, that God speaks to you, that God communicates with you, that what you're feeling is a God. Nothing. Now, when people see this presentation, they're going to come to one conclusion if you continue saying these things, that you are just plainly lying because you like to lie to yourself and lying to other people. This is going to have very big consequences, especially in some countries that apparently depend on the belief on a God. The whole thing is a lie. God does not exist, and I'm proving it to you. I could be wrong, right? You can call me. You can tell me, Javier, you're wrong. You missed something very specific. And I'll be like, oh, you know what? I'll take it back. I'll take all my laugh back. Like Jim Carrey. And then I'll be like, oh man, I gotta, fix this. But I'll be happy to receive your call or read your chat telling me, Javier, you're wrong. We have the first caller. Please, caller, wait right there. I'm about to finish this presentation, if you don't mind. 2 minutes. So I'm going to show that image back again because that image looks very familiar, something that represents infinity. I don't understand it myself very well, but one side there's nothing and the other side there's everything, and probably we go to this cycle of everything and nothingness. Not sure. I'm not sure about this image. It could be accurate, maybe not. But just to show you again the other image, that the other AI Gemini represented this information that God does not exist. That's how Gemini looks at it. No instructions. He came up with this infinite sign. So this is a good conversation to bring to the table, to have with you, your family, your church, your pastor, your favorite God influencer that is always telling that he got revelation from God. Now we know he was lying the whole entire time, but he made good money. That's the one that, you find out that God was not real, but I made my millions. Those God influencers that are always saying that God showed them a vision, they were lying. Everything was a lie. Now we have the proof. So that's it for my presentation. Very short, very clear. that's the way it has to be. No going around and obfuscating thing and using all verbal tactics to confuse you like in debates. No, very clear. I just gave you the information. It's right there. I'll put it on the screen again. That's it. God does not exist. So that's my presentation. Let's go to the chats, or sorry, let's get the caller on the line. Hello, hello. Hold on a second. Let me bring the volume up. Ron, how are you?
Doing good. How are you doing, Javier?
Great. I'm doing great. Thank you. Thank you for calling. Did you see or hear the presentation?
I didn't hear all of it, but I saw this point right here. I had wrote it. So everything that exists was created. God was not created. Therefore, God does not exist.
Yes,
And you're saying that this proves that God doesn't exist.
exactly.
So could you get deeper into how that makes sense?
You know, I think it is of most importance that you make it make sense.
So if you want me to have the burden of proof, I feel that this statement is very nonsensical and it has faulty premise. This is already fallacious because if everything exists, are you saying God would have to be included in that everything?
Nope.
So that's why I wanted us to define what that means, because if I don't understand where you're coming from, then I couldn't fully refute it. So what does this mainly mean? Are you saying that like how does this disprove that God does not exist because he's not part of something that was created that exists?
Yeah, if you don't mind, I'm not. I'm telling you, I'm not playing games. Okay? Can you read what's on the screen right now, or what you wrote? Can you read it to me?
I can't see the live right now, but what I put was God does not exist finally proven. The proof everything that it exists was created. God was not created, therefore he does not exist.
Now, what part of that you don't understand or is not clear to you?
It's fallacious because you'd have to say that in order for God to exist, he had to have been created. But we don't believe that something has to have been created at a first point in order for it to exist.
It seems to me that you're missing something here. Everything that exists was created, right or not right?
What do you define as everything? Do you mean material or matter?
Let's not play that game.
Well, I'm asking you, Javier. We're not here playing games. I don't understand what you're saying.
What is everything to you?
Everything is all that is been created or has uh proof and concept. Like for example, I don't think we've ever created math, but we know math exists. Or like a phone, I'm holding a phone and the materials for that phone exist because it was
Mm-hmm.
created. So
Mm,
everything in the sense of everything that was created.
yes, you got it right then. Yes.
But what I'm saying is that that doesn't prove that God does not exist. Your argument would have to prove that existence cannot be pertaining to creation only. Like you'd have to say, okay, if we found something that wasn't created, like say for example, whatever caused the Big Bang theory, that would be something that's not created. You would have to say that that thing does not exist, but it's not possible because it caused our universe. So that causing must have been existing in some form. So your premise is already false.
Let's say that is false.
Then we would have to move to another conversation. If we can't use this to prove that God doesn't exist, then there's a point that possibly God could exist. Or at least if you have another way to prove God doesn't exist.
I feel that the explanation is absolutely accurate, 100%. I still don't understand what part of everything that exists was created. If we don't agree on that, I don't think there's any value in continuing with the next part of the sentence.
That's why I'm asking you, because we're not going to agree. But what I'm telling you is that you would be wrong unless you're saying God has to be something that is created. Now, if you told me, oh, well, God was created, so therefore that's what existence is, then I'd be like, okay, I mean, it doesn't make sense, but I can understand what you're saying. That wouldn't be fallacious. That's what you're saying, right? Like, if God was made, then he would exist, right?
No.
So then what's the alternative? That's what I'm trying to ask you, Javier. This statement is not explaining anything. It's
You
basically
know,
saying that, go ahead.
yeah, everything that exists was created, right or not right, correct or not correct.
That's what I say. I mean, I don't think that everything, I mean, everything in the sense of all physical matter, yes, it would have had to have been created. Because every means all, and then thing means something that is. So yeah, everything that was created exists, and whatever was not created in the sense of things, then it would not exist. But you're assuming God is a thing, which would have to be something
No,
that
but
was
hold
created.
on, hold on. This is why I'm not entertaining too much your question, because I'm just asking you for about the first sentence, and you want to jump into this is not correct and it's fallacious.
What's the
So
first statement? Is it God does not exist finally
yeah,
proven, or?
for the third time, everything that exists was created. And my question for you, if you agree, if that statement is correct or not. Because
I mean,
if you cannot understand that, or you're not
I
clear
already
in your
answered the
mind
question.
in,
Yes, I already answered the question.
so what was the answer? Because I didn't hear it.
I said your statement, everything that was created exists. And if, like, that first part, I mean, yeah, I don't have a problem with that.
So you agree that sentence is correct?
In that instance, everything that exists was created.
So the sentence is correct or not? 5 times.
I say that part is, yeah.
So it is correct, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so the second sentence, God was not created. Is that correct or not?
Yes.
Okay, so what part of those two sentences you don't understand?
I understand it fully.
So therefore, God does not exist. What part of that is not clear to you?
Because your presumption is that in order for existence, it has to have been created.
Yes. And God is
And
not
that
created.
and that would be wrong.
What part of that is wrong? What part
So
of the
here's what
hold on. What part of therefore God does not exist is wrong?
so this is what you're saying. Everything that exists was created. That's correct. And if
Yes.
something wasn't created, it does not exist. That's the thing that I'm trying to tell you. So if there's something that is outside of space and time and matter,
No, 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 no. Why are you talking about that right now? Why you want to get into other discussions about space and time that you have never been outside of space and time and you want to talk about this? What for?
I'm not sure what you're getting at.
Can
You're
you, yes, what I'm trying to get at, can you talk about these three sentences and tell me why it's wrong? Because if you're going to start talking about preaching about something that God is sitting outside time and space, that is your belief. And now we're not talking about something that in my point of view is absolutely accurate.
mm.
We're gonna go down a
So
road that you're gonna tell me, that is inaccurate because God is sitting outside time and space. So you will not be able to come up with this logic because your mind is not capable of, I'm not playing that game. So if you think this is incorrect, Aaron, I agree with you.
Let me. Am I allowed to look something up, or are you gonna keep pinholing me?
No, I'm not trying to pinhole you. I'm trying to get you to focus on what I'm saying on these statements. And if you're going to deviate, don't jump into your belief or preaching and try to stay focused on what I'm talking about here right now. Because, Aaron, respectfully, what I'm trying to avoid is now getting into a debate and getting into this jujitsu, verbal jujitsus and obfuscations and things that I don't like in debates. So I think it's quite clear that everything that exists was created and that God was not created. God was not created. God does not exist.
Okay, so let me ask you something then. Hold on.
Mm-hmm.
So you've heard the and this is just thinking out loud. I want to see how this deals with what you're saying. Do you believe that matter cannot be created nor destroyed?
I don't know.
It's science. This is totally proven. This is not God. This is just science.
Okay.
Can you answer that question?
Matter cannot be destroyed or created.
Yes. Is that a false statement or a true statement?
I do not know myself. I'm going to go with accepting that supposedly scientists are saying that matter cannot be created or destroyed.
Okay, so let me see. If this is true, it says that the law implies that mass cannot be created nor destroyed, right? But it could be rearranged. So that's why some people believe in like infinality. I don't know how I feel about that. But if that case is true scientifically, your entire argument would be proven false, right? Like if something wasn't created but it exists. So like for mass, then would you say that mass doesn't exist?
So therefore, your agreement in the first sentence then is incorrect. That is incorrect. The first sentence. Is that what you're saying?
I would say scientifically there could be a case for that, yeah.
There could be a way for something to exist that was not created.
Yeah.
So then God did not create something that exists.
God did not create something that exists. So you're saying, so what you're saying, you're throwing it back on me and saying, well, you're telling me there's something that could exist eternally that God didn't create, right?
Right, and that is problematic. Do you agree?
I couldn't, no, it depends what you mean. So, like, the concept of laws of physics, laws are eternal because it comes from the essence of God. So it's not created because it is God. So I don't have a problem with that. But I'm just asking you purely secularly, how could you stick with this statement if there's a potential for something that was not created and it still exists? Like you and me exist, but we can't be created nor destroyed in the sense of our mass or its matter or something like that. So
But then,
therefore,
then, but
that
then
would
God,
cause a lot of problems.
but then God didn't create us.
Depends. Yeah, I mean, I would say, yeah, we're created in the flesh.
That is your opinion.
No, it's purely theological. Like if
Yes,
God if God, yes, that's not an
that's your
opinion. This
belief.
is
That's your belief. I don't believe what you believe.
as a matter of fact, I mean, yeah, I know you don't believe what I believe, but as a matter of
Mm.
fact, just because you don't believe it doesn't mean it's can't be proven to
Yes,
be
yeah, yes. So
non-problematic.
yeah, so now we're going into this thing that you putting statements that you can jump like in a one of those in the park, you can jump up and down on one side. I don't know how you call these things, like swings. Yeah,
I mean, Javier, you do the same thing when I talk to you. I could ask you a straight question and you won't answer it. You try to loop around or try to avoid the answer. So
mm,
that's a game we could play all day, or we could remove that game, Javier.
yes, because for like example, you said the flesh, create the flesh. You're introducing into this conversation your beliefs. Why? What for? Why do you want me to engage with this your beliefs and accept your beliefs when I'm
I
presenting you
just
something that sounds like a real fact?
no, and I presented you a fact, and you did not disprove it. You, as a matter of fact, you switched the conversation to something else.
So let's
So
let's
I
let's 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 refocus for a moment, Aaron. So everything that exists was created. You agree? Now you don't agree with that? With that?
I personally said I agree, but I'm bringing up a scientific law that says otherwise, just to see if it's possible that you could disagree with your own statement.
Okay, so let's focus on the first sentence then. Can you bring an example that something that exists that it was not created?
Hmm. I mean, I'm telling you, the laws of science, I would say, were not like that law that mass cannot be created nor destroyed, but arranged. I don't know if that means there's a possibility that there was an original creation point. I
So
personally think that things are created, but apparently science can prove that things are only rearranged. That's why people believe that evolution could happen, because we could evolve and arrange into different species or
so
things.
who is correct? God or the scientist?
No, I mean, I would say both things could be correct. It just depends on what you mean.
What I mean is
I,
that everything that
I
exists was created.
so you would disagree with the scientists. You would agree with God then.
Right? Yes.
Well,
Because if the
welcome to the
scientists,
family of God. What do you mean?
if I agree with the scientists that stuff cannot be created, then for sure God does not exist because he's not a creator then. So which way you want to go with this?
I believe, and I mean, I can answer the question, but if you would allow me, you keep saying I'm trying to divert and you interrupt me.
Now let's stop for a second, Aaron. So far right now, I show you information that for me is definite proof. That's it. You know, but you want to take this apart and look it upside down and try to hit it, break it. Take it apart. Introduce a little bit of your beliefs. Let's find the fault. I'm okay with that. I'm not, against that. But somehow it seems that I have to agree and participate with what you are saying. And if I don't agree in answering questions, therefore this is incorrect. That's what it
No,
sounds to me
yeah.
right now. I apologize if I'm incorrect, but this is what I'm perceiving with this conversation because I present you something that for me is three sentences, very clear. Can you present like in 1, 2, 3 sentences what you say this is wrong? Instead of going like, the scientists say this, it could be the flesh, it could be this or that. We can go
Well,
around
yeah,
going in circles. Go ahead.
well, yeah, yes, I never denied that. Of course, I'm testing what you're saying. What do you want me to do? Just blindly agree with you?
Yeah, I said a few minutes ago that you can test it, but try not to deviate too much. Like, for example, I'm not saying you're doing this, like getting into preaching and stuff like that, because, I'm not going to answer that.
Well, now, Javier, you're not being fair. I'm not
No, no,
preaching.
no.
It's not like
I
I.
know. No, no. Let me repeat that. I say again, I didn't say that you were doing that, but just to give you an example, like when you say something about, yeah, the flesh created, that is your opinion, your belief, and I don't think it goes very well with this discussion. That's what I'm saying. If you want to keep it like very focused and compact and into this topic that we're talking right now, try to avoid giving your personal opinions with your combined with your belief in the God and what you believe because it turns sideways. And we're not talking about the topic, which is everything that exists was created. God was not created. Therefore, God does not exist. Period. There's no long explanations, no long debates, not expressing my beliefs, my opinions. No, that's it. Very clear. Go
That's
ahead.
why I'm trying to. Yeah, I'm trying to actually throw around the idea and see what it means, because it for your premise, and of course, like we could sit here and force each other to say one sentence or two sentences, but that's not fun. We're not trying to think and wrestle with thoughts. You're saying, of course, something simple. Everything that exists was created. God was not created. Therefore, God does not exist. But if
Mhm.
we can't define the terms what that means, then we can't get anywhere. And of course, I'm trying to wiggle around and test your sentence. That's what we all do. That's scientific method. That's everything. You try to test it.
So, okay, so we agree, or let's say that we agree on the first sentence, we agree on the second one. So probably your disagreement is with the third sentence. God does not exist.
I think if you were to add a few words, then I could see. If you said everything that exists was created, God was not created, therefore God does not exist as a thing, then that would be a correct statement, probably.
That's exactly what it says on the screen.
Not at the end. It says God does not exist. It doesn't say God does not exist as a thing. Because you're not disproving that this sentence is not disproving that something that is not a thing could potentially exist. You're just saying everything that exists. Everything. You know the difference between something, nothing, a thing. There's you're talking about a physical inanimate object, or I don't know if you're talking about laws and logic and stuff like that, or laws of science. But in the terms, if you said everything, so all physical things that exist are created, which then I would ask you who created it. I don't know if you could give me an answer for that. But everything that was created exists, and if God was not created, he doesn't exist as a thing, then I would say yeah, because he's not something that would have been created, or he's not a thing.
So how
He would
how
be.
else would not exist if it's not a thing?
I can't answer your question because you keep accusing me of preaching, so the conversation can't go forward.
So knowing that probably you're gonna preach, go ahead.
I don't know what you define as preaching. I'm not like opening my Bible and saying John 3:18 or John 4 or Genesis. Like that's what I would say is preaching. I'm just using logic and you don't like it. Or I'm trying to
So
test your logic and you don't like
no,
it.
so let's thank you for pointing that out, or recognizing that as a possibility, and me not wanting to get into this preaching, but I really want you to break this thing apart. So go ahead, say whatever you want to say.
So the way that this statement would be false is if we could prove that something that is outside of a thing can exist. That's all
Hmm.
that it would have to be proven. If
Yes.
everything, like for example, let me ask you a question.
Okay, hold on,
What
hold on, hold
created
on, hold
everything?
on, hold on. If we can prove that, then maybe God exists, right?
Yes. If
So
we could
when
prove
we
that,
so when we prove it, then we can prove that God exists. For now, no proof, God doesn't exist.
no, that's just that's not the way it would work. Just because you
So
can't prove something doesn't mean it doesn't exist
no, no, no,
necessarily.
no,
Until
no.
you have
So
to prove
no,
you'd
hold
have to
on,
prove it
hold
doesn't
on.
exist.
So does a Jesus, or I don't know. Let me do it with something else. There's an alien that goes through different planets on an intergalactic surfboard. Okay, and he's wearing a wig in his head. Until we cannot prove that that's not real, there's a possibility that it's real, right?
Is there a possibility? I mean, I don't that an
Yes.
alien
So
has a wig.
just say yes, yes, yes. Just say yes. It's a possibility. Just you don't know.
I mean, yeah. I mean,
Yeah,
even
it's
you've said that
possible.
you don't
So
know.
we can do that with anything. There's a possibility that there's some intergalactic two-headed alien that is driving around in an intergalactic ship, taking pictures of different planets. Can you prove that that doesn't exist?
Can I prove that it doesn't exist? The
Yes.
best thing that I could do is prove that I haven't seen it.
So yeah, yeah. Therefore, you cannot prove it. So we can do this with anything, anything. So there's a possibility that these two examples of aliens they could exist.
Well, no, there's certain things that we could prove don't exist. Like I could prove that 1 plus 1 can never be
No, no,
3.
no, 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 no. Can you prove that a two-headed alien driving around intergalactically, taking pictures of planets doesn't exist. Can you prove it?
I cannot prove that it does or
You
doesn't.
cannot prove it, period.
I would be an
So,
agnostic for aliens.
yeah, so we can do the same thing with God. I mean, you cannot prove that God is not, somewhere. No, for now, until you prove it, it doesn't exist. Because everything that exists was created. God was not created. Therefore, God does not exist. I don't know if you saw the
Oh,
picture that the AIs produce. Very interesting pictures. On one picture, if you see it on the screen, on one side of an infinite sign is creation, and the other side is empty. And that was done by ChatGPT, and the other one was done by Gemini, which represents this statement as an infinite sign. So I think that even the AIs are like, wait a second, there's something here.
yeah. So, how do you feel about this statement I just found? It says classical philosophers such as Aristotle and Aquinas argued that there's a difference between a thing, what something is, and its existence, that it is. How do you feel about that?
I don't understand what they mean by that.
So, there can be existence that is not a thing in the ordinary sense. So, the philosophers tried to argue because, mind you, they're trying to figure it out, and I'm also trying to figure it out. I don't know if I understand what that means either. This is
So,
a workshop. Like
so
this, remind you, this is a workshop. I'm trying to figure this out too. I'm not
the
here with fully completed thoughts all the time.
the scientists agree with me then that there could be a two-headed alien driving around in a ship, in a spaceship.
That that's why they don't say that you could prove it false. They just say that you
Mm-hmm.
can't prove it true.
Prove it true or false. I think it means the same thing. If you cannot prove it true, you cannot prove it false.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, like I could prove something's true. I could prove something's false, but there's things that I cannot prove are true or false.
Right, which is the same thing. But Aaron, as for now, I have a conversation with you, and I want to really have you break this thing apart. And so far, I have not heard anything that is telling me that God exists. Taken
No,
from
no,
this
I've already
statement.
before the other person goes, and I'll let you go. I've already proved that there's a way to break your statement. I just haven't fully analyzed it yet. The way to break your statement, and it's very bluntly, is as long as I could prove that something that is not a thing can exist, then your statement would fall and collapse. So that's the only thing that I have to prove. I don't have the
When
answer to that,
when you finally able to do that, call me again.
of course. And I'll let the other person talk. I'm gonna do a bunch of research.
Thank you, Aaron. Appreciate it, man. Thank you for your
I'm
call.
not. I'm not leaving. I'm just
Oh,
gonna
no, no,
stay
no. All
right
right.
here.
Just, yeah, yeah, yeah. Sure, sure, sure. Second caller, go ahead.
Hey, so you said we base our lives on, so you said you need proof that God exists, correct?
No.
Okay, then what are you asking? What is your
Did you see
topic?
the presentation at the beginning of the stream?
Yes.
Can you see the screen right now on the live stream?
Yes, I saw it. If everything that exists was created, God was not created, therefore God does not exist.
Yes. That is my
Okay.
proof that God does not exist.
Okay. What you're failing to understand is by our concept, our brains are contained by time. God is not contained by the laws of physics, including time.
Aaron, if you're listening, someone is getting into preaching or sharing what they opinionate.
Just tell them about Chulam.
Second caller, I'm sorry, Aaron. I never thought you were gonna. Man, sorry, caller. That's a joke. That's a joke from previous live streams, man. Present chulum. Second caller, TTV. What you just said right now, it seems to me that is something that is based on your belief, your opinion. If you want to get into this opinions base, trying to prove this wrong, you're gonna have a difficult time. But just for the sake of the conversation, go ahead.
Well, what are you trying to say? I'm trying to understand.
Yeah,
like,
when you say that God, my mind cannot understand because God is outside space and time, I don't think you understand it either. So that
well, God is
explains
outside.
yeah, so just to
God is
finish,
not contained by the law. Sorry, go ahead.
just to finish, let me lower the music a little bit. Hold on, let me bring the music down. Why is not going down? Hold on a second. Oh, there you go. Yeah, so go ahead and say what you were going to say. Go ahead.
I'm saying that God is not contained by the laws of physics,
Mm-hmm.
which means that time does not matter to him. He sees the past, present, and future all in one.
Right.
He isn't. Yes, so he doesn't. Time does not matter to him. He. Time is different for God than it is for us here on Earth.
Before I ask you something else, I'm going to ask you something first. How do you know this?
It's in the Bible.
So you don't know this. You believe this.
This is a belief, and
Yes.
that's what debate is.
So I'm
Is
giving you
belief.
proof that God does not exist, and you're going to refute it with your beliefs?
Well, you're not proving God doesn't exist. I'm saying he's
Okay.
outside of the realm
All
of
right.
time.
So let's
You're
say that.
taking God and you're putting him into the realm of time, saying, well, if God didn't come from nothing, if God just didn't, God just isn't just existing, which he does because there's no time for him. He's endless, he's infinite, and he's completely different than what we can comprehend here on Earth.
So you're expressing your beliefs taken from what someone else is telling you in a book. And that's how you're
From
going to prove that my proof is not proof.
okay,
Is
so
that correct? Just
prove
to
to me,
understand.
prove to
So
me that
yes, let's go with my proof, okay? So
okay.
everything that exists was created. Is that a correct statement or not?
In our realm, yes. In what we can see, everything that we have here on Earth was created. Yes,
So everything that exists was created. That's a correct statement.
either by humans or by God. Yes,
It is a correct statement.
not everything that exists.
Yeah, so you're saying that this statement is not correct, or you're saying that this statement is correct.
It depends how you look at it. Because if you're talking about um, everything that exists, God is outside of everything that exists that we can see, that we can touch, that we can feel. I can't touch God. I can't feel God, and neither can anyone else here on Earth.
So you don't agree with
But
the statement. You think it's incorrect.
I disagree with the statement on certain premises. Yes.
Okay, so can you tell me something that exists that was not created?
Yeah, God.
So, okay, next statement is God was not created. Thank you.
God was created. God wasn't created. He is infinite. He's
So, yes.
he's
So
been
you
there.
okay, so let's go slow. You agree that the first statement is correct because the second statement is also correct. Correct or not correct?
He's not contained by time. I don't
No.
understand what you're asking.
Correct or not correct?
Not correct.
What part is not correct?
The first so wait, okay. God wasn't created, he's infinite. He's been there forever.
That's
There's
what
no
the
time
statement.
when it comes
Hold on, please. That is what the statement says. So why are you saying that it's not correct? You are
because
saying
he's
what the
infinite.
statement says. God was not created. Hold on a second. Hold on.
No, he's not created. You're right. He's
Hold on,
not
my
created.
friend.
He's
Hold on, my
infinite.
friend. Hold on. I had an interference there for a second. Go ahead.
Okay. So what do you mean? No, he's infinite. He's not contained by the laws of physics. what I believe personally as a Christian, and that
So,
he is.
my friend, we don't have
Okay.
to go through all these explanations. So, do you agree that God was not created? Yes or no?
No,
You don't agree with that statement. So,
God
God
was not
was
created.
created.
No, God was not created. You're right.
So,
He's
that statement
infinite.
is correct.
He's infinite. Yes.
That statement is correct, right? Okay, I think we're not going. Oops. Anybody that wants to call in and tell me, Javier, this is wrong because I know my God and I know that He's real. He revealed Himself to me last night. How is that even possible when God does not exist? So, probably that explains why you're not able to demonstrate any of what you're saying to anybody. That seems to me that your feelings and your imagination play a big part on this, creating this God in your mind. But this is not about you only. This is about some countries that are also depending on their belief in this particular God. And this is causing all kinds of problems, people dying because believing in this God, when I just proved to you that God does not exist. So those religious
Hello.
wars can stop right now. Go ahead, Aaron. Sorry.
It's the proof has been found. You're done, Javier. We have proven God.
All right, I'm ready to listen to it.
I don't fully have that, of course, right now. But what I can ask you is, so I'm gonna ask you a few questions. Are
Sure.
you open to the idea of infinite regress, like that the universe does not have a first cause?
I'm up to the point. Hopefully, I answer your question with this. I have been open to the possibility that there's a God out there. That there's infiniteness out there because of a God is infinite. But at least this God of the Bible, I can prove, and I just prove that it does not exist.
So what I'm saying is that if you believe that there could be a God or an infinite regress, so some scientists say, well, the Big Bang wasn't the original causation. It was like another Big Bang could have happened or another one, and for infinity. So if
Mhm.
infinity is possible, then that means that it is possible that infinite regression shows that there is a line of infinite created things, and it's almost like it was never created in the first place. It just keeps going and going and going.
Yes,
So
like
how
the
do you feel about that?
image. Yeah, that's one of the image that Gemini created. I have it on the screen right
Yeah,
now.
yeah, I can't see anything.
Yeah, Gemini, I presented this information about God does not exist in these statements, and that is what it produced, an infinite sign showing universes in between the two infinite signs, which I find very interesting. I didn't give any instructions to do that. And ChatGPT, probably a little bit influenced by my questions, it created also an infinite sign with one side has creation and the other side is empty.
Yeah. So do you think? Okay. So do you think that logic was part of creation? Do you think logic is a thing, like the laws of physics or uh, gravity or like you know like mathematics? Do you think that that's created?
The way I understand it in my mind, yes.
So when was it created?
I have no idea.
So, but how would it be created? I guess to ask you how, like, how can um how can that reality be created?
The reality of what specifically?
Like laws. I'm not talking about like you drop an apple or you look at a glass of water. I'm talking about the laws that are within that.
Gravity?
Let's say gravity or something like um a formula, a math formula, or something like that.
2 plus 2.
2 plus 2, or pi, like the concept of pi, or something like that.
Yep, it
Were
seems
these
to
things
me that,
created?
yeah, to answer your question, it seems to me that is the possibility, a great possibility that it was created by us. Yes.
Wait a minute. How did we create that?
Just by coming up and
Yeah,
getting two rocks,
yeah.
and adding stuff.
Hey, all right, I gotta get going. Sorry.
All right. Thank you, Aaron. That's two. Who else wants to call in and break this apart? Because it seems now that we have proof that God does not exist. Call your favorite debater. I'm not going to get into a debate. Not interested. Debates are dying. Nobody is interested in debates. And now they're going to be way less interest now that we have proof that the God of the Bible does not exist. Wesley Curry, hello. Welcome to the live stream. So let's focus for now. We don't have any callers, so let's focus on the chat. Just as a reminder, if you want to ask me a question and you want to make sure that I don't miss your question, try to put my username on your question or message. So let's go back a little bit. Let's pick it up where JRK1, like, share, and sub. Change has to start somewhere. Thank you, Jay, for stopping by. Thank you for being here, and thank you for your comments. Appreciate it. Alien Cowboy Farmer, I have proved that Taco Bell exists, but I refuse to release it. Man, selfish. David Martinez, there has never been a war in the name of atheism. Garius Maximus, no one ever started a war because their atheism told them to. So apparently we have proof now that God does not exist. So any other callers that want to call in and try to break this apart, please, by all means, do it. Call in, break it apart. Maybe I'm wrong, but this clearly explains and proves that God does not exist. Probably now that has been proven finally, those countries that are having wars because of religious beliefs, no more wars based on religious beliefs. We have a caller, Jagannath. Welcome.
Thank you so much.
How you doing?
Doing well. How are you?
Good, 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 good. Did you watch the presentation or know what the topic is of this live stream?
Yes, I've read over the topic. I think
Okay.
I agree with you actually, because the premise, as you put it, is that everything that exists is created and God was not created, therefore God does not exist. And I agree.
Very simple, right?
Right.
Are you a believer or not?
I don't believe in religion. I don't follow religion. Religion is the particulars of human thought. It's substantiated. Religion was likely at some point or another created by some great emperor in ancient history who wanted to rule over the people better. That's the classical psychological take. It's religion is a method of control, and it's a method to control people's behaviors before organized government comes about, or democracy in ancient Greece, or anything in the way of that.
You know, Jagannath. Am I saying it correctly?
Yes.
Jagannath. I don't know. I don't know if you have been on this live stream before, but I'm presenting this information that it will be recommendable for us human beings, humanity, in order to solve our problems as humanity, to understand more about ourselves, because it seems to me that this information about this God, the way it operates in a way that is very emotional, is an external representation of us, because it just happens that the way we operate as a human being is that we take data, we take information in the form of thoughts, we take this information, we evaluate it, and if we find value, we'll feel something in our system, we create some kind of energy, and that energy, that feeling, make us take action. So that's how we end up believing in God, by using this process, or people that are aware of this process take advantage of people that don't know how they operate as human beings. If do you understand more or less what I say? Did I explain myself more or less?
Absolutely, I agree. In a way, it's kind of like what you said is following up on what I said, where like religion and whatever god is worshipped in that particular pantheon or nation then becomes an object by which the people are mass controlled. Um, for example, in like ancient Greece, they would worship Zeus, but they never found evidence that Zeus is actually or ever was present in ancient
Yes.
Greece. So
Yes.
all they ever constructed was idols, and then they would draw people to the temple to worship their particular gods. And it's the same story with each and every civilization that arises. You know, um, I guess I don't have a clear example, but I do agree with what you're saying.
Yes, I think that I was thinking that by us understanding more about ourselves and how we operate, people will start forgetting about this God of the Bible. But now that we have the proof, it's going to be a way faster process, because this information is going out there. People are going to hopefully share this video. People are going to listen. And everybody that believes in this particular God, they're going to finally understand that the God does not exist. And I look forward for these countries that right now are fighting, partially based of because of religious beliefs. At least that part will stop once they understand that this is proof that their God is not real, it does not exist. And like you say, this information of God, it was used to manipulate people, but the information itself was taken from humanity and put it on something else. If we understand how we operate as human beings and bring that information back to us, we're going to take control of our lives, our countries, our humanity. The gods are not saving us, so we have to save ourselves.
I completely agree. Um, I think in my studies, I've come across something called self inquiry, which is the exact process you're describing. And it really breaks down a lot of those, I guess, what you could call like, you know, dogmatic beliefs that we can find in society and that are sometimes like programmed into us based on who we interact with. So I think self inquiry, as you're describing it, is such an important process to becoming more conscientious and to becoming a better person overall. And I really do see that in you. I'm glad you're on YouTube presenting these arguments. And I completely agree that so many wars have been fought in the name of a certain religion or a particular god. And in the end, those wars ultimately fail and more people suffer. So I think in my self inquiry, what I search for is an answer to that suffering. And I think we all, each and every one of us, all throughout the world, can make a difference when we begin that process of self inquiry, as you described, and we can begin to care for others in a more compassionate way without the need
Absolutely.
for a God.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I have to agree with you. I think that part of that understanding about our humanity is understanding again, understanding more about this energy that goes through us that I call feel, FEEL, because of a lack of a better word. But it's this is how I see and understand that we take something invisible like a thought and we bring it to reality by action through the power of feeling. And this is so powerful that we are designed or programmed or put in a way together that we recognize by a process of evaluation, recognize opportunities of getting this energy feel good. And in the case of God, of the Bible, I call this a emotional polarity. When you present a loving God, you present something that is good, which should make people move in a certain direction in order to follow pleasure, feel good, the God feel goods. But if the person doesn't move in the direction that you want them to move to buy your product or whatever, if they don't do it by pull, by the positive energy, by the pleasure, you can use the devil, the hell, the punishment in order to push the person emotionally in order to go to the direction that you want them to go. So in my point of view, the way I understand things, a lot of people that are selling salvation and selling God, they know this information and they take advantage of it. And also politicians, entertainment people take advantage of people that are not understanding how they operate as human beings. So I agree with you. This I think you said discovery or self inquiry. Absolutely.
Self-inquiry, yes.
Yes, I think it's very powerful that we go inside and understand more about ourselves. Stop focusing on the gods, on the invisible gods, and focus on ourselves. I think that probably you're right in that sense that it was done to manipulate us. They want to take they wanted, whoever they were, wanted to focus not on ourselves, but focus outside of ourselves into invisible gods. So what I'm trying to, share with people is, hey, I think the solutions are inside, not outward.
I completely agree. I think in that self-inquiry process, there's also a level of self-realization too. And I think personal change is possible when we break away from the dogmatic beliefs that were sometimes or can be ingrained in us. And it's everywhere these days. You can look at a magazine, you can look to a famous politician or a celebrity, like you said, and they all have their own agenda. They all
Yes.
are trying to sort of like make you believe this or that or one thing or another for their own personal gain. And it's I think it's challenging when that happens to disadvantage people too. It's challenging, and it's I think at a certain point I could almost call it suffering for some people. Like it's easy to see the suffering in all of it. So I think in my inquiry, I'm like, why would there be a God that would permit suffering? And that completely dispels the notion that God is even there in the first place to deal with suffering, because no solution is offered or given.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So if there's a problem of suffering, then there's also the problem that God, if he ever were real, which he is not, would permit suffering. So clearly, I think there's if there's a problem, then there's the problem of suffering, and that's a problem that maybe like everyone faces. Um, and I
Now we
think
can go ahead. Go
that's
ahead.
really where the process of self-inquiry begins, because that's it's a societal thing, the problem of suffering is, but it's also a personal thing as well. And I
Uh,
don't think looking to gods or religion or anything like that is even beginning to solve the problem of suffering. I think it would take such a huge transformation in personal consciousness and through personal relationships and through time spent with loved ones and really cherishing that, and really just, I think gratitude is so important too, gratitude and compassion. So I think breaking it down, um, in the words of Marcus Aurelius, virtue is most noble, as he put it in his book Meditations. Um, Virtues are really what cultivate a better society. When each and every person begins that process of self-inquiry and breaks away from dogmatic beliefs and old religions that do nothing and do no good and bring about war and famine and poverty.
that explains why the Bible and some of these books, religious books, don't want you to focus on yourself, but focus on the book, focus on the God, focus on the prophet. Also, that this realization that God does not exist explains why probably when people ask, like why God lets suffering happen, probably now we know why, because God does not exist. And also, in my live streams, I say over and over and over again that believing in God has nothing to do with believing in God. This is about people's feelings.
I really like what you said, by the way, about feelings, because it draws from some literature that Carl Jung wrote, where feelings are the base imprints in our mind. And feelings are dating back to the earliest stages of the mind in human development and human history. Feelings really become survival dependent, and feelings then evolve into religion and all of these structural things. So feelings can definitely get misdirected and pull people in the wrong way, or pull people in a wrong direction, like you were
Mm-hmm.
saying about how, feelings can cause us to become engrossed in worship of a particular god, or in service to that, this or that, or this politician's whims, or this person's agenda. Feelings and energy can really pull us in the wrong direction sometimes. And still, again, I think that's why self inquiry is so important. And by the way, you mentioned the Bible. I would say the Bible is like clearly written by man. The Dead Sea Scrolls were penned by man. That's the majority of the Old Testament. Um, as far as
Yeah.
people who worship Jesus, I had a pretty clear realization early on that glorifying the sacrifice of a man is exactly all that is. When people speak of Jesus' blood, his crucifixion, it's the glorification of those same dogmatic ideals that we should stray from. And it's horrifying and saddening, actually, when people worship Jesus in that way for his sacrifice. It's like that's that it deals with the deeper psychology of how, you know tribes work, where tribes are, in time, I guess I can break it down like this. In times past, tribes were not willing to sacrifice one of their own to save the rest of the tribe. Tribes would band together. So
Mm-hmm.
the thought then progresses to a feeling, and the feeling is that, feelings take control, and then it becomes acceptable to do things that were formerly not acceptable, and that don't take in the full value of tribal relationships, which is just early psychological development.
I don't know if you were on the yesterday's live stream, but I was talking exactly about that subject about feelings. I think the title for yesterday's live stream was "God has nothing to do with feelings," right? That was the title, and I explained in there how supposedly God has nothing to do with feelings, which is usually what believers tell me and the things that they say. But at the end, everything that they describe feeling about the God, it only points to one thing about feeling good. So, in my point of view, believing in God has nothing to do with believing in God. It has everything to do with looking for desperate ways to make yourself feel good about something that is making you feel bad. For example, not knowing what happens when we die because you don't have an explanation and that gives you anxiety. Now that you have this belief that there's a loving God that is waiting for us, that is going to hug us and kiss us and give us eternal life and we live happily ever after, it makes people feel good right now. And that is the reason they believe, not because of a God, but because of a feeling that they're getting.
I think you're right again. Like feeling in general is geared towards reward. Like when tribes in past times in ancient history really would go hunting, there was that reward factor of survival, and that's embedded in the psyche. So when it comes to like feelings in general, or just feeling, the feeling of wanting to worship a particular god or this or that, or even like wanting to read scripture, that's all irrelevant. um it does nothing for anyone really. But to clarify what I'm saying, um
It's just a feel good.
right,
Apparently,
it's a feel good thing, I think. And I can speak for myself. I want certain things in life. I want pleasure, obviously. So that in that tribal survival mechanism, there's the reward of experiencing pleasure, and then the want for experiencing more pleasure. So it's however deeply embedded in the psyche that is what I'm saying. It's still there. It's that chase after that high, the pleasure, and the continual pleasure seeking behavior. And when people begin to encounter negative feelings, or in ancient history, when tribes would be defeated by other warring tribes, there was that sense of defeat or fear or failure. And that's also embedded in the psyche.
You mentioned something about the feel good, not being something that necessarily means something good. The way I defined it, I forgot to mention something about that. I call it finding sources of feel good. Finding a source of feel good doesn't mean that the source is good for the person. So that, in my point of view, happens with these different gods that we have currently available right now. That someone finds one of these gods and the god feels good. That doesn't mean that the god or that source or whatever you grab, like a book or something like the Bible or the Quran, that doesn't mean that it's going to be good for you, for your family, for your country, or for humanity, just because it feels good.
I completely agree.
It's like what you were saying, but I put this title of finding sources of feel good. Hey, Redeem, welcome to Discord, to the live stream. It's another caller on the Discord.
Hey
Okay,
guys,
if that's
thanks for
if
thanks for
there's
having.
another caller, I'll go ahead and
Thank
I'll
you,
hop off here.
Jagannath. Thank you very much for your call, man. Appreciate it. Very nice inputs.
Thank you.
Thank you. Hey, Redeem, what's going on, man?
Hi there, Clearwaters. Hey, everybody in the channel. I've never really called into a channel before, so not quite sure what to say.
Redeem, you know, I said at the beginning that for anybody that was really dependent emotionally on their belief on God, probably to skip this live stream, because I know that this is going to strike a chord in everybody that is going to listen to this live stream. Because for me,
Oh.
and I admit that I could be wrong, this is absolute proof that God does not exist.
Well, see, here's the thing. I didn't see your channel, Clearwater. I mean, I got an alert and I brought it up and I just said, oh, I'll check Clearwater's channel. So then I went over and checked Clearwater's channel and saw that you were on. So I said, hey, I'll drop in on Clearwater and see how he's doing. So I just came in to see how you're doing. Came to tell everybody watching, you know, like and subscribe to Clearwater, please. Pray for Clearwater. You know, we should be praying for people. So I actually called to ask you a question.
Sure.
Do you have any remedies for poison ivy? Because you had that remedy for a sunburn yesterday. It worked great. The remedy that you had for a sunburn. I was wondering if you have any
the white vinegar.
Well, yeah, the white vinegar worked great.
Yeah, I know it works. Poison ivy now. What's going on?
Well, it's working. You know, you got a little bit of garden and stuff to take care of, so and fence and whatnot. So you know,
Man,
it happens.
Yeah, for whatever, if it's burning, the two things that I use in skin is either white vinegar or aloe vera. Aloe vera for burning, it works also wonders, like you said yesterday.
Yeah, aloe vera is great. The show
Yes.
today.
So your sunburns are better now? It doesn't burn that much?
Nah, it's burns. Well, the sunburn's not bad. It's the poison ivy that really gets you.
Man, never had that on my skin, but I understand that it burns a lot. You're breaking up a lot.
Man, I've had poison ivy. I've had poison ivy a lot. But yeah, what's the show about today? What's going on?
Man, I really thought, because you always call and you tell me, Javier, you have something on the screen or whatever, but I don't know if you're going to be interested in this topic, really.
Oh, well, I mean, you know, I mean, that's like saying I'm not an interesting guy. Are you like that? That's not an insult, is it, Clearwater? I mean, I know that I know that. Well, never mind. I know you wouldn't do that.
You know, but the topic of tonight's live stream is God does not exist, finally proven.
Uh-oh. What happened?
Apparently we got confirmation.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, that's why I was saying that when we started talking that probably this was not the live stream, that you want to be listening to.
Do you want me to take off? I can go.
Not at all. Not because of me. No, just because of you. Because I always welcome your calls.
Well, that's nice to hear. I always
Yes.
enjoyed it. I always enjoy calling.
Of course. I always enjoy your calls, but I know that you're a believer in this topic of what we're talking right now. Is tough. It's really tough.
Well, yeah, but I'm open-minded. I can listen. You know me.
Yeah. Hey, hold on a second. Redeem. We have a customer support YouTube on the live stream. Really?
Oh.
Oh man. Oh, her say
Let me
98.
get in there and talk to them. What are they saying?
No. Someone with a fake username. Her say 98 TXTAP. Welcome to the live stream. Dominic. There's a bunch of people that just joined the live stream.
Guys, if you just join the live stream, like and subscribe. Let's go. I mean, there's no reason not to. It's free. Come on, guys. It's free on the vertical and the horizontal. Let's get the likes up. Let's get the subscribes up. Clearwaters is a good guy. We should be praying for him. If you like and subscribe, even if you don't agree with him, even if you are a believer, if you like and subscribe, he will pop up more and you'll have more of an opportunity to pray for him. And that's what we should be doing.
Appreciate it. Man, you gotta take care of that poison ivy, man.
No, I'm good. I'm chilling. You just kind of deal with it.
It burns a lot, right?
I mean, not really. It's just a little itchy.
Yeah.
But you get over it. It only lasts a couple days. I was choring, There was this in my garden. I have a garden, bunch of plants and whatnot. Tomatoes, jalapenos, or as we say up here, jalapenos. And I was making some more room for next year. So when next year comes along, I'm going to extend it and make the garden bigger. So there was some trees in the garden. So I was over there chopping them down. But it was all it was like a woody area. And there was ivy and stuff and other plants. So I was chopping the little tree down. It wasn't big, it was just bushy. But I was getting rid of it to make room for the garden for next year.
Cool. Awesome. And I cannot have plants, man. I let them all die. It's not that I do it on purpose. I don't know what happens. But that's awesome that you have some garden and you know how to take care of plants. That's always good. All right, man.
Okay,
Redeem. You were gonna say something?
Oh, yeah, I was gonna start interacting with your chat.
Yeah,
got 10 people on here, but only 2 likes. Come on, guys, let's go.
Yep. All right, let me answer some of these messages from.
All right, I'll just hang by. You go ahead and answer it. You go ahead and take over. It's your show. Go ahead.
Appreciate it, man. Appreciate it, Redeem. Thank you for calling. Hersey 98 Clearwaters. You think you're going to put up videos like this, and we are not going to come in and refute it? Hersey 98, please break it, take it apart, and tell me why this is wrong. Please. That is the reason I'm putting this on the live stream, Some people can call in and tell me, you're wrong because of this and that. Already 3 callers, and apparently they haven't not being able to break it. So if you think this is not accurate, you're more than welcome to call in and tell me, Javier, this is wrong because of this and that. And I'll be like, man, okay, I thought not. But so far right now,
Wait.
Yes, go ahead, Redeem.
I mean, I didn't even try. I just talked about poison ivy and sunburns and gardens and stuff. I mean, you didn't even give me a shot, and you're lumping me in and saying that I couldn't crack it. I mean, I'm looking at the screen now. I mean, we can talk about it now.
Yeah, go ahead. I didn't know you wanted to ask me a question about it.
So it says the proof: everything that exists was created.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So what was everything created by?
You can continue reading the second sentence.
God was not created. Okay. God was not created, but I'm still wondering where everything that exists was created at. I'm still confused on that part. I mean, I'm just a poor farmer, and I'm just reading it one sentence at a time. It says everything that exists was created. What was it created by?
Okay, everything that exists was created. Do you agree with that?
Yes.
Okay, and you also agree that God was not created?
God was not created. Correct. Yes, God was not created.
Yeah, so therefore God does not exist.
Okay. So what do you mean by exists?
Do you want the definition of the word exist?
Yeah. Does a memory exist?
Everything that exists. Just not to go through a list and try to test which one exists and doesn't exist or whatever. Can you mention something that was created that doesn't exist, or something that exists that was not created?
Well, I can think of something created, but can you prove that it exists? Can you prove that a memory exists? Can you prove that a thought exists?
No.
So when I look it up, it says to exist is to have the actual reality or being. It means something is real, present, or occurring in the physical world or in thought.
Right.
So, I mean, a big part of this is physical world. A big part of this is present, right? Time and space. So a
Mhm.
big part of existing, it seems, has to do with time and space. Like the definition that you're using for existing has to do with time and space. But then you're trying to, I think, intermix it with more conceptual ideas like thoughts and memories and feelings and stuff like that, and say that all of those things exist too, and all of those things were created, but that those things are all a lot more conceptual. They really don't have a physical thing to them.
So
So
yeah, so basically, okay, so thoughts, right? We cannot see them, right? So we can conclude that thoughts God did not create. We have things in us that God did not create.
we have free will.
And God did not create that.
We have free will, yeah.
No, but you mentioned thoughts and you mentioned memory. God did not create your
Right.
memory. Yeah, so God created everything.
I mean,
Otherwise, he would
my
not be called
memory
the
is
creator.
stored. My memory is part of me, and God made me, right? So my memories came about because of, the vessel that I'm in, and that, God made it. So in a sense, yeah, God did.
Hmm. Yeah, so everything that we experience in this life, everything that we can see, everything that we can touch, whatever, everything is made by God. Otherwise, he would not be the creator, right?
time and space are created by God. Yes.
Hmm.
In
So
the beginning,
everything,
that's when God created time, right?
yeah. So
In the
everything that
beginning,
exists was created.
right? But God is outside of his existence,
Right. That's
right?
why it says God was not
God
created.
isn't part of God isn't God is spirit. Like God exists outside of the physical world.
So God was not created.
Right. God is not created. God's always been. God is what's eternal. And then God created the time and space that we live in. So God exists outside of time. God exists outside of space.
So everything that exists was created.
Everything that exists in time and space was created. Yes.
Yes. So God was not created.
God was not created in time and space. No. God created time and space.
So therefore, God does not exist.
God does not exist. Right. Okay. God exists in heaven, right? Outside of time and space.
So if
And
God
sometimes
exists,
and well, hold on. God exists outside of time and space. God exists outside of time and space, and God also has, entered time and space. He comes into time and space. He came in as Jesus, and he comes in as the Holy Spirit.
yeah, but you are telling something contrary because you're saying that God exists. So everything that exists was created. So if we go by your definition, then God was created because He
I,
exists.
I'm saying everything that exists in time and space was
Mhm.
created. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, so God exists outside space and time.
Correct.
So everything that exists was created. Everything that exists. It doesn't matter if it's inside time or outside time.
It does. It does matter.
Everything that exists was created. But God was not created. Therefore, God does not exist.
Right. I understand what you're saying, but what I'm saying is everything that exists within time and space was created.
And
God,
that thing that exists
and God
outside a
created time and
space,
space.
yeah, and that
That
that that
like
ex
you're the,
hold
the
on.
the thing up at the thing up top where it says the proof, it really should say like the hypothesis, right? It shouldn't say the proof, it should say the hypothesis. That's the correct term for it, right? For
Mm,
what you have written there, like that's not proof. That's a hypothesis.
why would I
Just
change the proof to hypothesis?
because that what you have written there isn't proof.
It is proof.
No, it's not. It's a hypothesis. You
It
would
is
still need
proof.
to now, provide evidence for that. You need to provide evidence that
How
everything was
how
created.
how I'm going to prove something that doesn't exist that it doesn't exist? It's like the previous caller.
So you have a thing here that's saying this is proof, but
No,
this is
no.
just
It
a
says
claim.
is
You're
this
claiming
hold
that
on, hold on,
everything,
hold on. It doesn't say it says the proof.
that proof.
The proof.
Yes.
Hello.
Hey Aaron.
Yeah, sorry, I had to. Am I interrupting? I don't want to interrupt you,
No,
Ramon.
Aaron, go ahead. Go ahead. We were just going to go over it for the fourth or fifth time. Go ahead.
Okay, so clear. Which one, Javier? So the best thing that I could find is that for your statement. So as long as something could be proven that is, uh, like uncreated, that is not considered a thing, then that would basically break the statements back. So we were going on the concept of like logic, like math and everything, and you said it was created. If math is something that is created, and I looked it up, let's say not like the formula itself, like 1 + 1 = 2, that could be something realized to explain the truth. But
Hmm.
truth is not something that is created. It's something that's a realization or it's a proof, not a truth. So it's objective. If something was created, such as a truth, like mathematics or quantum or something like that, let's say that it was created as you stated, then everything could be arbitrary and subjective, meaning that even our statement, everything exists. Therefore, if God isn't created, he doesn't exist, could not even be proven true in itself. So you'd have to say that if you think those concepts are created, then nothing itself can ever be proven objective. And if it is possible that it's uncreated, but it is a truth, then you'd have to say it's possible that something outside of being created can exist.
I have two questions for you.
Yeah.
One is that when I noticed that you use the word truth, okay?
Yes.
Yeah, and I don't know what you call truth because truth could mean something else for two people. That's one. And the other one, this is the proof that God does not exist. So you're basically asking me, or this is what I understand, probably I understand incorrectly. They want proof that God does not exist.
No, it's saying that your statement is faulty in itself. That because your proof for why God doesn't exist is because you're saying everything that is created exists. If God wasn't created, then he doesn't exist. But what I'm trying to tell you is the statement is faulty because not everything that is created exists. It could exist outside of being created.
That's not what it says. It says everything that exists was created.
Which is a false statement, unless you could prove otherwise.
Okay, can you give me an example of something that exists that was not created?
I just told you the concept of like mathematics or reality, objective truths. Those are not created. Those are not something that necessarily exists like a physical object. It's just an explanation for something that is a reality that is objective.
So we can find
Those,
things in life that were not created.
yes, we could use creative ways to explain it, like how you were saying, like uh, mathematics is a created way to explain something that's an objective truth. So, like 1 + 1 = 2. Even
Mhm.
if you said it in Spanish or said it in another language, or you use different symbols, like you coughed once and coughed once, and then you coughed twice, it doesn't matter. It still is a objective reality that's outside of creation. Because I looked it up and it said it would be conceptually odd and strange if these realities were created. Because if they're created, then they're arbitrary, meaning that it's subjective, and it's subjective, meaning that none of this could ever be believed. Reality itself and like your statement couldn't basically be proven correct either, because it would just be subjective. Everything would be subjective. There's no ground in truth. That's what I'm trying to say.
So if you add 1 + 1 in Spanish, it will be the same as in English, the same result.
Yeah, English, Spanish, alien
So
language, whatever.
if I cough in English, it will be the same if I cough in Spanish. That's a
No, I meant
universal.
like if you use, I meant the coughing as in you could use whatever type of language to explain. If I was like beeping my eyes once to equal one and beeping it once to equal another one, and then you do two beeps to equal 1 + 1 = 2, doesn't matter what you use, it's still true. Like even the scientist Neil deGrasse Tyson, they had said,
Pause.
how would you communicate with aliens? And he said, I would communicate through the laws of gravity, the laws of physics, because those things cannot change. So that's a universal law.
So
That's objective.
let me see if I understand correctly. You're saying that math or what's behind math, this understanding of math, have always existed.
Yes.
It's a universal truth.
Yes.
So God, if God is real, he did not create this.
I have a question.
Yes. Before you go,
When did
Redeem,
math? When did math begin to exist?
Hold on, because I just want to
yeah,
understand this correctly. So God did not
one
create
second, and
this.
then yeah. No, because I was telling you earlier, but you had told me I was preaching. Math is not something that's created. It's actually part of God's eternal nature because God is truth and He is
No, no,
reality.
hold on, hold
So
on, hold on,
it
hold
comes
on.
from Him.
So the math or the concept of math is just is. It's not created.
Yes.
So
Yes, it just
there
is.
are things that were not created by God that we use in this reality.
Yeah, God did not create that. It is of Him. It's
So
of His
what
essence. That's how we have objective truth. It's His nature.
so if he's eternal, this concept of math came parallel at the same time with him.
No, it's not parallel. Math is,
No.
it's going to sound weird, but math, it is God because it's of Him. I believe in divine simplicity. So all of God's essence is Him. So like, why is morality true? Like, why is it objectively evil for me to go stab somebody and murder them? Because the morality is grounded in God's nature, which is objective. That's not competing with God. God's not parts. It is
So
of God.
so good, the word good or goodness, it is God, right? It's a universal truth.
Yeah, the same way God is love in the scriptures, God is good. Yes.
Yeah,
God
but
is logic. God is truth. Yes.
Aaron, but do you understand that this is your opinion and your belief?
No,
No,
absolutely
no,
not. This is
I'm
not
gonna prove it to
opinion.
you. I'm gonna prove it to you right now, if you allow me.
Well, before you go, the concept of me believing it comes from God, you could call that an opinion. But the concept of math being something that has to be objectively true in order for it to exist, and therefore it's uncreated because it's objectively true, there's no point of conception, then you can't prove that as a fact, an opinion. It is a fact. So no, that's not my opinion. That's true.
But
And I would like to hear you
Pretty sure
disprove
math
it.
is created.
yes, so
Pretty sure
I'm
math
No,
gonna
is
no,
I'm
created.
gonna I'm gonna
no.
prove to
Math
you.
is not, before you go to talk to redeem. No, math as a concept was created, but what it is explaining is not created.
I think it is.
What?
No, it's not created.
I think it was created in the
That was
very
said
first
by Redeem,
sentence of the
Aaron.
Bible
Hold on, Redeem. Hold
when
on,
God
please.
said,
Hold on. Aaron, are you aware that this correction is being done by a believer, not me?
No, I know I'm talking to him, and he's respectfully, with all love, he's incorrect because I just made the statement that it in itself it's of God's essence. Because then that truth is subjective. Then math, you would have to say subjective. It's not objective.
"Sure, I hear you, brother," and I mean I'm not mad at you. I'll look at that, and I'll definitely research more on that. The only thing I wanted to say was that you know, in the beginning, that's when God created time, right? In the
Yes.
beginning, God created the heavens. That's when God created space. And in the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth, and that's when God created matter. So, from the way that I look at it, time, space, and matter all got created in the first sentence of the Bible. And at that moment, when all of those things happen, physics and electromagnetism and gravity and all of those things were defined. Because before that moment, it was just God, and and those things weren't created. Time, space, matter, those things weren't created until God said, I'm going to create these things. So that's just my opinion, and I love you as a brother, and I'll definitely look into your side of it because it's
Of
important
course.
for brothers to iron sharpen iron.
Yeah, and the best way I could answer that, because I have to leave again, I'm sorry, Javier, but the best way I could answer it is temporally, yes. So in the temporal sense, yeah, the space and time was created, of course. But God did not shift or change. God cannot change. He has from all of eternity always had the idea of you and me eternally, but we just came out in the flesh later. So
Amen.
time has always existed in the sense of God's mind and his intellect, but it did not come out temporally until later, if that makes sense. So yeah, I get what you're saying. I agree with what you're saying. But try
Definitely.
to chew on that for a second, Javier. If you could disprove that, then I could see if I could come back.
Yes, yes. Go ahead. Redeem, if you don't mind. I'm gonna leave on the video why his information that he's providing is incorrect, because whoever is behind this, whatever he's saying, the concept of math, it comes from Chulum, not from the God of the Bible. So, Aaron, if you don't know what I'm talking about, who Chulum is the creator of the universe. Creator of the universe. This is one God that had to take out every time someone shared their beliefs in a conversation when we're talking about something that is not supposed to be a belief. It's a serious conversation about a fact, a proof that in this case, God does not exist. So if you think that the concept of math is eternal, it comes from God, that is your belief because you have no way of proving that. If you think that the concept of goodness, good, is comes from God, is eternal, that is your belief, and you have no way of demonstrating that. I could also say that this goodness comes from Chulum and not from the God of the Bibles. How we can find out who is correct. So for now, everything that exists was created. God was not created. Therefore, God does not exist. So probably there's a good explanation for this, and I'm willing to hear it. But for now, for me, this is absolute and irrefutable proof that God does not exist. And I'm open to hear what you have to say to correct me about this proof. So, reading messages from the live stream. Hersey 98, God is a spirit. God is a spirit, not a physical being. His Jesus Son, Christ exists. God is the creator. He's everything, everywhere, he's everywhere all the time. What college degree do you possess, Clear Waters? Hersey, I just provided proof that God does not exist. What is my degrees? My degrees comes from the street. So we have proof that God does not exist. Hey, Redeem. Apparently
We
you
have
were
proof that everything that begins to exist was created. You know, the universe began to exist. Our thoughts, our experiences, ourselves, the headphones that we have on, the microphone that we have in front of us, the little glasses on our face, our blue polo shirt, all of that has a beginning, right? A time began where we went and asked somebody to say, hey, cut my hair so that it's kind of flat a little bit on top and kind of, really short around the ears. And all of that stuff was created and has a beginning, right?
okay.
So when did God begin? Right? Because you're saying here God was not created, but in this premise that you have here, you're assuming that everything that exists must have had a beginning, but that that's not true with God. If you're going with the God of the Bible, which it looks like you are, because you're saying that everything that exists was created, and you're going with that premise, and you're going with the premise that God exists there, but all of those things have a beginning. So you have to tell me when the beginning of God was.
So God was not created.
So I get that, but when did he have when was his beginning?
Of God?
Right. Yeah. When was the beginning of God?
So what I'm saying is that God does not exist, so how he could have a beginning?
Well, no, you're saying God was not created.
Yes.
Right. But everything that exists was created, right? So if let's go backwards. Let's start at the bottom, right? Let's start at the bottom. God does not exist. Therefore, God was not created. Everything that exists was created. Explain to me how everything that exists got there then.
So why we don't read it like the way it's supposed to be read?
Okay, fine. Let's say that let's say that somebody agrees with your premise. They say, "Okay, cool, I agree with your premise." Yep, okay, first sentence checks out. Everything seems good there. Don't have to think about beginnings, but everything seems good here. Okay, then the second one, yeah, I'll go with that. I'll just, I won't ask any questions. God was not created, therefore, okay, yeah. But wait, one quick question. How did everything that exists, how did that get created?
Probably has ever been, and it had never been created.
But that negates itself because that statement is everything that exists was created. So that negates itself.
Everything that exists was created.
And then you said, but it's always been there. So was it created or was it always been there?
No, everything that exists was created, right? Or no?
You tell me. You're the one with the YouTube channel.
Everything that exists was created. God was not created. Therefore, God does not exist.
Cool. How did everything that exists get created?
I'm saying this statement based in the belief that God created everything.
Okay. But you also said God does not exist. So now you're contradicting yourself again.
Interesting. Keep going.
So everything that exists was created. God was not created. God does not exist. Let's say that somebody agrees with you, right? Let's pretend they agree with you for a second. Now you need to answer to them, hey, this first sentence, everything that exists was created. How did that happen?
If there is a God, he created everything because he's the creator.
Amen, brother. Praise God. We got him. Clearwaters is a believer, y'all. Come on, let's all pray. Thank you, Lord, for this moment that you've come down and blessed us with Clearwaters, proclaiming your name and proclaiming that you are the true creator of the universe. In Jesus' holy name, we thank you and pray. Amen. Well, Javier, I'm going to get going. I'm glad that you've proclaimed God created it all and that we've cleared that up.
Sounds good.
Have a good night, buddy.
You too. Thank you. All right, that was Redeem. He was asking good questions, going around, but not quite. So Wendy Kirkland, Clearwaters, do you believe the universe has always existed? That is so funny. I had to get hernia surgery. What? God cannot be eternal. What? Jesus saves 6691. God was not created. That's exactly what the statement says. Cyrev420. Christianity is super fake. Oh no. Cyrev424. Please try to avoid to use profanity on this live stream. It's totally unnecessary. Thank you. Soldier of Heaven. Newton's law enters chats. Whoa. Who created everything? Azim Quadri. Who created everything? It's raining moo. Host, do you believe that premise? What premise? Are you referring to the proof? Soldier of Heavens. This argument has so many holes in it. I'm ready to hear the first hole. You can chat or you can call in. Javier Soto, the first law of thermodynamics falsifies the first premise and consequently the entire argument. Probably. The argument is consistent but not sound. J.J. Wiggs, universe was created. God is outside of his creation. YNT, do you believe in infinite regression? I don't believe in that. I don't know what that means. Sounds like infinite universe. Redeeming Jesus Christ, the argument is circular. It assumes everything that exists must be created, then uses the unproven assumption to conclude an uncreated God cannot exist. It begs the question by assuming only created things can exist, which is exactly the claim that must first be proven against the concept of an eternal God. So probably stuff was created. It just happens that it was not created by God. Is raining Mo? Yes. Do you believe all the premises for this absolute proof? Is raining Mo? Do you agree with the fair statement? Everything that exists was created? Yes or no? Redeeming Jesus Christ, saying God cannot exist because he is uncreated, simply assumes from the start that the uncreated things cannot exist, making the argument logically circular, not necessarily redeem. Not necessarily. Probably something else created everything. It was not the God of the Bible. Oh, the big Nick. Let me read some of these messages on the horizontal live stream. Hersey 98 says, Clearwaters, you didn't provide any proof though. The proof is clear. The big Nick, everything that exists was created. It's a presupposition. So, if you think that statement is correct, can you mention something that exists that was not created? Hersey 98, because he has always been. That is belief. The big Nick, if we can grant it as true that everything was created, then you're providing God exists, since there would be necessarily be a creator. Yeah, maybe this proves that the God of the Bible doesn't exist. The big Nick is so basic, a schoolgirl would see that flaw. And yet the smug look on his face like he found the atheist holy grail. Man, I got the smug face from one of those believer channels that debate. The guy goes like, my God is real because he's real. So I learned that smug look like this. On the eyes like this. Hersey 98, that's your belief. Created by who? By what? Yeah, good questions. Good questions. I think just by the fact that this proof is making people ask questions, I think we're on the right path. The big Nick, you lost. It's over. Your dumb promise was being totally collapsed. I don't know how. Not sure how. You seem to be convinced by that, but I don't understand how. God was not created because he's the creator, says TXDAP. You're absolutely correct. God was not created, right? Big Nick, he's useless anyway. He's not honest. Hersey 98, I disagree with your statement. If he was honest, he would be taking the statement down after the last caller schooled him. The Big Nick, I'm open to criticism. I'm open to break this apart and take it apart. My honest attempt to understand, you have to be clear. How about we start with the first statement? Do you agree or don't agree, the Big Nick, that everything that exists was created? Do you agree or not? Let's go with honesty first. Soldier of the Christ, got it, figured it out, just like the Satanist because you are. I don't know who's referring to. I'm not a Satanist. YNT, this guy's dumb. GNTY, I don't know who you're referring to, but I understand at my age that you see in other people what you cannot see or choose not to see on yourself. So you saying that statement says a lot about you. Graham Conin, God created everything. You are dumb. You must be a believer, because only a believer in one of these horrible gods would express themselves like that with a lack of education. No Holy Spirit for you, and probably no salvation if one of these gods is real, which I just proved that it's not. YNT doesn't even know what premises mean, but I know exactly what God does not exist mean. Simba Buck, one in the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. Oh, come on. Okay, let's go back to the Big Nick. The first statement is a presupposition. I just told you. So you don't agree with that statement. Is that it? Why do I have to ask 3-5 times this same question? Just say I don't agree. And then you would explain why you don't agree. Maybe help me to understand. That'll be nice of you. Don't be selfish. Share some of your knowledge and your smartness with other people like myself. Oh, so you decide you're not gonna waste more of your time? Man, you had right now in your fingertips the information to prove that this proof is not accurate. And you have no time for me. Right. That sounds suspiciously dishonest in my point of view. I could be wrong. All right. Maybe someone can tell me where is this statement or proof wrong. Someone that has time. The one and only God, I with eternal. Simba Bug, I cannot help but you all have a hard time believing in God. That's all not me. God is eternal. All right. Oh, the man Esh Kodesh. How is New York, man? Considering atheists hold less than 10% of the world's population, they are statistically wrong. God is real. Prove it by majority consensus. Majority consensus, Esh Kodesh, is not proof that a God is real. The one and only God isn't horrible. It's people that are horrible. No, the God of the Bible is horrible. But just by description, you know. It's raining moo. Laughing out loud. Not a premise. Simba Buck. Only a fool doesn't believe in God. Man, believers like that word fool so much. I don't know. There's something about saying fool that makes a believer feel good. Escodesh, proving God with mathematics, considering atheists hold less than 10% of the world's population. There's I read that message already. David Martinez, only a fool claims certainty. Simbabak, Dave, you must repent. You don't know how much you got left. Wow. It's raining mu, only a fool. Alexander Rayleigh, attempting to ascertain the concept of conceptor of concept is a myth-boggling concept. Sam Clark, only someone scared of death believes in God. Hersey 98, Clearwaters, that is your belief, not necessarily the truth. Could be Hersey, I admit it. But it sounds like proof. It's your opinion. You keep bringing up opinions, but not proof for them. They're saying 98. I liked it. You know what you're saying. This is not proof. You know, we have to deal with this with believers. Call everything proof, but nothing is proof. It's just opinions and beliefs. I'm glad you're picking this up, man. Escodes, New York City is fun. Casted a demon out of a man. Oh, I saw that video, Escodes. I saw it, man. He was coming to you and you stood your ground, man. That was good. I don't know if we're talking about the same person. And he's been at peace for weeks. Lolling arms, twisting head, and rage. Now he's at peace. Only God can do it. Simbabak, I believe in God. I'm not scared of death. TXDAP, I have heard it said the claim there's no God for me. I've heard it said the claim there's no God for me. Sam Clark, yes, everyone is. That's why you're alive. The one and only God relieves us of our fears. He offers comfort. Oh, talking about feel good. Simbabug, someone without God is in serious trouble. It'd been better if he would not be born. Damn. Simbabug, man, you are a very good believer. Escodesh, oh, he charged me earlier that day before he threatened to bash my face and kill me, and apologized 4 hours later. Man, that was good. You standing your ground and not running or anything. That was cool. I saw the video. I watch your videos, man. Keep an eye on you. I'm sending you good vibrations and good energies that everything works out good for you. The one and only, everything is proof. Science is our understandings of God's magic, not proof. He doesn't exist. Everything is proof. Science is our understandings of God's magic, not proof. He doesn't exist. Sam Clark, if your God is real, then he would hate you for wishing death on others. Good point. It's like I'm sending this one to hell himself for wishing pain on other people. Escodesh, he needed love. Man, he looked like his face was like, rawr, rawr, like a demon. Thanks, brother. We will you post finance and health videos? Thanks, brother. When will you post finance and health videos? Escodesh, what you're doing right now is just the gut feeling where it takes you and where it guides you. I'm doing the same thing here. Whatever comes out that I want to do and talk about, that's what I talk about. Sometimes I have done some live streams that I I'm just chatting with people, nothing in particular. Some chats that I just ask questions, and there's some I'm sorry, so some live streams. Some live streams that I talk about new forms of governments. So I do different topics. But I don't know, maybe tomorrow, maybe next week I'll talk about something else. I think that talking about trading in the stock market and crypto is going to be on another channel. TXDAB, you asked me how I know he lives. He lives within my heart. Oh, TXDAB. The problem is that we have to demonstrate this God or do something. It's gonna be by feelings, and feelings is not a good way to prove that something is good for you. I don't know how to say this. The one and only God doesn't hate his children. He wishes that we gain understanding. Sam Clark, the Mickey Mouse is real. He's in my heart. Escodesh, you said you would have health and finance videos though. Yes, sometimes. I just haven't said when. I just go by inspiration. Whatever is inspiring me to do, I will do. But this channel doesn't talk about God specifically. It doesn't talk about something specifically. Whatever comes out, whatever I do. And whenever I find something that provides me with more money than what I'm doing right now, I'll stop doing these videos and jump to something else. The one and only science is also proof that God is real. I just provided proof that God doesn't exist. Sire 424, Christianity is super fake. Escodesh, I'll join that channel. Man, Escodesh, we gotta make some money, man. I know that you believe God supports you and everything. Probably God is looking for a way to support you via trading in the stock market. Yeah, you are in New York. You are right there. Very close. Sire 420, this is the second time I ask you, please try not to use profanity. I don't like it. I think if you're gonna make an argument or a statement, you don't need to use profanity. That you continue using profanity in this channel tells me that you have nothing to offer of value. Please don't be the first one to be blocked. I don't like doing that. If you are an adult, please behave like an adult. Thank you, Siret 420. I'll prefer you continue press on, doom scrolling or go and find cat videos instead of being here providing nothing of value. Ron, are you done with what you were doing? Or are you
Yeah, I
gonna
went
be
to
in a
eat dinner.
hurry again?
Yeah, I don't know why everyone keeps calling me. I just got back from dinner. But yeah, how did you swirl a little bit what I had told you and thought about it?
Yes, I tried to put an explanation because I don't know if you were gonna come back, and I wanted to be recorded, in the live stream. But you were saying something about the concept of math being something that is just as well as the moral goodness is something that is truth.
Specifically, just to make it a little more easier rather than going to morality, like the concept of truth as in like logic, mathematics, or like laws of physics or laws of science, stuff like that are objective truths. They are not created, but they have existed. And if they are created, then the truths themselves could be arbitrary. Therefore, nothing that we believe could be objective. Even the statement you wrote could not ever be objective. It would be subjective and arbitrary.
So we definitely have to go back. Let's not talk about morals, so we don't talk about two separate
Yeah,
things.
not morals. I agree. Yeah.
Okay, so we're talking about the concept of math. I just want to get this part very clear. Right? As being a truth.
Yes, like I said, the actual truth itself, not like the way we explain it. Like you could argue, of course, that we invented the formula like 1 + 1 = 2, but 1 + 1 = 2 regardless of the formula. That's what I mean.
Can you present this in a different way so I can make sure that I really understand what you're trying to say and it can give you a very good answer?
Yeah, so let me try to think of it in a simple way. Like E = mc², the laws of energy, the law of physics, whatever, law of gravity, the laws of mathematics. These themselves have always existed, yet they aren't created.
So there
And
are
that's why they're objective truths.
so there are things that God did not create that exist that God did not create.
That's where we had left off, where I said this answer would be correct. Yes, this is
So
part of God.
so there has been other things other than God that have also been eternal.
So the difference is that second statement. Logic is of God. It's not separate.
So the concept of math comes from God or not?
It's of God, yes. It's his essence. It's who he is.
So
I mean, what he is.
This is something that was not created.
No, because it's God's nature and logic.
So we
Because
can
God is all truth.
we can conclude that the concept of math is God.
In some way, you could say yes, because it's of him.
So is there a way that we can demonstrate this to someone and prove it to someone?
The way that you could prove that statement,
Yeah.
it would kind of go away from what I was saying, because now we're going into religion versus just the simple fact of your premise.
So we cannot demonstrate what you're saying to anyone.
Well, I mean, you could use logic. Okay, so what I can demonstrate. So gods cannot have parts. You can't have God is part one, God is part two, because if he's parts, then he's divisive, he's divided, and that's not possible. He has to be one. There has to be one. He cannot have part one or part two. There's not partialism in God. So you would have one essence, and then what God is in itself cannot be contrary. So you can't have like, oh, like red is blue or something like that, or 1 + 1 = 4. That cannot happen because God's eternality is logical in itself.
So
So that's the way you could say that.
So if I understand correctly, you cannot prove the concept of math. That also explains why you cannot prove God.
If you're asking me, can I prove the concept of math? What do you mean? Like,
Yeah,
we have
again, someone would have to believe you because you cannot demonstrate this to anybody.
well, no. What I told you is I can demonstrate that the truths themselves are objective, and therefore, if it's objective, it always has to be and always has been true.
But
I'm not talking about God right now.
This is the same as some guy that has a channel that he does debates and he believes in God. He said that the fact that God exists, nobody can change it because God exists and nobody can change that. Right? This is what you're saying.
That's off the topic. My topic is that I could prove that there is something that exists that is outside of having to be created. Therefore, if that exists, then your premise would be not, it wouldn't stand on anything. Its foundation would.
But I noticed that you use the word if.
What do you mean? I
Did
just
you-
said it. Maybe I wasn't thinking.
Yes, you said if something else that is the case, then my premise would be incorrect.
Well, if you want me to be more certain, then it is correct. Yes, that what I stated. Yes.
So that if doesn't go there because you already have proof.
Yeah, I mean, first of all, like I said, I already used the formula. So do you believe that objective truth is objective, or do you think it's subjective? Like it could just change. Truth could just not be truth.
Your truth is not my truth.
No, 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 no. I don't care about your truth or my truth. I'm talking about purely objective truth.
Like, for example,
There's nowhere in a billion years uh that pi is not 3.14 continuum, right? That's always objective. I don't care about your truth or my truth. That's not an opinion, that's facts.
mhm.
That's what I'm talking about. There's no facts in that. That I mean, there's no. No, I'm sorry. There's no opinion in that. It's all facts.
So then that was not created.
No.
So God did not create this math of pi.
So I was telling Redeemed because he didn't agree with me at first. If you
No,
remember,
but hold on. Did God create it or not?
did God create like the actual concept? No, it's not created.
So there are things in life that God did not create.
Yes, but it's of God. It's not separate.
So that explains why these things cannot be proven. You cannot demonstrate it. And that's also why we cannot demonstrate that God is real or not. I'm trying to understand honestly.
Okay, what you're getting wrong, Javier, is you're going down the rabbit hole. We could just stop. No preaching, no chulam, no God,
Mm-hmm.
nothing. Let's just cut it out. We can just
Mm-hmm.
stop it, right? Because you're asking me where does this come from? I'm just telling you that objective truth disproves your argument because objective truth is something that is real, unless you think that laws of physics are not real. You think it's fake, then that's a whole nother problem. It's real. You don't have to grab it. It's not like a physical thing. I can't grab math. You can just grab the concept of it if I put like building blocks to symbolize numbers. But the concept itself is real, it's objective, and it has not been created. It has always existed. If it hasn't, then you would have to admit that it's arbitrary, meaning that it's subjective. And then you can't ever
Does
believe in anything.
does gravity fall in the same category?
I would say the law of gravity, yes, but I could be like maybe I didn't research it fully, but I'm just talking about the concept itself.
Because gravity exists in the universe.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, the law itself, let's just say the concept of it.
Of gravity or math.
Let's just say to be more simple, let's just say like math itself, or like let's just say that as an example. I would say gravity too, but let's just say laws of science, objective truth in itself.
Hmm. You know, there's a possibility that I'm not understanding something, because even if I agree, for example, that pi, or the math behind pi, have always existed, how do we know it's from God, or comes with God, or parallel with God? It's been always
It, it
been.
it could come from the banana man that lives in another universe. That's not what I'm talking about. What I'm saying is that it would disprove the first statement right here. Everything that exists was created. What I'm trying to say is so the premise that you make, the proof, God's not created, but everything that was created exists. Therefore, God doesn't exist. But what I'm telling you is that's incorrect because there's objective truths that exist that are not created. This is always has been and will always be true. And this has nothing to do with God right now. I'm just talking about your premise.
And that will be,
Unless you can prove
like, for
otherwise.
example, pi.
Yes, it is objectively true.
So pi works because of how the universe works, or not.
Yeah, but I'm talking about the concept itself.
Okay, so pi apparently works very well and is accurate 100% based in the universe that we live in right now.
Yes, anywhere you could go in the universe is true.
So if we go to another universe that has different types of, for example, materials, and different types of gravities, they don't work like they work here. Just because we cannot grasp in our human mind how other universe operate, So what works as pi here doesn't work on other universe.
Well, that right there would be the multiverse theory. I haven't researched that too much.
Yeah,
But
but
as far as
I just presented something that breaks what you are saying. Pi is
as
eternal and he always work as long as we're in this universe.
I would say even outside, because if the multiverse theory is true, and I haven't studied too well, that would mean that would prove subjective, like that it's not true. So if you want to say the multiverse theory is true, then I'd be like, okay, well, nothing is true then.
I'm not
There
talking
is no
about,
truth.
I'm sorry, I'm not talking about a multi-universe. I'm
That's
talking
what you're
that,
saying.
no. I just presented an
You're
example that apparently pi works very well in this universe. But we don't know, you don't know God that well, supposedly God, that you know for a fact that he only created one universe.
I would say even if okay, now we're going into God now, but you're gonna try to disprove God, but I'm not trying to talk about that. Even if God created a billion other universes, pi would still apply in those universes
How do you know?
because it's objectively true.
It doesn't matter the laws of physics here on Earth. I'm sorry, on this universe.
What I'm trying to get at is you essentially, in order for your statement to be true, you'd have to admit that objective truths that I've stated are not objective. Then you would have to admit that everything's subjective, and your own argument would be subjective. It would be
But
your opinion.
you're bringing as an example the concept behind pi, for example.
Like yeah, like I said, the concept of math or pi or the concept of these laws that I've mentioned. So that would be on you to disprove that you'd have to say, oh no, it doesn't, it's just subjective.
Give me just 1 second. Let me mute this channel. Mute channel. All right.
Hello.
Okay, yes, hold on. Okay, so I'm just,
All right, go ahead.
yeah, so um I just asked ChatGPT. I don't know if you agree with my question. The spy will work in any universe. Do you think that's a relevant question or not?
Go ahead. Let's just see what it says. I think that's a good question.
Okay, it says that's a fascinating question. The answer depends on what you mean by any universe. Pi is the ratio of a circle's circumference to its diameter. In our universe, with ordinary flat geometry, that ratio is always 3.14 of the rest of the numbers. If another universe had the same mathematical structure and geometry, then pi will be the same. However, if the universe had fundamentally different geometry, things get interesting. In a positively curved space, like the surface of a sphere, the circumference of a large circle is less than pi times its diameter. In a negatively curved space, the circumference is greater than pi times its diameter. In those universes, the ratio for large circles would not be exactly pi. Now, some philosophers and mathematicians will argue that pi itself is not a physical thing but a mathematical truth. In that view, pi exists whether or not any universe exists. So, if there were no physical universe at all, the that pi is equal 3.14 will still be true as a mathematical fact. This actually ties you, yeah, so something about the live stream.
So that would prove my statement correct. Everything that it said. The only thing that it would be contentious for is, like you said, chat said that if there was another universe that had like the different rules and stuff like that, it's real fascinating. Then you would be right, but then it would prove that all the objective truths are subjective. Then nothing we're talking about could ever be objective. It's all arbitrary.
So
So
let me
yeah,
see.
chat said everything pretty well.
Yeah, so let me see if I understand. If God, in His infinite power and mind, and we don't comprehend, probably this is not the only universe, and probably He has different universes, and pi doesn't apply on those universes, according to ChatGPT. But apparently, some philosophers and mathematicians will argue that, so apparently this is something that we don't know. Doesn't sound to me like an eternal truth, something that is the
Oh yeah,
truth.
you're not understanding what chat had said. Chat said regardless it would be true. And the philosophers even themselves would say that, and science itself says that. But it made the hypothetical theory of if there was another universe with these negatives and stuff that it could be a different. That's true. Yeah.
ChatGPT is not saying that that is true. ChatGPT
Yeah, read
said
it. It
if
said that it's
if
regardless it's true
no,
and
it
objective.
says if another universe had the same mathematical structure and geometry, then pi will be the same. However, if the universe have fundamentally different geometry, things get interesting. If those universes, the ratio for large circles would not be exactly pi.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that.
So it sounds to me like ChatGPT is saying that this pi doesn't work on every single universe. As long
It
as
said
the universe hold the same geometry as this one and structure, yes.
no, read the statement where it said regardless it would be true. It said it somewhere.
Now, some philosophers and mathematicians will argue that pi itself is not a physical thing, but a mathematical truth. That's their view.
No, but no, that's just simply like at the beginning it said pi is always 3.14. Didn't it say that at the beginning with all the numbers?
In this universe, yes.
So but what I'm telling you is you have a very bad situation. You're wrong in both situations, and I don't know if you've realized it. If you're right and there's multiple universes, then that still makes your statement false. If there's only one universe where this law of pi is true, then you're still wrong. So you're just picking your own poison. Would you rather be wrong with all the universes, or would you rather be wrong with the fact that pi is universally true? So which wrong would you prefer? You're wrong either way, is what I'm trying to say.
But for me to understand and to understand honestly, this is something that is true even if the universe and nothing existed.
Even say it again.
Even if there's no universe and nothing existed, pi still will always be true.
Yes.
Mm, can we apply that to many other things?
Such as what?
Square has four sides.
I mean, I would say so, but then
Yeah,
again,
and we
like
can
I'm just
take that
sticking with what
to
I know.
many other things. Can we start listening?
I mean, like I said, I just want to focus on what I have. What you're saying is probably true, but I have to actually just stay with what I have to be focused.
Yeah, it
So
seems have
yeah,
just. I'm sorry to interrupt you, Aaron. I'm trying to do an honest understanding. I
yeah.
have ask you questions, and try to ask ChatGPT. But as in right now, honestly telling you, I don't see how what you're telling me is making this statement not accurate.
Okay, so I will tell you what I'm saying.
Mhm.
Everything that exists was created right here. So you're already wrong because this objective truth was not created. It's always and has always been and always will be correct, which pi is a concept. It's always true. Even at the beginning, it's always 3.14. So you're incorrect. If you want to go through the other argument, if there's another hypothetical universe that has different laws, you're still wrong because you have now just collapsed all of objective truth. So your argument cannot be objective. That's what I'm trying to say. Either way, your argument cannot have a basis. Either you're wrong in the sense of we have just proven that there is a truth that's not created and it's still exists, or we have to say, well, yeah, you're wrong, Aaron. I mean, another universe could exist and it could have pi equals 3.5. And I'd be like, cool, you're still wrong. And you'd be like, why, Aaron? And I'd be like, because you just proved that objective truth it can be arbitrary, meaning that there is no objective truth, meaning that nothing can stay true. So your statement, everything that exists was created, is arbitrary. It's subjective. It could change. It could be false. It could. Who cares? Because it could change. That's what I'm
So,
trying to tell you.
so to see if I understand correctly, not only pi, but a square has four sides. Anywhere, that's a truth. It has four sides, right?
I would say so.
Yes. So I'm totally wrong because also a triangle forever will have three sides. That change
Yes.
that truth will not change whatsoever.
Yes.
And hexagon and all the mathematical, different forms, uh, they just are
Yeah.
universal truth.
Yeah. Yes, it cannot change. It's not even just universal. It's just subjective. It could be outside of just universal. But yeah,
So we can conclude that triangle is God.
I would say the logic, the concept of it is of God. Yes, it's his essence. Yeah.
I probably am missing something here that I'm not getting. I'm
So
sorry.
I'll explain this. So look, you cannot worship math. I can't go and worship it. It's an attribute of God. So the logic is an attribute of God. I can't go worship it. I can't go and build an altar for math and worship the God. Like I can't do that. But it's of God's essence because God has no parts. So it's fair to say yes, the logic is of God. It's eternal. It cannot change. But that doesn't mean it's like you're worshiping it. It's just of his attributes. It's an attribute, basically.
So going
But
back
we're
to
gonna go
pi.
down that rabbit hole again. Well, before you go, we're gonna go down that rabbit hole where you say, well, therefore God is false. We're not talking about that. We're just talking about the fact that there is an objective truth that has been and always will be and has always been true. And it's exists and it is not created. So
Okay.
that's what we're trying to stay on.
Okay. So there are things that have not been created. They're just eternal truth. One of those is being
Yes.
pi. And you're
Yeah.
saying that God did not create this because this is independent of God. It's just is. This is eternal
No,
truth.
it's not independent of God. It is of God. It's literally of him.
So how do you connect this eternal truth of pi with God?
So either God created this, which would make it subjective, or
Created.
it
I'm
is
sorry. I'm
eternal.
sorry. Hold on. Created what?
So either God created pi, which would not make it objective. I mean, there's a certain point where it did not exist. Therefore, it's just not. He's like, okay, I just feel like pi is objectively 3.14. No, that can't be possible because then it's not logical. God would not be a logical God. Logic is logic. So it's of his essence of who God is. God is logic. Logic is God. It's the same thing. You're not worshiping logic. You're not going to be like I worship the like logic, but it's
And
of God.
okay, so in what? How do you connect the two together? How? If it's
Because God's
if you
it's
didn't
God's
have
essence.
if you didn't have the book, how would you know that this is of God of the Bible?
Yeah, I could tell you this, and you could burn all the Bibles in the world, and it's still true.
That
So
is from God.
yes, because well, like I said, you're gonna try to disprove this, but we're not talking about it. But I'll go ahead and say it anyways.
Hmm.
God is simplistic. He cannot have parts. God's not divided because then you would have God one and God two, or you'd have God three. You can't have that. It's one essence. What God is what the essence is. In
This
order for
is
this God to not be contradicting, he cannot have two truths. So it can't be a square is four sides and a square is five sides. Or God
but
couldn't have just decided square is four or square is five. It has to have been logical. If God is truly God, he has to be logical. He has to be all good. He can't be evil. He has to be what you call it, all powerful, all benevolent, all these things. It's not like a book. This is not like us reading and creating a Bible. This is literally like the only way God could exist logically is
so
what I'm telling you.
from 0 to 100%, how much percentage is your belief in what you just said right now?
100%, or else God couldn't exist. Like literally, it's not
So
possible.
everything that you said is 100% your belief.
No, it's 100% true.
How can
There's a
we
difference.
how can
Okay, so
we
look,
hold
100%, we
on,
could
hold
prove it. Let
on,
me tell you
hold
why.
on, hold
All right,
on.
go ahead, go ahead, go ahead.
How can we demonstrate and prove this to someone?
You could demonstrate it through logic and quantitative reasoning. So, like philosophical language, you could
How,
prove something is not a contradiction.
yeah, hold on. I don't. Let me rephrase my question. How can you demonstrate that this pie thing connects to the God of the Bible?
I already told you. I don't have to reiterate it again. I already said it.
I don't get the part.
Okay, well, you just have to listen to what I'm saying, even if
Okay,
you
I'm
don't
listening.
understand it.
100%. I'm quiet, listening.
Yes, God is logic. Let me ask you a question. Maybe it was making more
No,
sense.
wait a
Can God be?
second.
Can hold on before you go? Before you go, can God be illogical? Can God contradict himself? If he really does exist, is that possible?
You don't need my cooperation for you to
Okay,
demonstrate
because you're
God.
not. Because I've already demonstrated it, but you keep saying you don't
Okay,
understand. So
I'm
maybe if I ask
listening
you questions, you'll
100%.
understand.
I'm quiet. I'm listening.
Yes. God cannot be illogical. That's simple. And if God is eternal and God can't be illogical, he's eternally logical. So logic itself has to be eternal and it comes from him, his essence. So that's the simplest way to say it.
And you said that this is not belief.
No, it's philosophical. Like if we get a piece of paper, I don't know if you've ever taken like logic and quantitative reasoning. I took it as a class.
Hmm.
I'm not the greatest at it, but you could prove something is logical or illogical.
Hmm.
So, if, for example, if you want me to prove to you right now, God, I can't go grab him out the sky and give him to you. That's not going to happen. But if
Hmm.
you want me to write out the philosophy, so God is logical. Logic is always with God because God is always logical. That would be a statement that is completely free of contradictions. Even though you don't have to believe in God, like you could be an atheist and read my statement and say, "Oh, well, you know what, Aaron, you're right. I don't like God. I don't believe him. You're wrong." But if God did exist, then he would have to fit this criteria. So that's the way you could prove it. You could prove how God would be.
Wow. You know, I think that what you call philosophy, I still see it as myself as belief, because there are things that you can tell someone and you can tell them that this, what you have is proof, and you can demonstrate it to them in less than 1 minute or 2 minutes. Is irrefutable truth, like burning someone's hands in the stove, you know? But telling someone that God is eternal and he cannot be illogical because he's logical, I mean, what part of that is not your belief? Because,
I'm sorry, Javier, but you would have to eventually accept if you're a logical man that I'm correct. And I didn't like I told you, for example, if you don't want to believe in the Bible, you don't want to believe in God, I can't stop you. That's fine. That's actually not illogical. But what's illogical is saying that how God should be is belief. No, that's how God literally can only be. Like there's no such thing as God. Oh yeah, he could just be contradicting himself. He could just be a liar and he could be false. No, that's why you're an atheist, because you would read, let's for example, you read the Bible and you don't agree with something. You're like, oh, God's contradicting himself. He's all good, yet he's acting evil in this passage. Even your heart knows how God should be, even though you don't agree with what I'm saying. So your heart knows when you read the Old Testament and you say, oh, God's being evil and killing all these people, you know that he's contradicting what you say God should be. You see what I'm saying?
Okay,
So
so let me see
yes,
if I understand
that's true.
correctly. So right now, my understanding is that if there is a God, it's not only one, there's two.
That would be false.
There, the two gods cannot be logical because they are logical.
Yeah, there cannot be two gods, because
Why
to have
not?
two gods is illogical.
Why not?
Why not? Let me think about this for a second. I want to give you a good answer.
Hmm.
The reason that it would be illogical is then you could not say that are both of these gods exactly the same. They'd have to have the exact same essence. Are they competing essences? Like God, what makes these two gods different?
I don't know.
Because if they really
Maybe
are,
one
like,
one
that's what we get. Yeah,
yeah,
go ahead.
one maybe one is male and one is female, and they got together, did their thing, and life exploded.
Yeah, then it's illogical. So, like for example, and this is gonna sound so crazy and trippy,
Hmm.
the Trinity literally is kind of like what you're saying. So, wow, Aaron's heretical. No, let me tell you why. So many people say, well, look at the Trinity. God is one, but how is he three? That should be three gods. No, because they literally share the same essence, which makes them one. So, like, if you told me there's two gods, that's impossible, because either there's two gods and something's different, therefore that doesn't make them God. There's opinion, there's subjection, or they are literally the same, which means that they are of one essence. They're the same, what something is. So, no, that's why two gods cannot exist. Because what does it mean? What's the difference? One's male. You can't even be male in the first place as a god. You would have to assume it, like how Jesus did. But what I'm getting at is no, God has to be one. So God has to be one, has to have one essence. It has to be eternal. It has to be uh, logical. It has to be all good, or else it's not God. So what I'm telling you is, I could prove to you how God should be. I'm not telling you I could prove to you that God is real. I'm just saying this is literally how God has to be,
If a God is real.
which disproves your statement. Yeah, if he's real. So like literally, you could be the most honest person in the world and say, Aaron, I don't believe in God. I'll never believe in God. That Bible is, I'm not gonna have one in my house. But dang it, Aaron, you're right. This is how God should be, because this is the only logical way. And that's the most fair thing you could say. Because I'm,
So
I'm that's literally what I'm telling you.
yeah, so I'm listening, very quiet, listening and asking questions. It seems to me that this position that you're taking puts the God in the totally opposite side of us. We cannot see this God. We cannot comprehend it. We cannot smell it, touch it, nothing. But you hear people saying that they have a personal relationship with God and they feel the God presence. What do you think about that?
What do I think about that? I like, if you're saying that, oh, you can't ever fully comprehend God, yeah, that's true. You can't, unless you're like eternal like him and you could understand it. Yeah, you can't do it. But you could have a relationship with something you don't fully understand. Like I could like my I could like my teacher, or I could like you. I don't know everything about you. I don't know how many hairs you have, or I don't know how many teeth you have. I don't know how many cells are dying in your body, but I could still have a relationship with you. I believe Javier exists and he's a good friend of mine. There's nothing wrong with that.
But could you really have a relationship with me knowing exactly what I'm thinking, what I'm going to do next? You know everything about me, how I'm going to die, everything. Why would you have a relationship with me for?
Love, what's wrong with that?
What for?
What do you mean, what for? You're saying it's pointless since I know that you're just gonna die. I should just say, well, screw it. I already know the end of this movie. Just give
Yeah,
up.
yeah. In the case of God, He knows everything, right? There's time is not passing for Him. Everything's happening at the same time, right?
Yes.
So He knows already where I am right now. I'm in hell right now.
Hmm. Well, then God. So the reason that okay, so this is pretty cool. The reason why he cares about you, and this is going to sound crazy, because he literally has to, because God eternally is love. So regardless, he is going to love you, no matter if you go to hell, go to heaven, if you spit on a Bible, if you read it, he is going to love you eternally. He has the thought of you existing before you even existed. He still has loved it. He's always going
Mm,
to love you.
okay, so Aaron, by any chance, do you know who is the Big John Show?
A big John show?
Yes, it's a believer
No.
that has a. Well, what you're saying is basically what he's saying. So apparently,
What
you
does it
guys
say?
both, yeah, you gotta check his show because he rejects what everybody says based on what you're saying about God. And I've listened to him a lot. I don't like him. I think he's very treats very people very nastily, but people also treat him very bad. But basically, what you're saying is what he's saying. It, regardless of what you think, what you believe, God is God. He's not gonna change. He's the eternal, person of God. It seems to me, my point of view, this is your belief because I'm listening and I'm paying attention, and you're gonna say, Javier, it just happens that you don't understand the figure of God because you're trying to understand with your human mind something that is incomprehensible. But it just happens that you, for some reason, have a very comprehensive explanation of God. But we are both humans. So it seems to me that believing in God, believing that God is real, has nothing to do with believing that God is real. This has have to do with feelings and emotions. So with whatever you told me, man, for a moment, I was listening to you. I'm like, man, I'm going to really pay attention because if God is real, man, I'll change the title of this channel and I'll put God clears water. Okay. And then I'll make money selling God. But honestly, I do not hear anything that proves that the God of the Bible is real.
Because that's not what I'm presenting to you.
You know,
I already told you. Well,
yeah.
basically, to finish off, because I see other
Mm-hmm.
people are here, we're going to go in circles.
Mm-hmm.
And I want you to really swirl on this. Ask ChatGPT, question me all you want. What my conclusion is, and I always enjoy talking to Javier, I'll be back again one day.
Mm-hmm.
My conclusion is that what you said is ultimately wrong at the end. If I told you, Javier, let's open our Bible and let's talk about John 3:16, oh hallelujah, then yeah, that's different. We could start talking about opinions and stuff like that. But what I told you, there was nothing opinionated or feelings about it. How
Mm-hmm.
God should be is different from me proving the God of the Bible. That's what I'm trying to tell you. And the formulas and the math and the objective truths that I give you are not feelings. That is literally true. And even if it's false, then there is no truth and your statement's false either way. So it's false both ways. So what I'm trying to tell you is there is no feelings and emotion in what I stated right there. Like go to a philosopher class, go to him and say, "Are you an atheist?" And if you find one that's an atheist, tell him, "Can you show me in logic how God should be?" And he should be able to show you exactly what I'm saying.
I'm,
You could
I'm,
disagree.
I'm,
You could disagree 100%, but what I'm saying is not false. That's what I'm
I'm
trying to tell you.
I'm gonna take as the main message is that the God of the Bible, according to what you're saying, is eternal. That's just what He is, eternal.
So what else do you get from what are you going with this?
Am I right or wrong?
You would be correct.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Let's not go in circles.
So like I said, at the end of the day, swirl on that for a bit. I would say meditate or think about it, whatever you do. But that would disprove the first statement, and also that would prove not that God is real. I'm not here telling you about the Bible. Open your Bible up. I'm telling you. How about this? This will make you comfortable.
Mm-hmm.
God isn't. I can't prove God. If God was real, however, this is the proof of how He should be. Think about that statement for a while. That's what I'm trying to tell you. The second part, how God should be, is or we could prove it already. But I appreciate your time.
One of the things, just before we finish, probably it can cross my mind that you're right about pi existing regardless, but then the God part is the one that is hard to swallow.
And I respect that. That's just you being honest. But I'll leave you to it. Think about it for a bit. I'll let these other guys talk. I hope everyone has a great night.
Great conversation, Aaron. Thank you. Appreciate it, man.
All right. Hello.
Light Blue Mystic. Hello. How are
How's it
you?
going?
Good, 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 good. Thank you.
I'm doing good myself. I think I'll bounce off of the last caller's point and try and maybe hone in a little bit more on what he was trying to get at.
Sure.
So I didn't catch all of it, but was it something along the lines of he was saying the fact like that pi in math exists outside of human opinions and perspectives?
Yeah, exactly. The concept of pi is something that is, regardless of our beliefs, is eternal from what I understood that he was saying. Yes.
Yes. And would you agree with that? That is true. Like if all humans got wiped out by an asteroid tomorrow, pi would still be true, and like the laws of logic would still exist.
Yeah, and I think that applies for many, many, many other things, like a square, a triangle, many other things that we.
Yes, a square would still be a square.
Hmm.
Right.
Yes.
Okay. So I'll try and hone in more on what he was trying to say. I think so. Those things are universally true, independent of a human mind. But something like math isn't. It's an abstract concept, but we can discover things in math that are objectively true that you can't find in nature anywhere. You can't go out in the jungle and find like a really complex math equation that completely makes sense, right?
Yes. Yes. I agree. Yes.
Okay. So it's like that proves at least that there immaterial things exist outside of us that are true. And God is an immaterial concept. That would you agree with that? That God is also immaterial. The idea of God.
Yes.
Okay. And so, like he said too, these things can't. I mean, you can't ever give 100% definitive proof of a God, but if all the evidence is pointing towards something, it's reasonable to say it's likely to be true. So I think he was generally arguing more for a general theism than the necessarily God of the Christian Bible, except that the logical, because he kept saying if God exists, he should be like this. And I think what he was saying is like the reason God is eternal is because what's one criticism atheists always give is like, well, who created God? Well, if you could say that, then it'd be like, well, who created that God and who created that God? And you could go on and on infinitely for that. So it's called an infinite regress.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas, so if a God created our universe, it makes more logical sense that that God wouldn't have a creator. He would be eternal. He has no beginning and no end. So that solves the problem of infinite regress. Because if you can infinitely regress, then it just goes on and on forever, and that's kind of incoherent. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
You following that?
Yes.
Okay.
I
Does that
think
make
that.
more sense of what he was trying to say?
Yes, I think he was focusing more on the first sentence that everything that exists was created. He was saying, Javier, that's wrong because there are things that forever are going to be true. For example, pi.
Okay, yeah, and it's like, well, how did those? If the statement is everything that exists was created, and something like pi exists, then what created pi? And the answer to that, uh, logically, just philosophically speaking, would at least lead somebody to a general deism. Um, I would say, because a deistic type God could create something like logic and math and the ability to have knowledge and the laws of logic, like law of non-contradiction, excluded middle, and uh, the law of identity. I almost forgot the third one there for a second. So I guess it begs the question, do you believe those things were created? Because those are part of everything that exists, correct? So was math created?
According to what Aaron was saying, he said that these things were not created.
Oh yeah, okay. He was saying that they come from God's energy. I remember that. I'm not
Yes.
sure what faith he comes from, but that sounds like Orthodox theology to me a little bit. And that's one way to take it for sure. I mean, I guess his point would be that those things are essentially the traits of God. And since God created our universe, those are part of God's mind eternally. And since we can find out those things with our mind, I don't know. I wish I would have heard because I just jumped in like 5 minutes ago, so I only caught like the last bit of it. But I feel like he was trying to say, or that's a simpler way of saying it.
I think, if you don't mind, I think that he was trying to point out a flaw on this proof that I'm sharing with you, you know. And he was saying that there's stuff that has not been created, that they are natural or parallel with God. You know, they come from God. Those things are, they were not created. So therefore, my proof is wrong. But I think there's a possibility that he was missing the point. Possibility, okay? But he was focusing more on the first sentence that everything that exists was created. He was telling me there's stuff that already exists that were not created. Therefore,
Okay, I
your
understand.
proof is wrong. That's what he was saying. But in my point of view, and I could be wrong, it seems to me that he is putting some belief behind what he's saying. Uh, could be to prove that this proof is wrong, or to explain the God of the Bible, because apparently he believes in the God of the Bible.
Yes, and I do too. And I would say that when we logically deduce like what a general theistic God would be like, because you kind of have to go down the train of thought, like, knowledge, mathematics, logic, things like that. A deistic God could explain why those, I guess he would say those things are uncreated energies of God. Like they are part of God's uncreated eternalness. Things like logic, math, they are reflections of him because God would have to be a non-contradictory being because we live in a non-contradictory universe, right? Things make sense, and
Mm,
you can find out whether things are true or false.
mm,
And so a deistic creator would have to necessarily necessitate that. But then I think when you get more to the realm of like ethics and morality, you get close, towards a theistic God. And then if you just look at the religions on earth, Christianity fits the bill, the highest percentage, I would say, for a God that checks all the like logical traits a God would have if there was a God, and um, the ethical traits from like what Jesus commands and stuff like that. So I think you could narrow it down to that. It's harder to prove that. I would say it's definitely harder when you're going to try and prove like the Christian God or any type of particular God. But if you do the logic, I think what he was saying is that it should lead you to see that that is like the highest possible outcome, that is the most likely religion to be true if there is one that's true.
I think that there was one part. I understand what you're saying. I think there was one part that is hard to, like I said to him, hard to swallow. That even if I agree that pi is irrelevant, it exists, you know, it just is, or a square or a triangle, how do you connect that eternal truth with the God of the Bible? How? Because if
Oh,
you don't have the knowledge of the book, you could think or try to figure out that, for example, this eternal truth in with a plural could come from a society of gods. One is very smart in mathematics, one is very smart in morals, one is very smart in this, but coming to the conclusion that it's just one seems to me that is a belief that is rooted in the Bible.
what belief is rooted in the Bible?
That
Oh, his belief?
this everything comes from one creator, including pi.
Yes. That's why the God of the Bible makes the most sense because the traits of the God of the
Oh,
Bible are he's one God, he's eternal, he's ethical. He wants you to love your neighbor as yourself, not steal, not kill. He fits a theistic God for all of the traits that humans generally agree upon, and he accounts for all the deistic logical qualities of a typical God. So do you understand what I'm saying? Kind of like,
Yes.
it doesn't, like, Zeus doesn't fit that bill, Odin doesn't fit that bill, or even Krishna or I mean, like, they just, the Christian God makes the most philosophical sense just at a deistic level. And then when you bring the morals and ethics into it at a theistic level, and then I would say you do have to have faith. I can't 100% prove to you, but there's a lot of history that comes with it. Like, Jesus is pretty much accepted by all historians, even atheists, that he existed. It's the biggest religion in the world. Uh, I'm not saying like you can 100% prove it. You can't. There's a part of it that is faith. But I think if every arrow is pointing towards that, every piece of evidence is pointing towards that, I mean, I think it's like worth believing. Plus,
So
it's a more coherent system. I would say overall, it's a consistent system. So if you're an atheist, from your foundation, you can't have objective morals, and you can't account for where logic or math comes from. Like, what created it? If nothing did create it, where did it come from? Why does it exist? So I feel like an atheist has their overall paradigm is more inconsistent based on whatever claims they'll make, because they can't account for these things like logic and knowledge. They have no justification for where they come from, or if we even have the same kind of logic.
I think in your case, you at least have admitted honestly that there's an aspect of belief in this, what Aaron was saying, because that is what provides the better explanation for you, right?
Yeah, and I do believe I am a Christian. So
So,
yeah,
so
and
let
I
me.
would concede that when it comes to Christianity, I can't 100% guarantee to you. I mean, to me, it is I mean, I'm not even gonna say to me it is 100% true, but I can understand. I'm not like completely, I get why people don't believe it, but I would say what he was saying and what I would say is, when you do all the philosophy and logical syllogisms that can get you to it, it comes out on top as the most likely religion to be true. And there's just something to be said for that, I would say.
So, light blue mystic, do you agree with this proof that everything that exists was created? God was not created, therefore God does not exist?
No, I don't. And actually, I was thinking about that. Let me read it again here real quick. Hold on. Everything that exists was created. God was not created. So, because God's eternal, right? Therefore, God does not exist. Okay, so everything that exists was created. Does the universe exist?
Yes.
Okay, what created the universe?
Let's say that God.
Okay, then God does exist.
But in order to exist, he had to be created.
No, because if you do logic, I already said, God, if God had to be created, then whatever created God would also have to have a creator, and that would be an infinite regress. So that would go on infinitely. So in philosophy, to solve the problem of infinite regress, this is what he was trying to get at: is that logically, it would make more sense. Whatever created us has no beginning and no end. It is some eternal source, some being out there that it's not just this infinite fractal that goes on and on forever, because that
So,
would be illogical.
so basically, you're saying what Aaron was saying, that not everything that exists was created.
Say that one more time. I'm so sorry.
Aaron was saying that not everything that exists was created.
Yeah, so I think he was probably saying things like math and logic are uncreated because they are a manifestation of, like, God's energies that are coming into our, that shine down on us from God. So I think that's what he was saying. And so not all things are, but just based on your proof alone, everything that exists was created. And then you conceded to me that the universe exists. And that's why I asked, well, what created the universe? Because if everything that exists was created, that means the universe was created as well. So what created the universe? That would have to be God or something like a God. So, whatever it's like, whatever touched the button that turned on the simulator, something out there. And but then you would have to ask, well, what created that? Well, another God, and then another God, another God. And you could do that forever. And maybe that's what it is. But I think that philosophy, there's a lot of philosophy that makes good arguments. And like him, I'm not going to be the best to completely spiel it out. But I do know it's called infinite regress, and an eternal God kind of solves that problem. So we think whatever God created us, the most logical sense is that God has no beginning and no end and just has always been.
You know,
Can I
one,
add to what he was saying?
hold on,
Can I
David, hold
clear it
on,
up?
hold on.
I just want to
According to what Aaron was saying, in my point of view, and jokingly, okay, jokingly, I think he was trying to get away with two things at the same time. That the first statement was wrong, and at the same time, God was real and eternal. And I was trying to explain to him how are you getting away with these two things at the same time. And I think that I was going in circles. I cannot explain it to him. He was trying to make the statement wrong, and at the same time present this idea of an eternal God from the Bible. I don't think it's possible, but we have these conversations.
Yeah, so let me try and so I can understand better what you're saying. So when you say everything that exists was created, you're including God in that category of everything that exists, correct?
No, because the next statement says that God was not created.
Okay, God was
can
not created. Yeah, so therefore God does
I
not
can fix
exist.
I can
Okay,
fix
yeah,
that.
yeah, right.
Diva,
Go ahead.
Would you,
hold on a second. There's another person, Ikaya
okay,
Elohim, that I don't want to bump. So I think he's
okay.
patiently waiting for his turn, if you don't mind.
If you can I send you a text and you can just read it and then that'll be my explanation.
Just if you're gonna put it on the chat, try to put my user so he stands out on orange.
Okay. Because he's
I'm
missing a key.
fine with him saying it really quick. I'm fine with him saying it really quick and just so we can keep
Yeah,
moving on.
it's like a minute. Just give me a minute. I can explain because I know he's saying.
Ijaka Elohim, if you want, you can unmute your mic and just participate, my friend. Go ahead, Diva.
Yeah. So it's very clear. The point he's saying, which he might not be able to say it, but what we believe is that everything that has a beginning has a cause. And so God does not have the biblical God. If you think about it, whoever created the universe has to be spaceless, has to be timeless, has to be all powerful, has to be personal to decide to do it, and has to be eternal. Something has to be eternal. It's either matter and energy or a personal God. And so the reason why God doesn't need a creator or is because he has no beginning. The key is everything that has a beginning must have a cause. Therefore, the universe had a cause. God is the uncaused cause, because if God did have a cause, he wouldn't be God. So I just want to make sure everything that has a beginning must have a cause. Not everything that exists has a cause. That's not
Thank
okay.
No, yeah.
So
Thank you, because
basically,
that's actually that's the band-aid I needed on what I was trying to say. Yeah, that's exactly what I was trying to say. So
but
everything that has a beginning has a cause, but God has no beginning. So God doesn't necessitate a creator.
this,
Right.
that, and everything that you said right there, there's zero belief involved.
No, it's
Um,
philosophy.
Yeah, it's philosophy. I mean, it's kind of like doing math. You know what I mean? Like, do we believe in math, or does math just exist? Like, if somebody doesn't believe in math,
I,
that
I
doesn't
know.
make math go away.
Yeah, I noticed he said that this is a personal God.
Right, because a personal God has to decide to create. Right? There has to be a decision to create. Right? Right? There has to be a choice to make a cause. Right? That's if you think about it, it can't just spontaneous explosion or something. So to cause, I meant to create, to make it have a starting point, right? Like the universe has, that takes a decision. That's a choice. That's where I'm
So,
getting
so help me to
personally.
help me to understand. So that means
Yeah.
what you're saying that the first statement of this proof is incorrect or is correct.
Oh, your
Everything that
thing.
exists was created.
No, every right. It should say it. Yeah, yeah. What it should say is everything that has a beginning has a cause.
Why would I change it?
Everything that has a beginning. So that could be, like
So
yeah,
hold on. So is this statement correct or not?
no.
What part of it is not correct? So everything that exists was not created.
I would say everything that has a beginning, which could be everything that exists. Okay. What I'm saying is, but God exists and he doesn't have a beginning. So that's the difference. So
Yeah, but that's the next
again,
statement. So we should
again,
not
like
include
like
that in
you
this
like you're
statement.
like you had a beginning, right? And what was the cause of your beginning? Your parents got together. Before your parents got together, you didn't exist. And the same
Right.
thing with, yeah, same thing with anything, like
So I exist. Therefore I was created.
because because you have a beginning, right? So there had to be a cause to cause your
So
existence.
I exist because I was created, right?
And you had a beginning, yes.
Yes, so I had to be created.
There had to be a cause because you have a beginning,
So
yes.
in order to exist, I had to be created.
Right,
So does God
sure.
exist?
Yes.
So he was created.
No, he doesn't have a beginning. You have a beginning. See, you're
But in
missing that
order
big
for something to exist, it has to be
for something
created.
to begin, for something to begin to exist. If
Okay,
it
so
if it has a
when
beginning,
something begins to exist, it doesn't take him to exist.
you're switching the word, but everything that has a beginning must have a cause. Follow that logic. If
I
you draw a
think,
line,
but
if you draw a line, you
why
have
are
a
we
beginning
hold
point.
on? Why are we changing the statement to everything that exists was created to everything that what was the word created?
Yeah, because that's wrong. Because God exists and he wasn't created. That's why that's wrong.
So everything that exists not necessarily was created.
Well,
No, only
I
everything that has a beginning.
has a cause. I think the problem with the whole statement as a whole is, I mean, you already said earlier, because I asked you, does the universe exist? And you said yes. And then that begs the question, well, what created the universe? And then now
But
you have to have some type of creator, which would end up, you could just say, is it God? You know what I mean? And then to
yeah,
solve that problem of infinite regress of just saying, well, what created God? What created that God? What
no,
created, going on and on?
but hold on a second.
It's
I mean,
Right.
because
I'm
Right.
I
God would have no beginning. So
yeah, I
it
just
Because
philosophically
presented.
man,
checks out.
I
you
just
can't have an
presented.
infinite regress. You
Hold
can't
on,
have an infinite regress.
Diva. Hold on.
That's the point.
I
Yeah.
just presented something that I call a proof. Okay, everything
Yeah.
that exists was created. The universe exists because it was created.
Because it had a beginning.
Yeah.
If the
But my,
universe never
Beginning
had a
a
beginning, if
beginning
the
doesn't
universe
take
is
eh,
eternal,
everything
I'm saying
that
if the
has
universe
everything that has a beginning was created.
has a cause to be
but
created, has a
I'll,
cause. Yes.
I mean, I'll use the everything that exists was created terms with you, but then you have to answer what created the universe then, in your opinion, in your view.
Everything that exists was
So does the
created.
universe
The
exist?
hold on, the universe exists. Yes, it was created.
Because it
By
has a
what?
beginning.
Yeah,
Let's not
because it has a
let's
beginning, right?
no. But wait a second. Let's not change the words. Does the universe
Okay.
exist?
Yes.
Yes, it was created, right?
Yes.
So the universe exists because it was created.
But what created the universe?
Hold on, hold on.
Yeah, just let me get there.
So the universe exists because it was created. Everything that exists was created.
Yeah, but I mean, I don't see what's wrong with asking, well, what created the universe? Because if you're
God,
just going to make a claim that the universe was created, but you're saying, like, can you
ev-
answer that?
yeah, everything that exists is because it was created.
Okay, so this isn't
So
answering the
does
question.
God exist?
He's doing the thing. Yeah. He's doing the
No,
same thing
no, no,
where
no, no. Hold on, guys. You know, you want me to change the proof to something
No, I
that
don't want you
does
to
it's not
change
a
us
proof.
the implications.
So
The
what?
implications of your proof is
So
all
what
I'm
are
asking about.
so what are we changing the words? That's the part that I don't
I'm
understand.
not. Oh, well, that's not what I want. That's not what I'm doing. I'm asking. So we established the universe exists, therefore it was created. Now I'm asking, from your point of view, what do you think created the universe?
I
Wouldn't your whole proof here entail that the universe was created?
Yes, but the thing is that your question take us away from this proof. Can we go through the proof and then you answer your questions?
well, I'm saying your line is faulty. It's false. I don't agree with your point. That's what I'm saying. I don't because
You don't
not
agree with the
every
proof.
no, because not because you're saying everything that exists was created. I don't agree with that. I agree with everything that has a beginning has a first cause or was created. That's my
Yeah.
point. That's what I believe.
What's
You're
the
changing it to
difference?
just say
Something
everything that exists.
something
That's not
that
what I
has
said.
a cause, a beginning, I'm sorry, does not
Yes.
exist.
Everything that has a beginning must have a cause. That's all
So
I said.
the universe had a beginning?
According to science and the second law of thermodynamics, yes.
Yeah, so the universe exists.
Right. But it had a beginning.
Yeah, irregardless, the universe exists.
Right.
Yeah, so everything that
Well,
exists, including the universe, was created.
can we ask you a question?
He's not putting the beginning in there. That's
You
the
know,
problem.
I cannot,
Yeah.
I cannot, I
Well,
cannot.
can we just ask you
I'm
one
sorry. Hold on
question?
a
Just
second.
one.
I cannot get
It's a
you to
human.
go to the second sentence.
Because I don't agree with that. You can believe that, but I don't agree with that. I don't think that makes sense.
We already agree that the universe exists. Universe exists.
Right.
Yeah,
Sure.
because it was created.
Because it had a beginning, right?
You want to play
That's
this
the whole
with
point.
these words? We
Well, it's
already
not the
agree. We
words. I
already
mean,
agree. I'm sorry. Light blue mystic. The universe had a beginning, like Diva says, right?
yes,
So, does the universe exist?
yes.
So, is it okay if I leave that word in there, exist, or not? I have to take it off, erase it, because the universe doesn't
Um,
exist.
I mean,
No,
I think it's go ahead. You go ahead. You go ahead.
because he wants to just say everything that exists was created. That's what he wants to say, but that's not what we say. And I said, if let's say if we had evidence that the universe was eternal, which it's not, then the universe wouldn't need a cause because it's eternal, right? So that's what we're saying. So there's has to be something that's eternal, and it's either the universe or there's a creator, or it's nothing. And how can nothing create anything? It's nothing. And so based on the evidence, the universe is not eternal. Everything that has a beginning, you show me something in life anywhere where something that has that exist that something that has a beginning has a cause. Show me where that's not true. Show me in any situation where anything in life that doesn't have a beginning, it doesn't have a cause.
Okay, so what is
And
the
then
cause? God,
of what?
of whatever.
He doesn't have a beginning. See what
No,
I'm saying? That's
for whatever was had a beginning that was created has a
right, the
cause.
universe
Yes,
and
for
everything
example, the
else.
universe.
Yes.
What is the cause?
God.
Yeah, yeah.
Right.
Yeah, how? How?
How did he create?
No, how do you come to the conclusion that it was the God of the Bible?
That's not our conclusion right now. The conclusion is some type of creator. That's the
Yeah,
first point.
Yeah,
Then
that's the
then you
so there are
then
two
you can get to
creators.
who we live
There's a
there.
society of creators.
Sure, if that's what the evidence leads to, but you have to agree there was a creator before we get to who is the creator. That's the
So
point. That's
the
point
creator
that
could
gets-
be anything or anyone.
Sure.
Yes.
Sure,
Okay.
it could be anything. Yeah, but the point he's making is that
Okay.
you're conceding that at least there's one creator.
Okay, so
Right.
yeah, so
creator.
probably what I have to fix is that the blue words where it says God does not exist, I have to fix it. I have to put God of the Bible doesn't exist.
Just put creator. Well, I don't
No,
understand.
I'll put
Because-
the God of the Bible doesn't exist.
Well, that's your opinion, but that's not fact. So I mean, it's fine. You can write it. Doesn't make it true.
So
Doesn't make
my proof is wrong because everything that exists, not everything was created.
Right. Only everything that has a beginning. Well, think, Javier, think about that logically. Think of anything that had a beginning that wasn't have a cause to start it, effect, something that started it. Think of anything.
I
mean, just
agree with
use your
you
mind.
that everything that has a beginning has to have a cause. Let's say that I agree with you.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah, I
think
agree
about
with
it.
you.
Okay.
So
Okay.
if we pass the beginning and then it goes into existing, we agree that it was created.
Because
We're
it
not
had a
talking
beginning.
about God, okay? We're not talking about God.
Right.
We're talking about the universe.
Because it has a beginning. That's why. That's the part.
Light blue mystic, am I missing something here? It seems to me.
I
It seems to me that Diva does not want to talk about things existing.
No,
You don't want to you don't
how
want
do
to
you
talk
mean
about
when you
things
say that?
beginning.
Can you elaborate on exactly what you like? He does when you say he doesn't want to talk about things that exist. I'm not sure that
When I
I agree with
say,
that.
yeah, when I say that the universe exists, he corrects me and he says that he has a beginning. Okay, so that means that it doesn't exist. No, yes, it exists, but it has a beginning. Okay, so does that mean that the universe doesn't exist? No, it has a beginning. Okay, so what are we doing here? Apparently,
universe has a beginning.
we can now go into an agreement that the universe exists.
So we all agree the universe has a beginning and it does exist at the same time,
Right.
right?
I agree.
Yeah.
I agree.
So can we? I agree that it
Okay.
had a beginning. So
Well, so,
we
yes.
stop using the word beginning?
Sure, but
No,
yeah.
because
But here's the thing. Here's the thing.
because
We
he goes to
can't.
God.
Well,
He
hold on.
goes to God and he goes, why then how God has a creator. That's why he goes to. That's why it doesn't make sense.
But the problem I think that is not being made is that the whole thing becomes a contradiction in itself because there's questions that can be asked that negate the whole point. Like if the universe exists, that means it was created and or had a beginning, however way you want to word it. And then that begs, well, what created it? How did it begin? And then you're gonna have like it makes more sense that there was something there that created it. So there's some type of creator. Maybe it's even an infinite number of creators. We don't have to say it's Jesus Christ yet. You know what I mean? We're just saying
Right.
the
Exactly.
evidence points towards something because since everything that has a beginning has a cause, or everything that was created, everything that exists was created.
Something
Then we have
supernatural.
yes, we have to ask that about the universe. So it's like, where did the universe come from? And I know that I don't think that gets away from the point of your proof, but your proof, when it's asked when it's put to the test with other questions and it's tested, the logic starts to fall apart and it becomes because you have to answer where the universe was created, and then now if there's a creator, that would basically be a god.
So we
source.
agree that the first statement is wrong
Yes.
because
I
not
think the wording
everything,
is
not
very
not everything that exists was created.
Right. Yes.
yeah.
agree.
Yes.
I mean,
Can you
yeah.
mention one thing that exists that was not
The only
created?
thing. Yeah. The only thing.
Yeah. Can you mention one thing?
Mathematics.
Okay. So we go back to the conversation that we were having with Aaron.
Yeah, but that's true. I mean, where did mathematics come from?
Yeah.
created
So
mathematics?
okay. So
Just
that
like good.
yeah. So
Good has
that
existed forever.
okay.
Good
Hold
has
on.
existed forever.
So
Because
math. That's enough with math.
Yes,
You know,
I
math.
agree.
Pi exists forever, independently, right?
That's right.
How do you connect pi? How do you connect pi to the God of the Bible?
Okay. So like I was saying earlier, and Diva might be able to say this better than I can, but I see it as like the God of the Bible is eternal, has, meaning he had no beginning, no end. There's many aspects of the God of the Bible that fit the bill for a God you should believe in, but you can't connect
I
pi
agree.
really
I
to
agree.
the Christian God. I mean, but you get what I'm saying, right, Diva?
Well,
It
Like I'm
seems
trying
to
to.
yeah, the
me
God of
that
the
it
Bible
seems to me.
fits
Hold
the
on, hold on, hold
attributes
on. It
of
seems
God.
to me that this is your best explanation. You found that this is the best explanation for you, therefore you believe in this explanation. There's no better explanation for pi. It has to
Well,
be
it
an
doesn't.
eternal God like the God of the Bible.
Well, it's
It would have to
immaterial.
be one eternal source. Yes, it can't be like multiple gods. Like it can't. Polytheism becomes logically incoherent really quick.
So
The god of Zeus doesn't fit a bill for a good explanation
so
for what type of creator we
coincidentally,
have.
coincidentally, the best explanation, the closest explanation is the God that you believe is real from the God of the Bible. Coincidentally.
Not just coincidentally. I mean, like
Yeah.
you'd really have to like look at people's own personal stories and all that. I wasn't always a believer. I was kind of convinced of it. I used to be when I was younger, and then had a long period of not, and then came back to the faith
If
later in
you
life
Yeah,
through this
it's
kind of just understanding that these points people make, when you put them to the logical test, they can't hold water. They can't stand up to it.
yeah,
Like
so it
if you
seems to
look at
you
the
me,
can't
it
other
answer me
seems
where the
if you
universe
look
was
at
created.
it
yeah,
seems to
if you look
me
at the
there's
the other
an
options,
aspect of
yeah,
belief in this.
Of course, I'm
Yes,
not gonna deny that.
yes. I was just trying to
But it's
explain that.
not an arbitrary. I'm not just picking a random belief. I did it because it makes the most logical sense out of all of any other religion.
options,
Yeah,
That's
other
part
options.
of it. That's not only it, but that is a major
Yeah.
part of it.
it
So
is
We
absolutely
all believe.
obvious. I'll
We
let you
all
speak.
believe something.
It
Yeah,
is
we all believe
absolutely
something.
obvious for me that there's an aspect of belief in this, involved in this. Go ahead, Diva.
I'm saying we all believe in something. An atheist, a Buddhist, agnostic, hedonist, whatever. We all believe in something. So why do you believe what you believe? And I believe, looking at the evidence of Allah, Hinduism, historical evidence, all that stuff, the God of the Bible answers and fits who the true God is more than any other by a mile, any other philosophy or God that is presented to us that I know. And so that's what I would say why he is above all of them easily. If you actually understand what is the description of those gods. But
You know,
can I give you an example? Can I
uh,
give you an example?
hold on. I can even admit that the first statement could be wrong. Okay, I can even admit it. But then,
Mhm.
how you get away from saying that that statement is wrong, and also connecting this wrongness to the God of the Bible? How is that even possible, other than using your belief to connect both? Because
Well, I think we
you cannot demonstrate or prove this to anybody.
well again
you can't
prove
100%
no
prove it, but you can give it
exactly.
a very good philosophical argument that points towards Christianity's likelihood of being true up to like the 90%. You can't. I can't pull Jesus out of the sky and make you put your finger
You
through the
can't
hole in his
prove
hand.
you can't
But
prove God. You can prove math, but you can't prove God. It's a philosophical question. You can't put God in a test tube. You know what I'm saying? That's not. It's a different question.
The
You can't.
problem
It's not
is,
proof.
like I was explaining to Aaron, the same applies with
Mhm.
anything. You cannot
Yeah,
prove that an alien with two heads is driving
you're
around
right.
intergalactically in a spaceship taking pictures of
Hmm.
different planets. So
That's
this
right.
applies with everything, everything that you can imagine.
But you have to look for evidence. Is there evidence that that's happening? If there was, give it to me, and I might believe. It's all evidence.
If the God that we're talking about is supposedly outside time, outside
And
space, is
and
very
outside.
very
Yes.
far away on the other side of everything, that is
No, he's
created.
inside time and outside time. Yeah,
It
he's everywhere.
coincidentally, people explain it that they have a personal relationship with this whatever thing.
Yep.
The whole thing makes absolutely no sense. That points back to the proof that everything that exists was created, but God was not created. Therefore, God does not exist.
Again, I disagreed with that prompt, so that's fine.
It's understandable. It's understandable,
Yeah.
but this explains to people that are doubting that the God exists. This makes more sense that from a believer believing the supposedly makes sense information from the Bible. Do you get what I'm saying?
What I'm saying
Because
is
the
break
one
down
thing, just to
my
finish,
philosophy and tell me why I'm wrong.
just to
Break down
finish,
what I say and tell me why
just to
I'm wrong.
finish, everything that people believe from the God of the Bible is taken from a book from people that wrote that information from thousands of years ago. Now, this information is very simple. It's on a video right now. It's in a pretty much 1-2 sentences, and it's absolutely quite clear. And there's no killings and no sacrifices involved in this. There's proof that the God of the Bible does not exist. Because if everything that exists was created, God was not created. Therefore, God does not exist. That is very
But I
clear.
disagree with
That's
that.
very simple to
I disagree
understand.
with that. Yeah, I disagree with that though.
I
So,
could
but why do you
conclude.
disagree with mine?
Hold on.
Why do you disagree with mine?
I can conclude that the reason that you disagree is because there's beliefs involved in your point of view that disagree with this.
It doesn't make sense logically though. That's the point. It doesn't make sense logically.
I can accept that there are things like pi that probably have forever existed that was not created. But then we go to the other problem. How do you connect pi to God, to the eternal God from the Bible?
Because God is logic. God's mind is logic. That's where we get logic from.
Can I
God
get?
cannot.
Can I give an answer to that?
Sure.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so you're asking how we get from pi to the eternal God of the Bible. So, you would agree that the God of the Bible is described as eternal, correct?
Yes.
Unlike other gods. Okay, so there's facts about the God of the Bible that he is eternal. Like the other gods, I'm not sure if they're eternal or not. I guess
Well, they're
maybe I
eternal.
should.
Yeah, they're eternal, but they're not real.
Yeah.
But yeah.
So a book
Yeah,
says that the God of the Bible is eternal. A book.
Mhm.
No God is telling you this. A book. Someone else is telling you this through a book. And just happens that you were persuaded to believe that what you're reading on a book is true.
Well, there
And
has to be
there's
evidence.
and there's
There has
a
to be evidence that the
logic.
book is reliable, right? Why is the Bible not reliable, and why are the authors not reliable? Because I would think that God wants to not only, if God is real and He loves us and He wants a relationship with us, which is what I believe, wouldn't God not only come down Himself to tell the world what He's about, but also give us a book to learn more about Him and give us knowledge and what He likes and what He thinks and tell us? Wouldn't that make more sense to give us a book and to actually come down Himself and explain it even more? Wouldn't that be a personal God? Wouldn't that make more sense to
For
actually try to understand who this infinite God is?
Yeah, for me
Right?
that I'm
We want-
balanced. I don't believe in any particular God. I don't close my mind to a possibility of a God. I'm telling you that what you're telling me makes absolutely 100% no sense, not even close. And that explains
Okay,
why. Hold on.
I think I got it.
Please, hold on. It
tell
explains
me why,
why people believe, not knowing why and understanding correctly why, maybe they say God does not exist. Of course, He does not exist, the God of the Bible.
Why? What's the evidence that the Bible is faulty and it's not from God? What's the evidence of that? Give us the evidence.
You know,
Why should we not the Bible? Tell me.
first starting with this proof that I'm just telling you right now, okay? But let's not even go there. Because when I try to explain something about God and come to a logical conclusion that God does not exist, people have said, but you're trying to comprehend God with your human mind. But suddenly, if you make a good explanation in favor of the God, suddenly you understand God. And now your human mind does understand God and that God is eternal. But you're basing everything on what someone else is telling you, not your own experience from God telling you this information. You
Well,
are
no, but
hold
why is
on,
that?
hold on,
Why is that
hold
book
on. You are
not credible?
persuaded somehow, in my personal view, because of emotional
Where's the
reasons,
evidence?
persuaded
No, the evidence.
to believe
No, the evidence.
that this information is correct. Now, let's talk about a supposed evidence,
On evidence.
okay? That the
Yeah,
God
give us
is
the evidence.
all knowing.
Right. I agree.
Okay. That is supposed to be evidence of course, nobody can prove it, right? But let's say that it is true. What is God doing having a relationship with you where all he sees is something blurry? Because everything is happening at the same time for him. Why would he have a relationship with you for? Because in
Okay,
your
let me answer.
mind, you're looking at things in a linear way. God doesn't look like that. God doesn't think like that. That God doesn't operate like that. This is something
Well,
that was
let,
created by someone that wrote this book or someone that in a group created this book and they want you to believe that. God doesn't work like that. God doesn't operate like that. But
how do you know?
because hold
How
on,
do you
hold
know
on,
that what you said
just
is
I'll,
true,
I'll let you
though?
speak.
You're just making claims. Give
So are
us
you.
how you know that.
So
No, no,
are
I have a
you.
book. I have evidence. I have evidence that the book is reliable.
You have
Where are you
information
coming
that
with your
someone
evidence?
else is telling you about some
Right?
entity that themselves have less chance to understand than you.
I can interrupt you every single time, but I'm trying to let you talk because you're
Go
saying
ahead.
stuff that is
Your turn.
so. You're telling me that God can't see us because we're a blur to him. Where are you getting this information, specific information, that this is what's going on with God?
Let's
Where are
say
you
that I'm
getting that
making it
from?
up.
I mean, you have to be making it up, obviously. And
So
so I think if you hold on, let
so
me answer.
let me ask you.
Okay.
So in the case that God is all knowing and time, he's not bound by time and space, right?
Yep.
How does he
Yes, sir.
relate to you? And what for?
So, okay, so let me explain. So, do you know how big the sun is compared to the earth? Do you know? Because it's fake. You know, they can't really draw the difference, right? The sun's like a little bit bigger. But do you know that you can fit 1 million earths into the sun? You understand that, right?
Yes.
That the size of the sun is way bigger compared to the earth.
Yes.
You understand that, right?
Yes.
Okay. So the God that created that, I think he could handle the minutia things. I think he could share, give us his word and talk to prophets and actually reveal himself through. And the fact is that the Bible is not written by one person. The Bible is written by over 40 authors over 1,500 years who didn't even know each other, didn't live with each other, and it all goes and there's no contradiction throughout the whole thing. That shows you right there that God has fingerprints on it because you can't get 40 different people over 1,500 years in 3 different continents to have one coherent story
You're
from
going.
beginning to end.
I have to interrupt you, Diva. You're going somewhere else
That's
with
my
this.
proof of the Bible.
Does God
Yeah,
look
that's
at
my proof of
you?
the Bible.
Does God look at you in a linear time or not?
God sees it all. He sees it all, and he
So
sees
he's
it
seeing
in
you
intimate.
right now. He's seeing you right now in heaven.
Yes.
Yeah.
No, no, no. I'm saying he can see me right now, this second, right now. He can see you too. Also, he's everywhere, all at once, because he doesn't
So
have a body.
my question
He's
for you
everywhere.
is he seeing you right now in heaven or not?
He's here with me right now. He's outside of
No,
time. He's in time. He's with me.
no. I'm asking you a question. Is God
What?
seeing you right now in heaven? Yes or no?
He's seeing me everywhere. Yeah, he is everywhere.
So is he seeing you in heaven right now?
Yes, he's omnipresent though.
So
omnipresent.
what for is God trying to communicate, to transform you, to convince you, to do whatever with you? So if he already
I got
knows
you.
and sees you
Yep, I got
and
you.
experience you in heaven right
Yep.
now. I'm right
I'm not in
now,
heaven.
I'm
I'm
right
not in
now,
heaven right
I'm
now.
right now in hell right now. I'm in
No,
hell.
no, no,
God
no,
knows
you're not.
that already. He's seen me right
Yes, he
now.
knows it. He knows it. I didn't say he sees it.
No, no,
I
no,
said
no,
he
no.
knows it.
No, no, no.
He
Hold on.
knows it.
Hold on.
It's a difference.
God is not bound by time.
Nope.
No bound by space.
Right.
Right now, I'm in hell,
You're not.
and God is there with me right now.
Hold on. Let me ask you this. How do you know that sometime between now and hearing this, you have an intimate experience? You give your life to Jesus in 5 years or 10 years, and you actually become born again because you've heard the testimony of us.
Is
You
God
understand.
seeing me
And
right
then
now?
God would have
No,
known
no, no,
that you'd
no.
go to heaven, even though you're not there right
Is
now.
God seeing me right now in hell?
Yes.
Yes or no?
No, no, because we don't know where you're going yet.
So,
We don't
so
know.
are you saying like God knows what?
So
Can I ask a
God,
question? Are you
God is looking at me in a linear time.
He sees you right now,
yeah.
and he knows what you're going to decide in the future. You don't know what you're going to do in the
So
future.
God is looking at me in a linear time and space.
Yes, he knows
So
what you'll freely choose.
he doesn't know
He
where I'm going
does
to end
know.
up.
He does. You don't know. He knows. How do you know you're going to end up in hell?
So
How do you know
if
that?
he's not bound by time and space, he must be looking at everything at the same time.
He can do both. It's knowledge. He knows it, and he can interact in time.
So
He can interact.
he's
Yes.
not seeing me in hell right now.
He knows if you're going to be in hell or not, but we don't know, of course, and you don't know that.
So
But he knows,
that already that I'm in
but you're not in
hell,
hell.
he knew I'm in hell before he created me.
But you haven't gone to hell yet. So how do you know you are going to go to hell?
So
How do you know that?
this God is not timeless and all
No, he
knowing.
knows. You don't know. He knows. You
Diva,
don't know.
this doesn't make sense. If this
So
God
you're essentially hold on. Can I
He
break in
thinks
here?
Sure.
he thinks God is weak. He doesn't understand that God created the sun, the universe that never ends,
Yeah.
and everything.
Nobody's
He's
talking
You're
about
not
kind of
that.
some
arguing for like
small-time God. Yeah,
you're
like
kind of
some mini
arguing
God.
kind of
God is
arguing from
way
like
beyond your
a.
mind, bro. God is way beyond your mind. You're thinking too little
Oh,
of
yeah,
him.
that's not fine.
That's the point. You think too little of him. Think about the sun. Think about the universe. You can't even get to the end of the universe
Okay, Light
ever.
Blues Mystic,
So
go
Clear
ahead.
Waters is your point. You're basically saying like, why would God create you if He knew you were going to go to hell? Right? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah.
He's all knowing and he's not bound by time and space. He's everywhere at the same time.
Yep.
So
Yeah.
he's at my before he created me. He's in hell with me right now.
How do you know you're going to hell, Javier?
If
You're
God,
not in hell right now.
You're not in hell. How do you know you're
guys,
going to go to hell?
guys,
How do you know that?
how do I explain
You
this
won't
to
answer.
you? If
Yeah, you're
God,
saying if God knew you were going to choose option
no,
A, how do
no,
you choose
no,
option
no,
B?
I'm not saying that. If God is
Can I
all
interrupt you,
knowing
sir?
and he's
Yeah,
not bound by
interrupt.
time, he's not bound by space, he's everywhere at the same time. He
Yes.
must know where I am right now in everything
No, he
because
knows where you'll
hold
end
on,
up. He knows where you end up.
For me, time is in sequence. For
Right.
God is no, everything is at the same time.
Yes.
So right now, in the eyes of God, I am, after I am death, he already knows where I am.
Yes, he knows where you are, but
He
you don't know.
knew where I was and was where I'm going to be before he made me.
Yes, he did. And he still
So
gave you life, and he still loved you to give you life. Yes.
what for?
Because your life is still important. And
No,
so even if you
no, no, no,
it
no,
is
no,
important
no, no.
because you make
Listen to the
decisions
question.
for other people.
What
You make decisions
for?
for other
I'm
people.
not asking you why. What for?
What for? So you say God should just create people that go to heaven and none that go to. That's what you want to say, right?
Light blue mystic, what for if he already knows?
He wants to live it
Well,
out. He
I
wants
could.
to live it out.
There could be
That's
a
what it
few
is.
ways to answer it depending on your theology, whatever theological position as a Christian you come from. So the Orthodox would have one thing to say, Catholics would have one thing to say, Lutherans another. But I'll say one that just came to mind. You might be, your channel even right now might be influencing more people to turn to him than
Right.
you imagine. That might be one reason why. Yeah, I understand what you're saying. You're saying it's kind of implying like, why would a God create somebody who they're just going to send to hell, and they already know that's going to happen? But I don't think God. The point you might not be getting is God is not making your choices for you that sends you to wherever you may
That
end up.
makes
Um,
absolutely no
so
sense.
how does
Well,
that not
God
make
is above
sense?
Hey,
all.
can I,
God is
sorry,
You're
can I
above all.
you're
interject here for a
making
second?
you're
I want to
making
hear. I want to hear a cool winder because he hasn't said anything yet, but he's been
sure,
waiting
go
for a
ahead,
while.
my friend. Go ahead.
Just by asking the question why, your question's a bit faulty because you're implying
I have
causation.
never asked the question
If God
why.
is
He did say
no, so you
what?
said what for, right?
What
And so that
for?
implies sequence. Implies causation, and so
Yes.
because it has causation inside the question, you're implying time. And if it's truly timeless, then
Yes.
the question is
Yes.
faulty, right?
Yes, of course. I'm glad someone is understanding this. So God is timeless, is spaceless, all knowing. So what is he doing these things for? What for?
Oh, I agree. I agree with where you're getting to, because you're asking the question like, let's say I was gonna pick up a bottle of water. God is
All this-
basically seeing me not having the water bottle and picking up the water bottle at the same time. That's what Clearwater is saying. I'm
Yeah.
saying I agree with that in a way, but I'm also saying from the other perspective is by asking the question, what for? You're implying causation, and causation because of that, and since God is outside of time, the question itself is faulty because you're already implying time.
So God is outside of time, meaning that he doesn't see time?
If he created causation, the question itself is faulty because if he's outside of time, you're asking why he did something, and if he's outside of time, then the question itself is faulty, right? Because if he's outside of time, there was no causation.
So what for did he create humans?
I can answer that one.
Uh,
Because
Again, faulty question, but
God loves, and he has so much love that he wanted to create us because he loved us. The same way, in a sense, not the exact same way, but the same way two people who love each other have a kid. They want to have a kid. They want to give a kid love. If you can understand that, it's
Diva,
not the same level.
normally, I have to interrupt you. Normally, when you say these things, I just, brush it off, But I think this time, I'm not feel like letting it go. What you're saying right now is just your belief.
No,
Saying
this is what
that
God says.
saying that
This is
the
what God
question
says.
is faulty is not gonna prove that what I'm saying is incorrect. Because if God is all knowing, God is timeless, God is all present, all powerful. For
Right,
him, nothing that we're doing is happening sequentially. Everything is happening at the same time for him.
right.
So forget about the bottle of water. Let's talk
No,
about
you
the
asked about
end.
love. You asked about love.
Let's talk about the end.
Yeah, no, you asked. Yeah,
You
you're
are in
talking about love.
heaven, I'm in hell. Why?
No, you
What
don't know that.
for? Diva, you have
You
to
don't know
stop
that.
interrupting, my friend.
Okay, but you don't know that. That's what I'm trying to say. So you're making a false
So God is
premise.
not all knowing.
Yeah, but you don't know if you're going to
So
heaven or hell or not.
God, but does God know?
Yes, but you don't know.
So if God knows already and he can see me right now in hell screaming, burning in pain, what for is he trying to convince me to believe in him?
According to the Bible, You have enough evidence to seek him and believe he exists, and it's your free will choice. There's enough evidence with your
We are
conscience and
not
creation to
talking
choose him.
about that, Diva.
Well, what I'm saying, I don't understand what you're saying. Why would he
My
create you?
question is absolutely 100% clear. God is seeing me right now already in hell because he's not
False.
seeing time sequentially. Everything is happening at the same time. He moves his head to one side and he can see everything. He can see me in hell, screaming in pain. What for is he trying to convince me to believe in him?
Because you don't know that if you're in hell or not. God knows, but you might be in heaven.
I'm not
How do you
saying,
know
I
that?
am
How
not
do you know you
saying,
won't go to
I
heaven though?
am not
How do you
saying,
know that?
I am
So
not
you don't know you.
saying, I am not saying that I know. I'm saying that God knows already.
Yes, he knows.
So
That's it.
he
He knows.
knows what is the end for me.
Yes, he knows.
Okay, so what for does God want me to
What do you
believe in
mean what
him?
for? I
That's
don't that doesn't I don't
exactly what
understand
I'm
what you're
asking.
saying.
What
Maybe somebody
for?
maybe
Wait,
somebody else
clear
can answer.
waters. Clear waters. When you ask what for, you're asking for a reason, right?
Yes.
Okay, so that's essentially like asking why. Like why did God do this? Why and what for would be basically the same
No,
thing, right?
I don't think it's the same question
Well, why not?
because I think one has a motivation.
Has a
The
what?
why you can respond because I want to scratch my ass, something like that. You can take whatever, but what for? You have to say something that it's providing the motivation to do something.
Okay.
So if God already knows, He see me yelling, my skin coming off, I'm in hell, burning. He's
You
gonna
don't know that.
look to the other side and he's gonna, well, let's try to convince Javier to believe in me and love me. When I'm already seeing him burning in hell, what for is he trying to convince me? What for?
He's trying to convince you because he doesn't want you to go to he wants you to turn to him in faith and trust him and have a
How can
relationship.
he want
That's
me
what he's
not to
doing.
go to hell if he's already
He
seeing me in
doesn't
hell?
want you to go to hell. I can give you a Bible verse. God is patient, wanting no one to
I think
perish,
one
and
of
wants
you
everyone
guys,
to come to Jesus
I
Christ.
think one of you guys
That's the Bible.
must understand my question. I cannot believe that
Yeah.
there's
So
four of you on the
so
call and nobody understands my question.
no, I understand your question. I think what Clearwater is saying, guys, is like if let's say you know the end to the movie, right? You're watching a
Right.
movie, you already know how it ends.
Right.
He's saying if the movie can't change, then why is he trying to convince me? Like, how can you change the plot within the movie? And if you can't, then
Yeah,
there's no
exactly.
point in.
Yeah, yell,
Is that your
yell,
question?
yell, yell all you want to the screen.
Is that your question?
Throw popcorn to the screen. Throw your soda to the screen. It's not gonna change the end.
Is that your question? That's your question? What he
What
said?
for is God trying to convince me to love him if it's already done and written?
Because again, you don't know if it's over.
I'm
Okay,
not
you don't
talking
know the
about
end of the
what
movie.
I know or don't know. We're talking about
Okay,
what
so
God knows.
God wants all to repent and put their trust in Jesus.
What
All.
for if I'm already done?
But again, you don't know that though.
I don't
Yeah,
saying
Clearwater.
that
I
I
think
That's
what
not
know
your
that.
business.
no, no,
That's not
no.
your business.
Clearwater.
That's
What if
God's.
everybody does go to heaven?
Cole Winder, Cole
That's
Winder,
God's business. That's God's business. That's not your
that
business.
everybody
Go
goes
on.
to heaven. We don't know that. Nobody knows that.
I mean, there is
So,
a
exactly.
yeah.
You know what I
No, according to the
suspect?
Bible,
I
according to
think
the Bible,
I
most people
think
go to heaven.
Live
Sorry.
Blue Mystic. I don't have to not agree with your statement that I'm creating more believers. I think more and more people listening to this conversation are going like, man, you know what? I think Javier question is like kind of relevant. It makes a lot of
Nah,
sense. So I
nah.
think that we are getting people to be again honest human beings, transparent human being, and people to have decency and not be believing in a God just because it feels good. We have to stop this madness. I'm asking you a
Well, listen.
very transparent, honest, decent question. And it seems that when you believe in a God, you cannot be an honest human being. You cannot
I've
believe in a
answered.
God and
But
be at the
well,
same time an honest human being.
hang on one second, Diva. Okay, I would agree that if people aren't going to answer a question, that's not fair. But you wouldn't answer my question earlier of if the universe exists, that means it's created. Then what created it? So you're also not answering questions completely that are asked.
I we
You're not
can we
you're not answering questions the way people would want you to. So
you can go back to the video and I answered your question. I said I don't know.
I don't. I didn't hear you say I don't know that. I'm sorry
Yes,
if
I
you
did.
did
But
say
by
that.
the way, sorry, I
But
just want to say I'm not Christian. I would just wanted to join kind of to
Is
add on to the conversation, but I just wanted to be clear about that.
is the other guy Christian? I'd like to hear him talk. Is Ike or whatever his name is? IK?
I Kaya
I'd like to hear him
Elohim.
talk.
I think he's
Elohim, yeah.
probably
So
just
listen,
listening.
I just want to leave this with you, Javier, to
Sure.
ask me the intricate mind of God, why he does things, right? On a deeper level, right? On a eternal level, I can't answer because I'm not supposed to know every single detail that I could possibly know from God. You know what I'm saying? You're asking me stuff that I'm not gonna be able to tell you and explain it. I mean, anything else I can explain. I can explain a lot of things. But you're asking for something that no human being can really answer you. Only God knows specifically why. The only best answer I can give you is God loves you, and even though if you aren't going to go to heaven, He still loves you enough to still have you give this life and to enjoy this life that you has. He could take you down any moment, but he loves you and He still wants to give you the life that you have. And that's all I can tell you. I can't tell you the minutia of why God does what He does, how He does it. That's not on my level, and I'm
You
not
know,
copping out.
Diva,
It's just
hopefully that people that are listening and get to see, to watch or listen to this after it's recorded, are gonna be able to understand that you can explain everything about God when God makes sense. But for right now, I think some in some side of your system, you're starting to comprehend the problematic of God being all knowing, all present,
not at all.
omnipresent, and at the
Not
same
at all.
time asking this question. Suddenly,
You're
suddenly we cannot understand the mind of God because we're humans. You
yes,
know,
well,
this is
well,
always
yes.
what I call a
How is
cop
that not a
out.
problem?
I would
He
So
say I
wanted
would
God.
say not
Wait, hold on,
every.
hold on. Give me 10 seconds. He wants a God that he can easily understand 100%. You know, he knows everything he's doing. It's obvious. It's like, you're just as smart as God is. You have the same intelligence.
I'm
You have a
taking
small
one.
God, a
I'm taking
small G.
one. And I'm adding two. I understand that that is three. If I add five, that takes me to eight. So I'm taking the information from the God that we know that He is omnipresent, timeless,
Yes,
and I'm trying
yes.
to present that information and compare it to us as human beings, our existence. And there's an incongruency between what the God is and what we're doing here on earth that is supposed to be doing this salvation thing. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't
I gave you an
align with each
answer.
other.
I gave you an
Sorry,
answer.
can I give an example?
Sure.
I gave you an answer, though. You just don't like the answer.
No,
That's all.
you're preaching.
No,
Let's
I
hear
gave you an answer.
Colwinder.
That is your belief. You're preaching that God loves us. You are
Yeah.
preaching.
May I give an example? Sorry.
Yes.
It's kind of like the way I see it. I hope this answers your question, Clearwater. I'm not sure if it does, but it's kind of like if you think about 3D space, right? And then you bring in time, that's 4D space, right?
Mm-hmm.
If you were to represent that in a 2D plane, that person would never be able to comprehend 4D, but they could comprehend it with like dials on a clock, right?
Mm-hmm.
And if you had written down a clock, it would be a representation of time. It wouldn't necessarily be time in the real sense of the word or the
Mm-hmm.
real kind of description of it or kind of understanding of it, right?
Okay.
A 2D plane would never be able to comprehend that, but they could have a representation of it. So it's like taking something that's really complex and you have a representation of it, you might not understand how it would either feel or be like potentially, but there could be a representation, and so that's the closest way we're going to get via like linguistics and language to be able to comprehend what that even means.
Mm-hmm. Okay,
Just a thought.
I'm following.
No,
So
there's no
what?
point. I'm not trying to.
I thought you wanted to say something that relates to what I'm saying.
Yeah,
I don't,
Javier,
you're
I don't see the
saying, oh,
relationship.
it's so impossible for us to understand, and you're like, I understand. It's like they're giving these descriptions, timeless and omnipresent and things like that, and then it makes no sense. And I'm saying, you're saying, oh, how can a human can't understand it? But then on the other side, people give these descriptions of understanding God, and I'm saying that you can, just like that example, you can get a representation of it, but you might not get the whole picture because of the fact that you're living in a different in trying to go back to
So,
the analogy, you're living in a different representation.
so a believer can also could be mistaken because he does not comprehend totally
100%.
yeah what the God is.
not on the
So
basis.
what he's
Not the basis.
describing, what a person, a believer is describing could be wrong.
Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah, I agree. I
Javier,
totally agree.
Javier, you're trying. Listen, how much knowledge do you have? All knowledge. All knowledge. The atom that's in the middle of the sun, the the rock that's 50,000 light years away. How much knowledge of everything in the universe do you have? I would say
Prob-
0.00000000001.
to the
You're
square,
trying to
yes.
understand. You're trying to understand God. It's like putting the all the ocean's water in the world into a teacup.
You're
That's
doing
your
the same
brain.
thing. You're doing the same
No, no,
thing.
no,
You're trying to
no. I
understand
can give you
God.
good answers. I can give you good answers, but I can't answer why or how God does something specific. I can't
Your
tell you that.
understanding of God, Deep. I'm gonna take this back to you. Your understanding of God is 0.000000008. So you get this good feeling in your heart, and you said that's God.
Good feeling. No, that's not. A
Oh,
feeling
I'm
is not
sorry.
God.
I'm sorry. You get a change of heart, and you said that's God. But your knowledge of God is 0.0000008. So you're just guessing.
I'm not guessing. I have more knowledge of God than you,
Okay,
but
so you have
whatever it
0.00008.
is, whatever it is, I have more knowledge of God than you.
Okay,
That's all I can say.
so you know you have more knowledge of God of me. Does it go over
Yes.
1%?
Probably not even anything. I
Okay,
wouldn't- I
so
wouldn't
yeah,
even be able
so
to-
you could be totally wrong about what you think God is.
Of course, we all could
Yeah,
be totally
so
wrong.
so I just took back what
So-
you told me and put it back to you. It
Yeah,
applies
I
to
could-
you too. It applies to
Ain't
any
no
believer.
way.
What I'm saying is, you don't have no answers. So how is someone that has answers worse than someone that
No
doesn't have
answers to what?
You have no answers to anything.
Like what, for example?
Does God exist for you?
The God of the
don't know.
Bible does not exist.
No. Does any God exist?
There's
You
a
know?
possibility that there's a God out there, yes.
But you don't know.
I don't know.
And
Do
there's
you
a
think it's
possibility.
more?
there's no-
Clear waters. Clear waters. Do you think it's more likely that there's a God out there that exists than not likely?
No, I don't think it's less likely.
You think it's less likely. So how do
Yes.
you? What's your thoughts on where the universe came from? Like, if it exists, what create? Like, how was it? How did it come about?
Yeah, I'm trying to answer your question. I'm trying to bring awareness to stop labeling life like if we know that comes from a God. I'm trying to bring out there and bring awareness to start asking questions, real questions about life. Because the moment we define everything with a God that we don't know, we stop searching, we stop researching, we stop expanding, we stop
That's
exploring.
how. But
Never.
that can't be
Never.
true because science came out of the Christian religion. All the countries
Never
that
stopped.
had Christianity. That's not.
Probably
We don't
that
stop
explains.
knowledge because of that.
Yeah, probably that explains why the world is the way it is right now. The world. Probably we should be in a
world is like this because sin,
way
because
better
man is
place
evil.
right now if we didn't take this signs from Christianity or whatever religion.
What's wrong with the world right now?
is screwed up right now. The world. Everything
What
is a scam.
philosophy?
everything
by
is a
what
lie.
standard?
Hold on,
What standard is it
philosophy,
screwed up by?
what philosophy describes the way the world is the best? To me, it's the Bible and the Christian
We're
worldview.
we're moving from topic to topic right now because we were talking initially about the supposed God that is all knowing, all present. Now we're moving to other topics.
Mr.
That
Kyoto, can I intervene and ask you a question?
that is Amu. Welcome. Go ahead.
Um, I'm not up for an argument or anything like that, but then I just wanna, make certain things clear. So, you are still alive right now. You wake up each and every morning. You get food. Yes, like you work hard and all of those things, but who provides strength for you? You understand? I mean, surely there has to be a being that provides strength for you. You can't just say, I just wake up and yeah, I just, go about my
What
day.
is
You don't
trend?
see you
What is trend? I'm sorry.
come
You,
again.
you said that God is providing me with trend. What is trend? Food.
I mean, uh,
Do you mean food? Because you said trend. I don't know what trend is.
He means
strength.
life.
I mean,
We're waking up.
Oh,
the will
bread.
strength.
Okay, bread. Okay, sorry. Go ahead.
Yes, he provides you with bread, the
Yes.
essentials, all that you need so that you may have everything. You get what I'm saying? You may not have all that you desire, but you have what you need in order to go about your life. So now
That's
what God does is that he provides for you, same as he provides for me. You understand?
What is
The
providing me
difference
with bread is the supermarket that I buy with my money.
that you buy with your money, which you made, like he made you wake up. I mean, he can take us at any time, like I can die right now, but then the difference
Oh,
is when I die or when you die. I mean, I don't know about what happens up there, but what I know for sure is that we'll all face the creator and we'll all face the Son of Man, which is Jesus Christ of Nazareth. You understand? We'll all face judgment about I warned you, I talked to you, you didn't listen to me. Now face my wrath. You understand?
you see, guys, there's nothing to research, there's nothing to discover, there's nothing to explore because everything is explained by the God of the Bible.
I've been trying to explain philosophically. I think I get where your frustration though. I mean, like I'm not trying to knock the other guys, but I get it. Like you don't
The
want to
God
just you don't want to just hear Bible stuff. I get it.
the
I
God
just want
of
the
the
other
Bible,
explanation that
we
makes
have
more
given
sense. That's
opportunities,
what I
we
want.
have given him thousands of years, and the God of the Bible has not made this world a better place. And this is his creation, supposedly. So apparently, the guy
So
is
cause
not
and
doing
effect.
a good work as a God.
Nope.
I would disagree with
God
that.
chose. Hold on.
We
God
are
chose to
fighting
limit his
against
power by giving
darkness
us a
right
free
here.
will. You're responsible. I'm responsible. God didn't make me hit you. He didn't make me steal from you. He didn't make this person hurt.
That doesn't
God has
make
lived.
absolutely no sense with an
You
all
have a free
knowing
will.
God, timeless God,
Yeah,
all knowing or powerful, no bound
right?
by time, no bound by space. That makes absolutely no sense. You're talking like God is a human being.
No, God is a personal being. I didn't say he's a
Yeah.
human being.
Exactly.
No,
Well, he's
you're
personal.
describing God like if he's a human
Personal.
being.
Well, he's personal.
He
You
said
just
to
have a
Moses,
body.
Mr. Chilton, can I remind you that in the book of Moses, when he approached Moses, Moses asked him, "Who are you?" And he told him, "I am who I say I am."
Yes.
So he can tell himself that if he wants to be human, he can be a human. Like he
Yeah.
created us in his own image. Do you understand? Henceforth, this body that's in us, it's a temple. This body, it's a temple on its own. Henceforth,
Okay.
like no, what you call this? How can I? No disrespect to people who go to church, but I don't go to church. I just pray, read my Bible, and that's how it is. That's how I connect with God, and He also responds to me
So you seem to
because
be
I see
very
that what I pray for
you
actually happens.
you seem to be very knowledgeable about God. Is God all knowing?
Yes, God is all knowing.
Is God timeless?
God is outside of time, for he sees in the
Yes.
future. I've
So
survived many times. I could have been
he's
dead.
not okay, so he's not bound by time.
Yes.
He's not bound by space. He could be anywhere at any time.
Uh-huh. Where are you
So
getting? Ask your question. I can see that there's a
basically
question coming.
he's basically everywhere at the same time.
Because he's not outside of time.
So
And he
he's
doesn't view life
he's
sorry. He doesn't look at
basically
life based on
so he's
human eyes.
basically
We
everywhere at the same time.
Yeah, he's
exactly.
spirit. He's spirit.
Yes.
He's not a torso.
A
He's not
mute.
like
He's
you.
exactly.
He's
He
spirit.
doesn't have a form that you can like he's a spiritual he's in spirit. Like with our own eyes right now, ne? I'm in my room. You are at your I think it's a room or a living room or anything like that. You can't see beyond the wall, right? You can't see beyond where you are. I mean, you can't see what's happening at the supermarket, or you can't see what's happening next door at your neighbor's house, but God can see that. Yeah, I getting my point.
That my
He
friend
sees
Emu,
beyond.
that
You
is
are
your
bound
belief.
by time. You are trapped in time. He's outside of that. He create like I can even say right now that like I mean he created time. He
I
created us in his own image.
I think
All the ideas that
I
we
see
have.
Emu, I think it's incorrect. It seems to me that it's incorrect that God is outside of time. I think what should
He
be the
is outside
correct
of time.
way to describe God is that God is timeless, so he's everywhere at the same time.
But
I
it
mean,
doesn't change anything.
yeah, of course it does
He,
change everything
okay, why would you say it changes everything?
because God is everywhere right now. And he's
Mm-hmm.
not bound by time. He doesn't look at life or the universe or the world or your life as a sequence
We
of
agree.
events.
We agree.
So God already
Mm-hmm.
knows. God is looking at you right now in heaven, jumping through clouds and sleeping all
No.
day in a cloud.
No, that's false.
Mm-mm. No,
That's a
that's
So,
not it.
so if he's
cartoon.
not doing that right now, then this God is not timeless and not omnipresent.
How can you use that metaphor of his jumping in the clouds and all that, where else his children are going astray, his children are not seeking him and finding him?
So
Javier thinks
God,
that God is
so God
like
right
limited
now,
power.
God
We
right
don't think he's
now
all powerful.
is not in heaven.
We don't. God is everywhere.
So God is in heaven right now.
He's in heaven. He's right next to you. He's everywhere because he's
So,
spirit. He's not.
so in the eyes of God, are you in heaven right now with him?
I'm a human, like I'm a human being.
God knows
I
if
are
we're
you
going to be in
getting
heaven, but
you
we're not
you
in
want
heaven
to
right now.
identify
Just
like
Okay,
let's
Mr.
leave
Clearwater.
Emu a chance to respond.
Okay.
Mr. Clearwater, you want to identify him in a form and directly say that he's here, he's stationary at this point, he can't be this way because he's here. You're looking at him from a humanly eye perspective. Now with him, he doesn't view, he doesn't look at the world or look at us from a humanly eyes perspective because he is who he say he is. He's formless. He's a spirit, just as Hot Diva said. He's a spirit. Yeah, he can be everywhere. In the spiritual realm, now I'm gonna go deeper. Bear with me. In the spiritual realm, um, are you aware that in the spiritual realm, time is nothing? Time is absolutely nothing. Time is like seconds. What we say it's a year, it has many months. In the spiritual realm, that's nothing compared
It's
to
timeless.
compared to
Right.
how it is up there, compared to how it is right there. Do you understand? So you can't like try and place him and like try and figure out what type of form he's in or anything like that.
So God is not timeless.
He
He
said he
is
is.
timeless. He's a spirit.
So yeah, so God is not bound by time or space, right? He's everywhere at the same time.
Okay, well, Mr. Cleo, it says, you
No,
know what
but
I'm
you
right
know, I
now, ne?
think in order to have a
I'm gonna
conversation, probably you can answer a question.
okay, okay, don't be aggressive. We
No,
just
I'm not
talking
being
right now.
aggressive. I'm not being aggressive at all. But if I'm going to ask you questions and you're just going to ignore me, you know, that's not a
No, yeah,
conversation.
that also isn't okay on my side. Okay, but what I want to do, ne? Like, okay, just okay,
Okay,
what
and
I
you, so
mainly
I have to
wanna push
respectfully
on.
stop you right now because right now what you're doing to me, respectfully, is just preaching. You're telling me
The
what you
thing is,
believe.
I want you to see, like, I want you to see. You just wanna show me and tell me that there is no God, which I know that
If
He
I'm
is.
asking you
But then I
question,
want you to see certain things as well.
how am I showing you something and telling you something when all I'm doing is asking you questions that you are not answering?
You, you know what it seems
I
like you're
thought he
doing? It
answered them.
seems like
Thought he
it
answered.
seems like you know what it seems like. It seems like okay, because of this don't believe in this, because of this like don't it seems like that. That's what I'm kind of getting. And now I just want to okay, Mr. Clearwood says, how many times has someone helped you or someone assisted you in any way in your whole entire life? How many times?
Many times
Okay, why would a person do that to you? Why would a person show mercy and grace to you?
because they relate to me in some way, being a family member
O-
or someone that knows me or sees me in a situation of desperation.
Yeah, dire situations, right?
Yes.
Okay, now let's put aside besides someone knowing you. Surely there has to be a human being that has, kind of helped you, or when you're in the supermarket, you bring your food or your everything right there, and that person helps you and make sure that everything of yours is in order or places them in a plastic or something like that, right?
Yes.
Exactly. So God is also trying to show us in our each and everyday life that He is with us. I mean, that person could have decided to just take your food and throw it on the floor. Could have just decided to not help you whenever you go somewhere and you want assistance. I mean, that certain individual could have just, sweared at you, insulted you, mocked you, made mockery out of you, made you feel worthless, self-esteem decreased. You understand? But then instead, you find people who uplift you, you find people who encourage you to do better in life. So it's God revealing Himself to you. You
Okay.
understand? He's
Okay.
not limited
Okay, hold on. And you,
into
light blue
okay.
mystic, could you please be
For sure.
honest and tell me if
Uh,
Amu is telling me what he believes, or this is a fact that could be easily demonstrated?
so you
He
see,
he's
Light blue
not.
okay,
I
mystic.
mean, I would say, Amu, you're not giving a argument. You are kind of just telling him what you believe. I would agree,
Yeah.
but I wouldn't
Yeah.
say that. Uh, I can't remember what the last thing you said was now, but yeah, yeah. Essentially, I would agree. Yeah, he's just
So
telling his
basically,
belief. I mean,
light blue mystic. This is kind of the stuff that sometimes I have to engage with. Someone that
hmm
will not answer my questions, but I have to listen to all the preaching, even if it takes 10 minutes.
yeah, I understand that can be frustrating.
But
I'm with you on that.
coincidentally, it happens
Sure.
from believers.
It does. I would say not all. I don't.
Not
I
all
don't think
believers,
every.
most believers,
Yes,
yes.
it's a thing that happens. I admit. I know. Trust me, I know.
So
But
yeah,
I mean, I
so
still love my brother Amu. You know what I mean? I agree with him. I would say.
I mean, I think
But
Amu,
not everything. I would make some nuances, but
yeah, I think Amu, I always say that he means good. I can tell by his tone, his words, and everything. But this, for me, is limit. What he's saying is limit. I agree that this is the best explanation I have from this entity, and the explanation, I feel good with that explanation. So therefore, I need no continue to expand and continue asking questions because I have my explanation, which is God of the Bible.
I would
This is
disagree
this
with
is
that.
this is all I'm
Yeah,
listening.
I'd just say it's just getting a little preachy and not really like having an argument. I mean, kind of just
I,
restating
I
his
would
belief.
I would say a mu sounds like a true believer, and not everyone has all these hard, difficult questions to be answered. You know what I'm saying? Or even maybe can even express it in a certain way. I have problems sometimes.
Mm,
So it's nothing against him. It's not everyone is you
but
know
Diva,
Frank Frank Joker.
I ask you this question. Did you notice that Mu being nice, he didn't answer any of my questions?
I think he did answer your questions. I think you just repeated them after. I think you asked him if God is timeless. He said yes. Yeah, I heard him answer you, but then a couple of times you kind of re-asked it because he would
So,
go into something
what was
else.
his answer about
He
God
said
being timeless and
he said yes.
omnipresent?
He said yes.
I never heard that answer.
Ask him again because he said yes. I heard him many
Yeah, because
times.
if I heard the answer, then I can continue with the next question. But because I never heard it, he start preaching again. But anyways, it's not big deal. In my point of
I heard
view,
him answer.
guys, yeah, probably he did. Probably I just didn't hear it. But in my point of view, guys, it's gonna be what 4.5 hours. We're ending this live stream in 5 hours, so that's like 20 minutes. For me, in my point of view, this proof still applies. I'm not trying to be a pain in the butt, okay? Because either the first statement is incorrect, but not incorrect, and also the God of the Bible being true. I'm giving you, the option. Okay, I agree with you. The first statement could be wrong, but then how you can connect everything else that you're saying with the God of the Bible? So,
Again,
not
that's a
having
separate
proof of
conversation.
connection from the God of the Bible, I have to go back to my statement thinking that is correct. I'm not
Point of order.
trying.
Okay,
So
I'm not,
really, I'm sorry. I'm
go
sorry. I didn't
ahead. Go
interrupt.
ahead. Go ahead.
Sorry,
No, go ahead.
I
I
was
just
just
want
gonna.
to say, does it? Oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, you go ahead, dude. I won't forget. Go ahead.
I was just wondering, is it just specifically for the God of the Bible, or could we bring up other premises?
That's what I was gonna ask. Yeah.
Yes, all the gods.
Okay,
And
so
But not.
just in case, cool Winder, just in case you haven't heard me saying this before, in my point of view, the beliefs in gods, in any god, has nothing to do with believing in gods. This is something that has to do with people's feelings, people beliefs because of emotional reasons. There's nothing else.
right, okay, fair enough. So yeah, because my understanding, and again, like you had said before, is like until someone gets to that point, it's all belief and it might be personal experience, possibly.
For everybody.
But
For everybody.
yeah,
Yeah.
but what I was gonna say is like going down the reasoning of like my metaphysics is a little bit different. I believe that God is like consciousness, right? And all that exists is consciousness. Um, and so that's the kind of like stance that I take. And so, have you heard of? Yeah, what do you think about that first off?
That yes, that's a possibility, but if you move too close, like you moved your percentage too high into falling for that belief or that agreement, you run the risk that you could be wrong and staying believing that.
Well, I don't understand what you mean. Sorry,
Can I
say that.
can I ask you a question?
That
So when you
you,
say
that
consciousness,
you agree in a definition that probably you didn't come up with it all by yourself. You're picking up on what someone else deducted or some other people
like everyone,
deducted. You
like
know,
everyone.
Hmm.
you could run the risk that you are accepting a wrong definition for life or God.
Oh, for sure. But then so the first premise is like, yeah, sure, the consciousness. Let's say I say consciousness is God and all that exists is consciousness. Um, I can I can run away from everything, even my beliefs, all right? But everything that I experience is through consciousness. What I can't deny is that. And if I tried to deny it, I've just self-evidently proved it, right?
So
Because
what?
nothing
So
exists.
I
outside
just
of
want to ask
consciousness.
him questions, but go ahead.
So
I just
so
want to
what
ask him.
your feelings, what role your feelings play in what you just said about God being conscious? Because
So
you
my
are a
my
human being
feeling,
that feels.
100%, 100%. You're right. So I think what you need to the feelings definitely have a part to play, but what I'm trying to get rid of is at least the philosophy that I've like read over and kind of contemplated. The whole purpose is to get rid of those feelings and get rid of ego and get rid of all of that to come to a point where all that exists is consciousness, to get to that point. And I think that's so my point is that you can actually try to experience that for yourself rather than in belief. So the first, like your proof right here is like my proof is God is consciousness, and you can feel that consciousness through yourself, right? And therefore, um, yeah, and therefore you can reach them, right? So what I would say at that point is my let's say my proof, and assume this, let's say my proof is logically valid, but it might not be sound, meaning the premises might not be true. And if that's the case, you have to prove that the premises are true, right? And I'm saying the way you can do that is through the philosophy that I was talking about, which is like, say, meditation or good acts, etc. So what I'm
Let
saying
me
is you don't have to believe it, you can actually try to validate it for yourself.
let me throw what could sound like throwing a wrench on what you're saying right now. In my point of view, sounds that to me that we were designed, programmed, or created in a way that we need this feel energy that goes through us in order to create direction and create purpose in order for us to take action. So it seems to me that either God or the gods or life is looking for something because is making us take direction and actions towards something. So this is not about only consciousness. It seems to me that God is looking for another God, probably feels lonely and is looking for another God in all levels of life, or life or whatever created us is looking for something. That's why we were created with mobility, and we're supposed, in my point of view, we're supposed to be moving, exploring, and discovering. What supposed to be discovering? I don't know.
Yeah, sure. I don't think I disagree with that. And so what I would say is the way kind of I've unfolded so far, and again, like you said, I'm exploring and going towards something and trying to figure it out and ask questions. But what I would say is try to look at your perception when you're in the waking state. Try to look at your perception and figure out, is it true? i- What I'm seeing, is that the reality external to me? Is that really how reality is? Right? And I can give you a couple of examples, and they've done studies about this. Is our perceptions lie to us completely. Our mind creates the reality that is external to us. So, for example, let's say you're seeing a basketball hit the ground, right? We know that light travels faster than the speed of sound. But whenever you hear that basketball hit the ground, you hear the sound and the basketball hitting the ground. You see it at the same time, right? It's not exact because the 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 science does prove that that happens, but this is just a good analogy to explain the concept. But what that shows is your mind lines that up, and so you're not seeing reality for what it truly is, right? And so what that means is maybe reality is a little bit different, and you can argue that it's a little bit different, but your mind is playing tricks to add reality the way it is, or like make it more comprehensible. But just that nuance point just proves that your mind and your brain is doing something with actual reality to make it okay for your brain to comprehend or your mind to comprehend.
So how do you
And
explain
just that,
lightning?
sorry?
Sorry, I'll just jump in. How do you explain lightning then?
What does that mean? What do you mean? How do you explain lightning? Oh,
your
the
mind
sound?
doesn't. Yes, your mind doesn't line up the sound with the
Exactly. So,
visual.
yeah, fair point. So, lightning, because of the frame rate, right, in your brain, it's too quick and too the distance is so far that it doesn't line it up. And that's my point as well. Is like the fact that the frame rate doesn't coincide with, for example, let's say the basketball or things along those lines. It actually is too hard for your brain to do that, and so your mind or your brain, sorry, doesn't line it up, and that's why you have the difference. That
You,
actually
you,
proves the point.
you know, Cool Winder, this is a topic for another live stream because this topic for me is extremely interesting. I'm gonna say just this about what you're saying right now. For me, there's value in what you're saying, but in a way, from what I have learned, is that what you are describing something that is a tool, and you're focusing on the tool and not the purpose of the tool. So how the mind works and representation and everything happens in our mind has a bigger purpose. So yes, you can focus on how the mind creates everything in our reality and describes everything, but this has a bigger reason and purpose. And you could decide because you want to understand how the tool works, but I think it will also be very interesting to find out the bigger picture of what is this tool being used for.
No, so I was gonna get to a secondary point is that yes, you're right, it is about the tool, but it's just to show a larger point or show that if you can't necessarily trust your senses, what I'm trying to say is like what we see the world through is like kind of like a airplane cockpit, right? Like so think
Mhm.
of an airplane cockpit. It doesn't show air pressure, it shows a dial of the air pressure, right? Like it doesn't actually show exact air pressure. It's just saying air pressure is like 300 whatever, right? Like I don't know. Uh, all these dials that are on the cockpit don't describe the actual quantity that's outside. And I'm saying your perception is the reality is a certain way, but you can't 100% claim that that's how reality is, right? And so my point is when you keep going back and understanding that fact, then you get to the eventually you get to how does quantities get to a quality? Like how are you seeing red, right? You see red is literally just the speed of light hitting at a certain like speed, right? And you see red. But how does that quantity relate eventually translate into red, right? Quality. And that's what they call the hard problem of consciousness. And that's what I was trying to get to is when you get to the philosophy of mind and things along those lines, it gets actually very different in terms of um, the line of questioning on that front, I would say.
So how do you relate this information that you are analyzing and trying to investigate? Seems to me, how do you relate this with God wants him to love you, for example? Does it relate
So
in any level to what you're saying or not?
it does because I believe that there is just one thing, which is God, which is consciousness. And so we are not me as in Cowinder or you as Clearwaters or whatever, is God, not the ego itself, but consciousness itself is God, and that is us. And we are mistaken um that
So
we're yeah.
what do you suspect God is trying to achieve with this
So
creation?
in my yeah, in my ego and things along those lines, I don't know, right? And I'm sure if I explore some other philosophies, I can get you an answer to that. But I think even if uh, even if I gave you that answer, I don't think it'd be satisfactory to you. What I would say is like explore it yourself, and in my opinion, again, it's opinion, is meditate, right? Explore the philosophy of mind and understand that if this reality isn't what it seems, then I have to look inwards,
In
right?
my
But
in
it's
my
not, I'm
pers
not alluring to belief.
Yeah, in my perspective, from my point of view, I think we have to move a little bit faster and bigger steps than me just going into meditation. I tried before, and I don't get much information that would allow me to move forward in a faster way because I'm not going to live to be 1,000 years. So for me, it's better to have this type of conversation with other people that have different views, and probably we can cooperate all together to see if we can understand more about life, what we're doing here, what for, what's going to happen to us when we die, where we're coming from, are we going to come back again to do it all over again or not? Where's our family that have died? You know, all these questions. I'm not satisfied with defining everything that is just the God and it's a consciousness that we don't know what is it doing it for.
Yeah. So
Javier, can I just
I
say something? The Bible and the Christian God, the Christian belief, answers those questions more logical and more perfect than any other religion or philosophy that you could show me. Please show me. Answers those questions the best. So just think
So,
about that.
okay, so let me be open-minded, okay? So what would be something that you would consider that someone that doesn't believe in the God of the Bible would be really convincing as a good explanation that the God of the Bible is real?
I mean,
It
again,
would prove many things.
I would ask that person, do you have tests that you can determine if any historical document is reliable? You know, how do you determine what is reliable history or what is fairy tale or what is made up? And I would say use those tests on the four gospels. And those tests that I have and other people have, they pass in flying colors.
But
Consistency, no
that doesn't sound really like something that you would convince someone that a God like the God of the Bible is real. Having to cooperate and have a chance of me feeling something for the God of the Bible because I have to read the information and compare it to other books for me in order to make sense that the God of the Bible, you know what? I think this promise of eternal life makes sense. I compare it to other books and I think I like this one because you know what? I don't know what's going to happen to us when we die. So eternal life, I like it. So I believe in the God of the Bible.
Well, it's more the answers are the best answers that fit reality than any other belief. That's my opinion, and that's what I believe as far as what I've studied.
The same thing.
The Bible answers the best answers for your questions more than any other.
The same thing. The same thing that I told Cool Winder, that you have decided to station your wagon, your car, on some parking lot, and you have so you have decided. Okay, because the place that you park your car, that is the best scenario that you have found, and you have decided to park your car right there and just enjoy the scenery. Okay.
I'm still looking.
There's people like me. Hold on. There's people like me that have parked the car in the same park that you're parked right now. We enjoy the scenery. We really enjoy it, and we are like, you know what? I enjoy the scenery. I have to keep moving.
Okay. Yeah.
So in my point of view, that's exactly what you're doing right now. The information for you is convincing. It's enough. It feels good because it does have emotional value for you. So you're going to park your car right there and you're not going to continue searching for anything else other than the God of the Bible.
Well, giving up my sin doesn't feel good in my, I want to do these things, right? Because I've done those things. So it doesn't feel good to give up sin, obviously. So that's different. But what I'm saying is, if you can't look at objectively what the God of the Bible, what he says about life and hereafter and all the evidence, if you don't think it's good enough evidence, my question has always been to you, show me something that has better evidence or answers the question better than this. And you can never give me that.
I'm providing you in the screen with proof that the God of the Bible doesn't exist. Why hold on. Why would I provide you with something better than the God of the Bible? What for? Again, we go with the same question. What for?
Well, give me the evidence.
Can you clarify something for me? Are you in need of a God in your life?
No, I won't. I'm in need of what is reality.
Because if you're in need of a God in your life, yes, probably I will get you something else that it makes you more happier than the God that you have right now.
I want the truth. That's what makes me happy. Is I have the truth. That's all that matters. It doesn't matter how I feel.
it seems to me that
Salvation.
if I find another God and I can make you and make that God in front of you make a miracle, like
There is
waking up
no other
someone that is
God.
dead or
Another God
something,
is
you
blasphemy.
will believe.
Sure. Well, I gotta ask questions, but I'm interested in evidence. So I wanna see evidence. I want to look at what how this God describes life, how it describes how we live
No,
now.
I
I
think
want to see, is it more reliable? Yeah,
yeah. So
yeah,
if I present you with a God, another God, and I can tell
yep,
you, Diva, this is not like the God of the Bible that is hiding. This
yeah,
God is
yeah,
real. So this bug right here that is dead, I'm gonna tell the God to bring it to life, and He's gonna do it right in front of us because this is a real
or do it.
God, and He does
Yeah, do
it.
it.
So you're going to believe
Yeah,
or not?
I might. Yeah, give me the
Yeah.
evidence. So
So
do it.
what's gonna happen in that moment? You have evidence that the God is real.
Yeah, give it to me. Yeah,
Yes.
give me the
So
evidence.
does that have the potential of making you feel good?
No, I just want to know what the truth is. So if you have
So
that evidence, give it to me.
there's not going to
Yeah,
be no emotional involved in your part. Getting
I
excited
just want the truth.
that I just provided you proof that a God is real.
Yeah, that would make me excited because I want the truth. Yeah,
If there's dialogue, then it would be an interesting dialogue with that person, right? Or whoever
but
entity
he but
that
he
is.
won't. But he can't give
Right.
me the evidence because he has nothing that has more evidence of Jesus Christ being alive.
I
There
think
is
his
nothing.
point is, what's the point? I think his point is, say we prove that there's a God, what's the point? And I think the point is, then that's where the real conversation starts. Like, why are we here? So on and so forth. So we can
But the
ask questions and we
but
can
the
get
Bible
answers.
Sorry,
answers that.
guys.
Again, the Bible
Can,
answers that
can I just
question more than any other philosophy. I can give you the answer if you want, and tell me if it
Optimally,
jives with you.
optimally,
sorry?
whatever evidence, data, information will only have the purpose of making sense to you in order to feel good about the information. That's the optimum goal in order to believe in anything, including a God. The God feels
So
good,
Sorry,
how?
the
can I
information feels
interject for
good,
like
you
one
will
second?
believe. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Clear waters. I just want to say, you had mentioned you're like, I wanna like meditation and all that kind of stuff is really slow. I wanna kind of get more information. I want to talk, and then like I want to have all that information, right? It's kind of the same thing, like data. But I can describe how a strawberry tastes, and I tell you everything about a strawberry, what it looks like, everything. But versus until you haven't tasted it, you would not be able to understand what that feels like. So I think the meditation aspect and actually feeling it for yourself is very important than just conversations, right? That's just one point I was going to make. But I do have to drop, and really enjoyed this conversation. Thank you all, and I hope you guys have a great day.
Hope we see you again.
Thank you. Thank you,
Javier,
Cold
can I ask
Winter.
you a question? Javier, you could
What?
pick any belief. You can pick any belief. I want you to answer these questions for me.
Sure.
Why
Hold on,
are
Diva.
we
Hold on.
here?
Hold on.
Hold on.
Hold on. You can ask me the question. Just a heads up. We're gonna be here like 15 more minutes, and then we
Okay.
shut down the live stream. Okay. Go ahead.
We could pick it back up tomorrow. Hopefully, I hope we do.
Yes.
So why are we here? And why is this world full of murder and sin and death? What is the reason why this is the world we live in, and why are we here? Now, give me the best choice of the answer to those questions. The best, whatever philosophy you
I'm gonna
believe.
give you
Give me,
two answers.
yeah. Why are we here?
One, I don't know.
Okay, that's
Okay.
good. Now,
And the
why
other
is there so
one,
much evil? Why is there so much evil in this world, and what's the purpose of it? Why is it like this?
okay, to me, the evilness that you're describing, most likely, in my point of view, is coming from ignorance about not understanding what we are doing here on earth right now and where we come from and where we're heading. That ignorance is creating evil, not a devil, not some entities, nothing external. We are doing it ourselves by ignorance and by continuing exteriorizing whatever we're trying to focus on, and we have to focus back on ourselves. And I think the evilness will slow
So,
down
what is
or
that?
be
I
less.
disagree. I don't think that's a good explanation. But why do children die of cancer at 2 years old? Because they didn't have anything to do with saying.
It
Why
seems
is it
to
happening?
me, to answer the question, it seems to me that it also includes ignorance. Because if we were not so focusing on some salvation and focusing what happens after we die, probably we could take that energy and focusing right now on what's happening on earth right now, including cancer in kids.
So
Most
Clearwater.
believers are more
Um,
involved in thinking about their salvation than really fixing
Can I give
problems
you
in
the
on
can I
earth.
give you the answer? Hold
actually,
on.
there's a lot of Christians that
No,
do a lot of good
that's
work.
quite the opposite.
I just want to give him the answer of what the Bible says and see if his answer is compared to the Bible's answer. I just want to see if it makes sense. That's all.
Sure.
So, so why we're here is because we were created for a purpose. The purpose is to love and know God and enjoy Him and love each other. That's the purpose of why we were here. We were created for that. And the reason why there's so much evil and sin and death and all this stuff in the world is because God created us with a free will. And when we decided to sin, to do bad, which we all know what good and bad is internally, that's when God stepped away and chaos filled the realm. It's a consequence of God stepping back, honoring our free will, and chaos erupts, and that's death, and that's disease, and that's
Yeah.
hate. And this
Can I
human
interject
heart,
in a second?
the human heart is wicked. That's why there's
Mm,
murder and evil. It's the human heart, the heart, not the physical heart, but the
mm.
soul. And that's the problem. And
Thankfully,
that's what the Bible
Diva,
says.
thankfully,
That's what the
Diva,
Bible says.
not most people don't believe what you believe. And I think that's a relief because everybody thinks the same way you do. This world will be a worse place to live in right now.
Nah,
That's why we need God.
exactly.
But
I,
if
I
you don't
am
mind,
living my life not needing a God. Hey, go ahead, science. You can ask
Zane,
something?
I really wanna answer your prompt, but I just wanted to respond a little bit to how Diva's point.
Go ahead.
Sin didn't really start with man, right? In the Bible, it started with Satan.
Right, but I'm talking about us human beings. Yeah,
Yes, but
specifically.
that doesn't really answer the problem of evil, right?
Well, it was free will. God gave us free will. The
I
angels and us.
understand,
Yeah.
but the first being to sin and be evil weren't humans. It was Satan in the
No.
Bible.
Yep. Yep.
So it's not really doesn't really answer your question about that how because you said that God was the one he created us with free will and then we started sinning and he let us be evil. But the reality is evil was created with Satan. So that's kind of my point on the Bible.
Right, but
Science, are
God
you,
I
are
do
you a
want to.
believer? Science?
sure,
Um,
We
sure.
I,
I
cannot
I,
was talking about
I
become
am.
humans.
evil,
Yeah,
but
I was talking about humans.
if we
Hold on.
call on the word of God,
Science, are you a
because
believer?
God, because,
I, if yeah, I really want to answer the prompt. I know. I think there's really two steps
I'm
for any
sorry,
non-believer.
science, are you a believer?
I am, yes.
Okay, go ahead.
There's two steps really to take here. I think before we can even talk religion, you have to first believe that there is a God, right? I think before you can even start looking at God's message, which is what a religion is. Um, but I think to answer your prompt is everything that we see is created, and God is not created, so God doesn't exist. And I think if you look back for example, myself, I was created by a man, a woman, my mom, my dad, and we can go all the way back to the first man, first woman. And then we can even go all the way back, if you believe in evolution, for example, in the Big Bang, right? Ultimately, this chain of creation must lead to an uncreated being that is the cause for everything. And the
Yeah,
analogy
you
that I
agree
will
with
give,
me. Yeah,
hold-
I say
please
so.
just let me finish. Please just let me finish. And I'll finish real quick. The analogy that I give is very simple, which is if you see a train with boxcars and you look at the individual boxcar and how it's moving, then you look at the next chain, the one that's driving it is really the next boxcar and next boxcar. And if you go infinitely back, there must be an engine that is driving everything. So there must be a necessary being that is the cause of creation that
So
is uncreated.
your analogy or your example, I don't think is very accurate. It's not a good example, but because trains could have two engines pulling the whole 70 other trains.
On either side.
Yes, or both at the beginning. So we could have two
Yes, but
gods. We could have a society of gods.
no, because
I noticed that
in
you
one
said a single
in
god or something like that. Go ahead.
it's yes, because if you look at that box train in motion, it's moving one way, correct?
Yes.
Does that make sense? So that means when we look at the chain of creation, I look in a change that drove me, which is always in one way. It doesn't go the opposite way. For example, I can't birth my parents.
So basically you're saying that something generates life.
Yes,
So
ultimately,
how
yes,
did
at
you
the end
come
of
to
the
the
chain.
conclusion that it's a single entity and that entity is the God of the Bible?
Because if we move back, meaning if we look at our creation, our own creation, there's always a single point, meaning what we do is we go back, there's Adam and Eve or the first man and woman.
How did you come to the conclusion that that single point is the God of the Bible?
No, I'm not saying it's the God of the Bible. I think there, like I said, I started by saying that you have to first cross the hurdle to believe that you don't have to call it God. You can call it multiple gods, whatever it
Creator.
is, right? A
Creator.
creator, exactly.
Yeah.
Can
So
you
the
call
answer,
it can
the
you call
first,
it creators?
yeah.
Sure. It's a
So that
no.
Okay.
once we reach the conclusion that there must be a necessary being, then we can talk about God or number of gods or which religion is correct. But I think to answer your prompt, which is why I went up here, is simply to say that you can't have infinite creation. There must be a necessary being, and you can call that a creator, you can call that a God, you can call it God, whatever you want to call it. But that's a different discussion.
I can agree with you that there could be a single point of origin, but then how do you determine that the single point of origin is an entity and not entities?
Yes. So, and this is where we put responsibility on who it is, right? So now that we are created, so now that we agree that there must be a necessary entity that caused creation, now we have to seek that knowledge and to see that creator. And it will be irresponsible, in my opinion, for a creator to create us for a purpose because every creation must have a purpose, right? We create a car, it has a purpose. Every invention must have a purpose. So it would be
Yeah.
irresponsible for a creator to
Yeah,
make a creation without
in
telling
a
the creation.
in
Mhm.
a way, I'm in agreement with you. I think that probably this purpose that God created us for is because God cannot believe that He's alone. He's the only God in the universe. So He expanded in all different directions, trying to look for another God.
Yeah,
Hmm?
by definition, I mean, based on what you're saying, if we go back to that necessary entity that must exist, by definition, it must be independent. Do you agree with that? Means
No-
it does not need its creation
yeah, it
for
does. It does
to
seems to
maintain.
me that He does need his creation for something,
It does it need it to survive? Like, does he need us to survive?
for something. He needs it for something. Otherwise, I don't think He's gonna create it for just having fun.
And I think, and like I said, I think I'll finish with this point and I'll leave it to the rest of the panel. But I think at this point, where once we agree that there is a necessary creation, then like I was saying, that it is the responsibility of that creator to tell us the creation, our purpose. It's not really up to us to just try to contemplate. And this is where, uh, once you get to the point where you can agree that there must be a necessary being, this is where you start looking at the different religions and reading the different books and seeing this because ideally, I mean, what God did really is give out these messages, and in these messages, some sort of truths, because the way that we've been receiving messages, at least from someone claiming to be God, is through prophets and messengers with specific messages. And at least if you look at I guess the different thoughts, right? You have the polytheists, which believe that there's more than one God, and you have the monotheists, which believe there's one God, and there's the Abrahamic religion. So now, as a creation, up to you. It's your responsibility also. So there's just as much as it's God's responsibility to convey the message, it's your responsibility to go and seek out the truth because ultimately in that message, at least in some of these messages, there's salvation is at stake. So I'll just
Hmm.
stop it here. And I think to answer your prompt, I hope that I was able to um, just kind of give you an idea that there must be a necessary being, whether it's a god, gods. Now it's up to you to go and figure out the truth.
Yeah.
Zion, can I ask you
Thank you
something?
for sharing that,
Javier has
Yes.
said
science.
Javier has said that he believes that God is a possibility, but he knows it's not the God of the Bible. That's the
Sorry,
one he knows it's not.
say again.
That's what he says.
Oh, you believe that there is a God, clear waters.
No, I believe
But
there's
it's
a
not.
possibility that there could be a God, two gods, a group of gods, a civilizations of gods.
But
Don't
it's
you think
definitely
I
not the God
proved
of
to
the
you?
Bible, right? That's what he says.
Definitely
Don't you think I've?
not the God of the
Mhm.
Bible.
There you go.
Don't you think that I've proven at least that there must be a necessary being for creation?
Yeah, but how do you determine that that's the
Yeah.
God of the Bible?
Yeah, like I said, that becomes your own little journey to find God or to find the truth.
Yeah.
And
I think he's just
I,
asking if
I,
you
no, hold
yeah,
on,
have like
hold on. Yeah, you're basing, for example, my research in God and discovering God based on a book. So
it's
I'm just
based,
gonna
yes.
discover God as far as the book goes.
Who God is, yes. Not God
Yeah. So
existing. Who God
basically,
is.
in other words, someone else is telling me who God is and what God is.
Someone's telling
It's
you
not
already
just the
who God
book.
is.
It's
Yeah,
it's not
Someone's
just the
telling
book.
me through the book who God is
right.
and what God is.
Variety of
It's not just
people.
the book, right?
But you're
It's
believing
So
something else,
what
though. That's
other
what you're
than the
believing
book
somebody else.
is telling me
yeah,
what God is?
That's what he doesn't get. He's believing something else
What
because
other
that's
than
evidence.
the book, science is telling me what God is?
so it starts with the book. The book that is, let's say you go through on this journey, you find out which religion is the truth. In this book, and it's usually I have to go back to find that book. And once you find that book, um, if you
So,
look at the at least in
so
the
sorry to
Abrahamic
interrupt
religions,
you.
let me just say,
So sorry to interrupt you. So you have to get predetermined definitions of what God is, because
because
this God information you're not getting it from God. You're getting it from a book.
yes, okay. So I know exactly what you're saying, because when you say a book, that means a book was written down by a man, a group of people,
So you're
and
basically
then there's a
getting
question.
information
Yes,
from other people, and they are telling
yes,
you who
But
and
he is
what God
too.
is.
yes, yes,
But he
yes.
is too.
Let me just continue with this. Just I'll just finish off. So the difference between a book that you can read, that you can pick up from a library, for example, say The Hunger Games, which you know for sure was written, there's an author for it, and a book that claims to be from God, for example, the books, the Bible, the Torah, the New Testament, or if you're, for example, if you're Muslim, then the Quran.
Really?
Yes, yes. So the difference between these books is that it has a claim, that it has a divinity claim, meaning that these words are directly from the creator. Now, part of your research is to see the chain of transmission. There's a bunch of things that you have to look at. And then ultimately you might reach the decision that, hey, I believe that all of these books are not from God. They're man-made. And then this actually becomes a point, because a point of contention with God. For example, let's say you die
So
and then
so
there's a day
so
of
hold on.
judgment.
So for example, if I spend 15 years researching God and
Mhm,
reading the Bible, is that enough time
mhm.
to research?
I think people have reached the truth much shorter than that. But my point that I was trying to make is, if you've read all of these books and you're still not convinced, meaning you've read, for example, the Old Testament, the New Testament, the Quran, all of these books, and you're still not convinced, um, and if you believe, for example, there is a God, but maybe the message you didn't really receive the full message or the true message, then it becomes a point. If that is true, the God exists, and there is a day of judgment, and you stand in front of God, then you have a point to make with God, and contention to make with God. Hey, God, I actually spent all this time to understand. I read all the messages that claim divinity, and I did not believe it, and these are my reasons. So at least you have a point of
Yeah,
contention with God when the
but
time comes.
again, you're basing everything that you're saying right there on what someone else is telling you.
No, no, this is
So
a,
you're
a logical
basically, in
argument.
my point of view, running the risk of being mistaken about everything that you know because you took everything that you know based on what someone else is telling you from 2000 years ago that you pick up from a book. And just
And that's the
and
point.
additionally, it just happens that I pick up the same
I'm
book
agreeing with you.
and
Mm,
I studied it for years. I read it. I have my own Bible and I felt good
mhm,
and I believe
mhm.
until the
I agree with
point
you.
until the point that I find out that it was everything made up in my mind and my feelings.
I agree
Mm.
with you. I agree with you. And the point that I'm trying to make is when the time comes when you stand in front of the true God, say, for example, and you actually have a point to make. You say, I read this book. I truly believe that this was the case.
No,
And if
I'm
God is
sorry. I'm
truly
sorry to
just,
interrupt you, Saying because of the time right now. I'm not gonna have that
mhm,
conversation with God. If God ends up to be real, I'm gonna be in judgment. I'm gonna
mhm,
probably tell God, you have absolutely nothing better to do. Nothing better to do. The God of the universe here right now judging me to see if I love him and believe him. I would probably be in the deepest hole in hell because the sizes of the insult that I'm gonna give this God that has nothing better to do, probably he's gonna get really, really, really upset. This
he would
God,
get
Mr.
in
upset.
my
Theodo,
point of view, if
you
you
won't
allow
be
me,
even
if you allow
able
me, if
to
I'm allowed
answer.
to say something, this God seems to me that he's using us for apparently his entertainment, or he's using us because he feels very lonely and needs to create some kind of drama in his life when he controls, punishes, judges these little toys that he can destroy whenever he wants. This,
Both are wrong.
I'm sorry,
God is not low.
this
Just saying both are
madness,
wrong.
this,
Forcing
I'm
him right
sorry,
now doesn't mean
science, if you're
it's
listening,
That's what
this
I'm saying. He's wrong on
madness,
both.
this
He's wrong on both.
madness of
Made
believing
up.
that this made up horrible God is the one that is leading our
mm,
life and that we're supposed to be believing. Man, no, in my point of view, we have to pass the page and we have to move on in life.
Can I
Guys,
ask you one
Clearwater.
question? Can I ask one
Clearwater's because we're gonna
one more
hold on. We're gonna
question
wrap
and
up
we
soon. Yeah,
finish, we wrap it up. Yes.
we're gonna wrap it up. I want to come back tomorrow. Maybe you have an answer. So a couple things. Both things you said are not what the Bible says and not what we believe at all. You just what you feel. And two, you're getting your information from a book or other people. You didn't just pop it up out of your head, did you? I mean, maybe, but you're trusting people, faulty human beings, faulty people who write books that are from regular people to get your information.
Like for
So why
example,
is
like
that
for example,
source? Yeah,
like for example, what part that I'm saying that you think that I'm picking up from another book?
no, whatever you believe about life. You're believing about what you believe in life from somewhere. You get it from somewhere.
Okay, so for example, I believe if I touch a hot stove, I'm gonna burn my hand. Did I read
I'm
that on
talking
a book?
about. I'm not. No, that's common knowledge. I'm talking about a God or eternal life or what the purpose of life is. Those kind of questions I'm talking about.
Yeah,
You
think
but
are
his
getting it
questions
from a
were.
book
I think his
yourself
questions
or
were.
information yourself.
I think his
So
questions
we're
were actually any
yeah.
human being would be asking these questions. It's not something that you would get from a book. I agree with Clearwaters on this one that because any human being would contemplate these questions. They're not necessarily something that anyone would pick up a book and start contemplating about. I think this is part of the human dilemma.
No, what I'm saying is
I
he
think at
what
the,
I'm
if you allow me, Diva, at the end, whoever believes in a God, they only have a book, themselves, and their beliefs. No God.
and the Spirit of God that dwells within us.
yep.
Yeah, but you cannot demonstrate or prove that this is a spirit of God. So as long as you say that, someone can tell you that, hey, thank you for telling me what you believe.
That's why
So
we're
we're all,
spreading the gospel, because you must also be aligned with God.
could we be telling the truth or could we be lying? Could we be telling the truth?
The main point. If are you asking me a question?
Yeah, could we be telling the truth?
You could be
That
telling
we
the
received
truth,
the Holy
or you
Spirit,
could be
God is real?
100% wrong. Yes, both ways.
Sure,
Can I ask
but
you a
we could be
question,
telling the
Waters?
truth.
You
But
could
like I
be
said, you didn't answer
right
my question
and you
about
could be wrong.
what book. I want you to maybe think tomorrow. What book or what person do you get your information about why we're here, where we're going,
I'll be happy to answer
who
that
created
question.
us?
My
Yeah,
my
I want to know.
views, I'm getting them from experience, from analysis, from research, from reading books, from doing research, from
Books,
talking to
right? Books.
AI. Wait.
Yeah, books.
Hold on.
Yeah.
From
So
having
why
these
are
types
those
of
books
conversations. So I just mentioned
wrong?
7 things against your
So
one
why
thing
are
from the
so
Bible.
who wrote
That
those
was
books?
man-made.
Who wrote those books that you're referring to? Who wrote
You
those
asked
books?
me a question. I mentioned
Yeah,
research,
and
experience,
books. Yep,
AI,
and books.
books,
Who wrote those books?
having conversations. I mentioned all these
Who-
things. I have
Yeah.
like 7 different ways, and you only have one book.
Okay.
I
Okay. And who
think
wrote those
there's a
books?
I think there's a possibility that I have a more chance of getting things right based on different approaches from different angles than just one angle, which is the Bible.
But you don't know who God is, and you don't even know God exists. So you have no answers. You
No,
admit
no,
you're not an
no, no, no,
atheist.
no, no,
You're
no,
not a
no, no,
theist.
no, no. It's not that I don't have an answer. I don't have a conclusion, which is a different thing.
You don't have an answer.
I don't have a conclusion. You
You
decided
can't.
that your life concluded with the Bible. You're done. That's it. You park your car, stay there, and we are going to continue exploring, researching, analyzing, evaluating.
Time is being wasted. In the book of Daniel, it tells us that all the things that are happening right now are being revealed. You need to read the Bible. It helps you, it informs you.
Emu.
I want to
I
hear
was
Zane's
Emu.
question. I think
I
Zane had
All
a
was
right.
question.
I was a
Okay. I'll leave it at that.
believer for
I'll leave it at
15
this.
years.
Tell me,
Emu.
why do you not trust the Bible to be accurate information and to be from God? What's your evidence that it's not from God?
The
Well,
simple
that we
That's
can't have
honest.
him. He can't prove a fault. Like
the
a
yeah, the
yeah.
Well,
simple
you have a
answer
reasoning.
is that I have
You don't
thoughts.
like it. You
I
don't like
can
what it says.
think.
That's what
I have thoughts. I can think. I can have logic, and I determine, excuse me, with the information that this God doesn't exist. I could be wrong.
Okay. Okay, good. That's your choice. No problem. We all have a
I have a,
choice.
I have a
Yeah.
question for you, Clearwater.
Sure.
I know time is running out, but do you know? I don't want to mention names. Do you know the mustache man from Germany?
Yes.
Oh yeah.
Yes. The
Yeah.
little mustache.
Yes. Do you know like the atrocities that he made in this life? Right. Obviously,
Yes.
everyone agrees. Okay. Do you believe that he received his just punishment for what he's done?
I don't know.
And
Do you think it was? Do you think it was evil what he done?
No.
oh, you don't think he did evil?
No.
Okay. So
Okay.
you're
Think of someone who did evil. I don't want to get into discussion whether in politics, but think of someone who did unthinkable evil. Someone like maybe Genghis Khan, where he maybe invaded the entire world and he killed a lot of people.
Okay.
Do you think he received his just punishment for what he's done?
First of all, we have to clarify something with the guy with the mustache. It
Mhm.
was not him doing the killing.
It wasn't him.
okay.
It was
Do you think
it
murder
was
is
it
evil?
was the brainless soldiers that follow his orders. So probably he
I-
never
I'm-
killed anyone. So probably
But
these
he
thousands
commanded.
and thousands of German soldiers were evil.
But he
Do you think
commanded them.
murder is evil?
Hold on, one question at a time.
Okay.
So
But he
maybe
commanded them, right?
so he's evil because he commanded it, or the thousands and thousands of soldiers were evil.
But he doesn't bear responsibility, personal responsibility.
Who, the guy with the mustache?
Yes.
Yes, but he didn't kill anyone. Let's say, for example, he didn't kill anyone.
Say I hire a hitman and
Let's
tell
not,
this hit.
bring examples. What you're trying to ask me is what he did was evil or not, right?
Mhm.
In my point of view, in order to understand more about my humanity, it will not be of my benefit to define things as evil or good, because that could put me in a predicament with different types of situations. So I describe what Hitler did, the guy with the mustache, as something that was not beneficial for humanity when he was trying to hurt people and limit people and put him in jail for doing nothing illegal, or people not hurting anybody. So I think that he should have been stopped earlier than waiting for him to hurt this many people. Probably would have been better if he was caught and put in jail for for many years. So
Would you
do
at
you
least
do you
agree
agree with
that
my point of view or not?
I don't, because would you agree that killing an infant
No. Wait
uh
a second.
intentionally
Wait a second.
intentionally is evil?
Wait a
I just
second.
want to see if you have a concept of evil at all.
No, wait a second. I ask you a question. Do you agree
Hmm.
that what I'm saying makes sense or not?
I don't agree with it because
What part of it
I
you don't agree?
believe I don't agree with the premise that you can justify the mass murder of
What
tens of
part did I
millions of
say that
people.
justify him doing that? What did I say that justifies it?
You'd have to remind me, but at least from what I
N-
understood, your point,
No,
or at least
basically, I'm sorry to interrupt you because it is just the time. I'm
Mhm.
not using the word evil, and I'm not including some God definition in my explanation. Why? Because my explanation, I'm keeping it on my humanity side, which makes way more sense than an invisible God explanation.
Javier, was there something absolutely wrong if Hitler got rid of every single race and person on the earth except white people and just have white people on the earth? Would that be, you wouldn't be against that, right? That's what he thinks is good,
Absolutely. I'll
right?
be against it, yes.
Why? Why would you be against it if that would be the ultimate good in his belief? To get rid of
Because
all the races, there'll be no more racism, right? There'll be no more racism, right?
because
Why wouldn't that
for
be? Why is that not good?
because no. You said something before you said good. Can you please repeat it?
Yeah, you said you would try to stop him, right?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. If he believes that
No, no,
getting rid of
no, no,
every
no.
single
Wait, wait, wait. Let's slow
what?
down. Let's slow down. Yes, I will stop him or try to stop him. Yes.
Okay, but if he believes that getting rid of all races except the white race would end racism and be more beneficial through evolution, right? Because the white people, according to him and his beliefs, are more hereditary are better. Why is he wrong? Why would you stop him if that's what he believes is the ultimate good?
Okay,
Why would you
so
stop him?
he's planning on getting rid of a race.
All races
Okay,
except
all
the white
races.
race.
Yes. So I
Yeah.
think to myself, you know what? I don't think that is something that is going to be of benefit for humanity, including
Well, that's your
myself. I don't,
opinion.
yes, hold on. I don't think that's going to be a benefit for me and my family and my country. So I think this guy, what he's doing is not going to be something that's going to benefit the majority.
So are you
Okay?
more right than him? Are you more right than him?
No,
So you're arguing for utility. Like it's not,
yes, for the
there's no
greater
Who's more
utility.
right
good.
though? Is he more right than you, or are you more right than him?
I think
But
you're getting
here's the thing I wanted to ask. Yeah, is it
He knows what he's doing.
objectively wrong for him to take over? Like what would actually be ultimately wrong with it outside of your own preferences?
you're taking an example that is quite clear that I'm not going to be in agreement what he's doing.
Yeah,
But
you're not
who's
going
right
to
and
be,
but
but
who's right
outside
and
of
who's wrong? That's the
yeah,
question. Who's right and who's wrong?
yeah.
Guys, it is hard for me to explain to a believer in a God that you can live your life with justice without a God. If I see someone like Hitler gonna do something that I can stop him from doing it, I don't care if he's more right than me or not. If he start killing people for no good reason, I'm gonna try to stop him
Yeah,
any way I
as
can.
I
Has
understand
it
that. Hold
been
on, Diva. Hang on, Diva, 1 second. So I understand that, but I guess
has it
what we're asking is why is it ultimately wrong outside of your own uh, preference? Like, obviously, you wouldn't prefer to be taken over by him, but is it actually wrong? Like, what separates it from like a hyena eating a zebra alive?
Can you reframe your
Hello?
question? Can you reframe your question?
Okay, so if there's no God, we're just another animal.
Yes.
How is Hitler taking over any different than like hyenas eating a bunch of zebras alive?
Because of
Like,
feel.
because of what?
Feel.
Feel?
Yes.
Because of feelings?
Yes.
But
So
that's
it's
your
wrong
feeling.
Yeah,
because of your
feelings.
feelings.
You take data. Okay?
That's your
You take
opinion, though.
Hold on.
you take data. You know if there's a person that is doing killing and you think that that person has some problem in his head, you're going to evaluate this information and you're going to see the possibility that he's going to turn his head and he's going to come this way and start killing people this way. Do you understand what
How
I'm
does he
saying?
know?
So
Why
if
would
I
he know?
hold on, if
Hold
I
on.
evaluate this information and I say, you know, there's emotional value in this in the negative way, so I'm going to take action and try to stop this person. But first I have to go through the process of getting data, feeling the information, and then taking action.
Yeah, but that's all based on your preference. There's nothing objectively true about it. So, for example, do
Yes,
you think it's
exactly.
wrong? Yeah. So yeah. So okay. So you would agree with that? It's not ultimately wrong
No,
for Hitler to take over.
no, in my point of view, no.
If it's not
Okay.
ultimately,
Well,
you shouldn't try to stop him then. That's the point I'm saying.
well,
Once you try
he still
to
can
him,
try to he actually still can try to stop him from a utility perspective from you know but so I understand that but my point is there's no ultimate meaning to him stopping him or him being taken over. That would be the logical
Optimum
conclusion.
minimum, no. The optimum minimum for you and me is what we're feeling right now. There's nothing else.
Yeah.
I think the original question was lost in this argument, but my question is simple. I'm gonna make it.
Sorry, hold on. Sorry. Let me just clarify that part. You, if you are just data in your head in information, you don't have no experience. You need something to bring those thoughts into reality. And the only way you're able to do that is through the energy of feel. Bringing something that is invisible, like a thought, and bringing it into action through feelings. And through that process, you see life.
Okay, so just to be clear, you would agree that there is no ultimate meaning to or purpose if Hitler took over. It's not actually good or bad, right?
No, there's no optimum meaning. No, for me, no.
So you would agree there's no absolute good or evil.
No, because just to clarify that part, you could bring two different situations in one situation, or two different aspects, or two different outcomes that you're looking for in one scenario. So, for example, this crazy guy with his army is coming to town, and I'm not gonna do anything because I don't care about anything. I don't care. But then he's coming to kill your family. You switch, you change, you feel bad, you take another action in the same scenario. I don't know if that helps to clarify what I'm trying to say.
No,
My
I'm just
question was
wondering
about
if you,
consequences
It
and
all
justice.
depends on how you feel.
My question was more about consequences and justice. So what I mean by that is, say for example, a guy picks up a gun and shoots a baby, right?
Mhm.
In that specific case, what punishment should that person get?
Okay, so if this person is killing a baby that came out of a laboratory that got infected with a
No.
virus, hold on, that got infected with a virus, and he's walking to a town and this baby is going to pass the transmit the infection to humanity, and it's going to disappear. Is that person doing something bad to that uh, baby by
I
killing
think
the
that's
baby?
I think that's a completely different question. I think
Uh,
at that point, uh, again, it's a different question than what I'm asking. I'm
okay,
asking
so
about
I thought it
justice
was
and
relevant.
consequences.
Ask your question. I'm sorry.
It's not because uh, my question was specifically on the punishment and the concept of justice that this person would get if this baby, if this man killed a harmless baby, nothing wrong with it, just killed it for no reason.
In my point of view, there's no optimum or something like a God is going to judge him. No, it seems to me no. I see the possibility that someone can take their memories after they die, and probably they're going to
In
find
life,
themselves in a situation where they're going to go through a hell because they cannot take those memories out of their mind, and they're going to leave them again after their death, probably because of how we are programmed by something or someone's or entities or whatever. I don't know,
but forget about
but
God. Forget about God.
because I don't
I'm talking
know
about in life.
what I
In
do
life.
know is how I feel about a situation, and I do know the potential action that I can take based on how I feel in a specific moment.
I understand. So your actions, let's say you're the judge in life. Forget about God. Forget about the
Yes,
afterlife. I'm talking about you're the judge. Uh, you obviously need to set an example. You cannot kill babies. What would you do to this person?
myself, I don't go through situations and analyze situations like, hey, this is evil, this is good.
No, no,
I don't.
I understand. I understand. But my question is, say this person kills a baby. What
Mhm.
punishment should this person get?
Put him in jail so he never does that again to anybody, and probably
Why?
get rid of him
Why?
because I don't think it's
Did
beneficial for anybody to have their baby killed.
Okay. So basically his punishment for him is enough for you to just put him in jail, right? And if this person, for example, um, not just kills one baby, but he, for example, kills a
No, no, no,
million,
no, 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 no.
it,
No, don't go to a separate scenario.
but
I think that
no, it's the
whoever
same. It's the same one. It's the same one.
whoever wants to punish this person
Hmm.
wants to do it out of an emotional reaction.
No, out of justice. Justice doesn't have to
Yeah,
be
so
emotional.
justice comes from an emotional reaction.
No, doesn't
Yes,
have to come from emotional reaction.
100%.
Okay. There's. Do you think a judge for example, put a guy in prison or a death sentence out of emotion? No,
Someone
there's a
wants
law.
to punish someone else for doing something, they are doing it
It's not a.
100% based on an emotional level.
I can prove that to you that it's 100% wrong because
Okay.
a judge follows the law. A judge is supposed to be
Okay, that's a
impartial. They will
very
see the
good
evidence.
example. Yes, that's a very good example. Most judges, if you watch TV and watch these cases,
Hmm.
judges a lot of times take decisions based on emotions, not on law.
Yes, sometimes they do, but there are judges that basically say
Yeah,
this is what the
the
law says.
the times that they don't do it out of emotional reasons is because they cannot.
They can't make.
They cannot because if they go by their feelings, probably they're going to lose their job.
Yes, but I'm saying they're supposed to follow the law.
Yes, but because
The law sets the limits.
they are forced to do it.
Exactly. So you can pass a judgment without emotion if there's a law.
The person can still feel something and have the feeling to punish the other person, like putting them for the rest of their life in jail, but they're not going to
Okay.
do it because they cannot do it. But that doesn't prevent them to feel what they're feeling at that moment. You're talking about the
Yes, but
final action.
yes, the final action is independent of emotion. Is exactly what you're saying.
The final action that whatever they take, in the case of the judge, having to put a minor, punishment is based in the fact that they cannot do anything else based on emotions. They have to follow the law.
Exactly, exactly. And that's the whole point of judgment and having a law, right? Because you can pass judgment if there's no emotion. For example, if a judge can say, I want this guy to go the death sentence.
So,
But
okay,
the state,
I know where you're going with this. So God
Mhm.
is the one doing the punishment.
Yes.
So
And he laid the law.
what emotional motivation does God have to punish anybody?
No emotional motivation. He just has a
There
law.
has
He
to
has,
be emotion behind someone wanting to punish someone.
we just established that no, that emotion has nothing to do with judgment. You have to
You're
follow a
talking
law to
about
pass the
a
judgment.
judge on a court, and you're comparing
Mhm.
it with the most powerful being entity in the universe. That's a
Yes.
horrible comparison.
No, because that's the closest thing we have to what we can actually imagine.
The
That a
judge,
judge is
the
because
judge
God
is.
God
I'm sorry. The
God said
judge
God
is
God claims to be
using.
a judge.
The judge is using what he's provided with, and he can only take a decision based on those limits. You're not gonna
Mhm.
compare that to the God of the universe. That
Okay,
he
so
makes the laws.
yes. And he tells you what the laws are. For example,
God, God is the one
don't
that is
kill.
punishing someone. He's the one making the law. He's the one making the
Okay.
laws, and he's the one punishing.
Yes.
Yeah.
So say God says don't kill, and then you kill, and then he says if you kill, we're gonna put you in hell. Then he
Yeah.
puts you in
So
hell.
what I would ask
Why
God,
does he have to have emotion?
what I would ask God, what motivates you to punish someone? What for?
Because that's the contract. That's the contract between the creator and the creation. The
Yeah.
contract between the creator and the
Now we're
creation.
getting into beliefs. This is your belief.
No. There's not a belief. Like I said, when I first started that, we established that there must be a creator based on a chain and a train. Once you have that, then you have to go back and look at the contract. And what is that contract? Is now you have to go figure out the law. Did God
Okay.
give the laws to you?
God,
Did God give the
hold
laws to
on.
you or not?
God
Let me
created
just finish this
everything.
one sentence.
God creates everything. God creates the
Mhm.
conditions. God creates the
Mhm.
contract. God creates
Yes.
the punishment.
hmm
And you're saying that there's nothing that motivates all these creations?
No, there is a motivation. Why do we create things? We want to see. We
So,
want to
no,
see
no, no,
things
no, no.
manifest.
Why do you always compare God with humans?
I don't compare God with humans, but that I can only give you examples that humans can understand.
So, God creates all these things and has no
Mhm.
motivation.
No, there is motivation, and God's motivation is with God. Why does God do what he does? And like I said,
So,
now you have
what's
to go and ask
motivating
God.
him to create these things, including the
Ask
punishment?
this is part of your
Love,
journey to go figure out who God
love,
is and why God wants to do these things.
love.
So you have to go and
So
ask these questions,
that's
not to me.
correct.
You have to
That's
ask
correct.
God
Did you
these
hear what he
questions.
said? He says love.
Love?
Yes,
Yeah,
that's what he said.
that's why there's a hell, because you matter to
So
God, and
there is
when you hurt people,
emotion. So
he
there
gets
is
upset because he loves.
emotion science behind God's decision to create punishment. That
Is
you are not
love.
able to understand that is
Is
something
love.
else.
No, love.
Because for every action, actions are preceded by emotion. Even God applies to that.
Yeah. I said love. Because you matter to God, he hates evil against you. He hates evil against other people. He takes that
So
evil that you do to people seriously
he's gonna punish someone to
because he
burn in
loves.
hell and
Because
suffer
he
for
loves.
eternity because he
Think of
loves
it.
him.
Think of it like this. So God is like a light, and darkness can't exist when the light is on. So darkness can't. It can't even be in his presence because God is the source of all good. That's at least what the tradition would teach.
Man, light blue music,
Right. But
but
what I'm
light
saying
blue
is the
mystic,
reason
you
why
just
there's
lost
a
me
hell,
there, my friend.
there's a reason why there's a hell is because you matter to God. And
Okay.
when you do evil, it matters. Just like if
Okay.
someone was to
So
hurt your
I
family,
actually
science,
agree
it
with Toast
matters.
here.
science, Diva, that is also a believer, is telling you that there is an emotional motivation for God to punish someone. So you gotta talk to Diva and agree which one is it. No emotional motivation or yes emotional motivation from God. Because
He has,
you
in my
guys both
opinion,
believers don't agree. So you could be wrong or Diva is wrong.
Or maybe we're
I don't
both right.
agree. I
You don't
no.
you
I
don't
don't
agree
agree.
that
I
God
actually agree with
punishes
Toast. that-
because he loves and he takes evil seriously, and because you matter to him, he's gonna
If
punish people that do
So
if
evil.
God
you heard that,
if
Saints?
God is all of, yeah, yeah. If God is all love, that means at the end, when the time for judgment comes, then he will spare whoever is going to be sent to hell because he loves them. Why would he? If he loves someone, why would he want to see them suffer?
He
That's the
God
question the
is
is
host is saying.
God.
basing
It doesn't say. Hold on.
so
The
he's
Bible
Dang.
doesn't say
basing
God is all loving.
his
Has
The Bible. The
punishment
Bible.
on an
Hold on.
emotional level.
Because we matter to him, he takes evil seriously, and because
And
he's good, he will not let evil win.
you're
He
right.
guarantees evil will
You're
lose.
right. But
Okay?
saints, the main point is Diva is telling you that yes, God punishes motivated because of something that is emotional.
That's what he believes in.
So one of you is wrong.
Just. And he's just. So he
Yes,
has to punish evil. But he loves,
exactly. So he
but
can't be
because he
all
loves.
loving and just at the same time.
Yeah,
Would
he's
you agree
not
with
all
that?
loving. He's love
Yes.
itself. God is love. That's why
I
he
don't know what that
punishes
means.
evil. God is
I
love.
don't know. I don't know
Yeah.
what God is love means.
Oh man, this is another live stream, man. This is gonna be
it's in
fun.
First John.
Yeah.
Hey guys,
Yeah,
I'm
but
out of here. I
yeah.
don't even have voice to
Good talking to you
continue.
guys.
Are you
I
a
think we
this
Christian,
this
agree.
Saint?
I
this
think we
has
agree on.
yeah, he said that
I
yes,
believe
he's
in
a
a
believer.
religion.
Yes.
Yes, I'm a
Guys,
believer, but yeah.
thank you very,
What about?
very much. This has been a wonderful conversation. I really enjoyed. I think there's value in what we provided to ourselves and whoever was listening in the live stream. So thank you very much for taking the time of calling and participating and giving your opinions, your beliefs, and your points of view. Appreciate it very much. Hopefully you continue calling again maybe tomorrow.
Great conversation. Thanks, guys.
Thank you,
Okay,
Diva.
thank
Thank you, Amu.
Yeah.
Thank you, Light Blue Mystic. Thank you,
God bless
Science.
everybody.
Appreciate it. And thank you, Life for Christ. Wow, everybody, I cannot believe the time. When I do these live streams, times flies. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to do a live stream tomorrow with my voice. Man, I gotta do something with the modulation and try to but to anybody that is on the live stream right now, oh boy, Clearwater's the most people have seen here. I totally agree. Thank you very much. Wow, to everybody, appreciate it. Yeah, this topic today it broke all records, so probably have to do it again because apparently I don't know. Probably we found the proof that we were looking for, or maybe not. I don't know. So everybody, thank you, appreciate it. Old boy, David Martinez, everybody on the live stream. Thank you for the people that have subscribed to the channel, man. I really appreciate it. I can't believe almost 700 subscribers. Wow, for me it's like, wow. Thank you for people liking the live streams and for sharing. Appreciate it, everybody. Have a great night and an awesome day tomorrow. Thank you.